Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 30. We are live with Peter Rizun, chief scientist at Bitcoin Unlimited, and this episode is sponsored by Edge Wallet, Bitcoin.com News, Layer 2 Labs, Nuance.com, Hodling.ch, Sideshift.ai, and Citrea. It's really good to have you, Mr. Rizun, because I know that I was doing some research prior to this interview and I discovered that you're almost gonna get on Peter McCormack's podcast a few years ago, and then he decided he doesn't want to have you criticize Lightning because you're on the Bitcoin Cash side, and he had Peter Todd instead, and it was this scandal, and it's so disappointing that we don't have much space for conversations.
Yeah, it was a interesting time, but I actually did get on his podcast. So he invited me, then he canceled me, and then there was outroar from the other side, and eventually I was able to go on his podcast. So I did have an opportunity to criticize Lightning, and I still criticize Lightning to this day.
That's good. We can turn that into a major topic. The reason why we are here today is that you are working on something very interesting with accelerating hardware for validating a full Bitcoin node with big blocks. I think it's a very interesting approach. In the case of Greg Maxwell, he will say, well, it just doesn't scale, and let's not even attempt it. Your approach was to say, well, let's attempt it and then work our way around to make it work. And I think it's useful research. I think it pushes the boundaries of what Satoshi left us, this Bitcoin design. And I think in order to get to this, why we need hardware acceleration and why you plug that into your motherboard's M2 port, and I did look at the documentation a bit, but I think it's useful to start with this whole concept of scaling Bitcoin and where it all started, why some people propose increasing the block size. I think the first attempt was by Jeff Garzik in November of 2010. And he wanted to give Bitcoin, I think it was a 7 megabyte block size for his client. And Satoshi replied to that, said, well, it's a bit too early for this. You should not run this code because you're not going to be on the same network as everyone else. Do you remember that? Were you around at the time?
I wasn't around at the time, but I do recall reading some of those posts. And it's interesting because I think we're very early, 2010, 2011, people could see that this block size limit hard-coded in Bitcoin, what is now known as Bitcoin Core, would become a problem in the future and would be hard to remove once we hit it. So those people were very good at predicting what would happen, but we didn't resolve that back then, and that led to the problem we have today. But but we're going right back to the beginning. So let's ask the question, like, why do we want to scale Bitcoin in the first place? And I think the answer is because we want to create a P2P eCash system that the entire Earth can use, all the people of the world can use. Do you agree with that statement?
Of course. I think everyone in this conversation agrees. It's just a matter of how, where we disagree.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I think we can say, the goal of Bitcoin when Satoshi created it, and my goal today is to help build better money for the world. And for that, I think we needed to scale to Earth levels. And I don't want to see why that's a controversial statement. To me, that was always the intention of Satoshi, and should be the intention of us today.
Well, I think if you go back to 2009 and see what Satoshi replied on the cryptography, no, it was 2008, and he got criticized by James A. Donald on the cryptography mailing list. And Satoshi did some napkin math saying, well, with the storage and the internet that we have today, we're going to be able to scale it, and it's going to be increasingly cheaper due to Moore's law. And he was discussing about how long it takes at the time to download a DVD. And he was referring to the technology that was available, and he was seeming very confident. And I think big blockers, the camp that has decided to scale Bitcoin with bigger blocks, have been using this argument, which Satoshi used back in 2008 to defend Bitcoin against one of the cypherpunks who was very much against the idea. idea of Bitcoin, not increasing the block size. He was saying, well, this doesn't scale. And it's funny because we have had this conversation since Satoshi announced Bitcoin. There was this guy, James A. Donald. He went to the first announcement and he said, well, it's nice, but it doesn't scale.
And it's odd to me how this has been such a hot topic from the very beginning. And like, to me, once I understood it, it was obvious to me that it scales. And I mean, you're not going to scale to global levels on a little Raspberry Pi with 2 gigabytes of memory, but it doesn't take that much hardware to scale to global levels. And that was obvious to me as soon as I understood the system. And I think Satoshi understood that too. But some people just couldn't see that. And so there's been this controversy ever since.
Yeah, it's interesting that I guess people got along and agreed to a certain point that increasing the block size is gonna be maybe the solution with the least amount of trade-offs, because it's the one that we understand the best. We know what's gonna happen when you do it. It's
right,
just
and
that
was,
it seems like people did not agree on how to do it. And I think that's what the 2015 to 2017 time was about, agreeing how to scale Bitcoin. What's gonna be the activation method? Because SegWit also increased the block size, but with this soft fork that does an accounting trick.
Okay, well let's go back to so originally, Bitcoin's had the 1 megabyte block size limit for a long time. But when we had much smaller usage on Bitcoin back in 2011, 2012, the miners would set a soft block size limit. So this was like not consensus, but the whatever the standards are, was like a standards protocol. So they just wouldn't produce blocks that were bigger than 100 kilobytes. And then we started bumping into that. So then the miners increased it to, let's say, 250 kilobytes, then 500 kilobytes. And if you plot the block size on a scatter block, you can actually see as those limits were lifted. But they were soft limits. They weren't consensus based. But then we hit this 1 megabyte limit, and then all hell broke loose because it was no longer permissionless. Miners couldn't increase that soft limit by themselves. It required this coordinated change. And in my opinion, that's what totally changed the system, because we were every time we'd hit the limit for a sustained amount, we would increase it, and now we're stuck at this 1 megabyte limit, and that's made a radical change to the system, because now we're saying we're not going to continue growing like we had up to 2015, 2016, I guess it was. Now we're going to do SegWit, we're going to do second layers, we're going to do all these other crazy things that was never part of the original design of Bitcoin. And that had ever been proven. Like we were winning, we were succeeding, we were showing how, as demand grows, we could increase the block size up, and then we just stopped doing that for some reason, and that seems very odd to me.
Well, the argument against that was that it's gonna become increasingly difficult to run a validator. But to go back and not make this about the people who are part of the block size wars and take it back to the people who are talking about this way before it, there was this guy, Dan Kaminsky, in 2011. Unfortunately, I think he passed during the pandemic. But he was one of the most respected security researchers of his generation. He was also friends with Len Sassaman and believed that Len Sassaman is Satoshi. Dan Kaminsky is actually the guy who inscribed this ASCII art of Len Sassaman in the Bitcoin blockchain. And that one was one of the first cases of art being inscribed into Bitcoin. And in 2011, this guy, Dan Kaminsky, went to a conference, which was not about Bitcoin. It was about hackers doing their thing. It was mostly security stuff. And at the time, he presented the idea of scaling Bitcoin. And he asked the question, well, at scale, what does it mean for Bitcoin to incorporate every transaction in the world? And the predictions that he made is that Bitcoin is gonna need gigabyte blocks. And he did the napkin math for how many transactions are being broadcast every day from credit cards and banks, and then said, well, if you put that on the Bitcoin design, then you're going to need 1 gigabyte blocks. And for people who have 1 terabyte hard drives today, that's gonna mean that every 2 weeks they're gonna have to prune away the data that they have been storing and just have the latest transactions. And also, it's only going to be data centers that will validate everything. So this goes back to 2011 with this guy, Dan Kaminsky, presenting what basically BSV became 7 or 8 years later.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, it seemed like just a normal conversation. A few years later, it was super contentious and controversial and not very desirable. I think even BCH, which you supported with Bitcoin Unlimited, had a more reasonable approach to it and said, well, maybe 8 megabytes is good enough. Maybe we should increase that to 32. And I had Amari Sachet on the show last year, and he made this case that increasing the block size is not all that scaling requires. It's just like increasing the speed limit on the road, but you still have to deal with other variables.
Okay, so you brought up several interesting things here. So Dan Kaminsky, what I think is good about what Dan Kaminsky talked about is he's setting the upper limit. He's not saying we have to scale indefinitely. We just have to scale till we get to that Earth scale that we're shooting for, and that's around 1 gigabyte blocks. So the first mistake I think a lot of the small block people made is they have this like there's this computer science principle called 0, 1, infinity. So if you're writing software, you should either have 0 instances of something, 1 instance you should allow, or an unlimited amount of instances. So I think they took this and applied that to the system thinking for Bitcoin, and thinking, well, we have 1 megabyte blocks. We can't get the infinitely big blocks, so we should just stick at 1 megabyte blocks. And I think that was a really bad answer because, well, 2 megabyte blocks would have been better than 1 megabyte block. So why didn't we go to 2 and see what happened? And we would have doubled the transaction. Bitcoin would have continued to grow. We could solve any scaling problems. Then we go to 4. Then we go to 8. So there was this fear that we couldn't go from 1 to infinity. So let's just stick at 1, which I think was misplaced. So I think that corrupted people's thinking about scaling, and people lost out of the fact that we don't have to scale infinitely big. We just have to scale to the P2P eCash system for Earth, and then we win. That's why we're here. Do you agree with that?
Well, partially. I think this was the thought of Gavin Andreessen and Jeff Garzik and maybe also Mike Hearn. They believe that if they onboard as many people to Bitcoin as possible, it's going to be impossible for governments to ban it. That was the rationality behind this principle. But I think Eric Voskuil came up with this, and he wrote it in his book, Crypto Economics, that it's sort of a fallacy because a lot of stuff is being used by lots of people but is still banned, such as drugs or... I can't think of other examples right now, but he makes this case in his book and says, well, it's naive to think that just because a lot of people use it, it's never going to be banned.
Well, but I would say it's at least, I mean, Eric is a very sharp guy, so I think he's making a good point there, but I would say it's at least directionally correct. If we had allowed Bitcoin to proceed according to BIP 101, which was doing what I said, 1 megabyte, then 2, then it doubles to 4, then it doubles to 8, where we'd be today is we'd have whatever would be 16 megabyte blocks by now, or 32 megabyte blocks, but we would have significantly more transaction volume on the network, which would mean you'd have significantly more people using Bitcoin every day. And yeah, I guess you could still say maybe the government will make it illegal one day, but I would say that would be less likely than it is today when people aren't using it at all.
I do agree that by doing that, we could have avoided any chain split, and we would not have BCH and BSV and eCash and all of these forks today. And we would not have so much activity on Litecoin, which happens to be right now the most used currency on BitPay, which is super ironic.
Yeah. Well, it's really too bad because, we had so much going for us in those early days of Bitcoin because there was really no competitors, and all the minds here, all these bright engineers that are now working on all these different blockchains, we were mostly focused on Bitcoin, and now we've diffused the mind share, and we've diffused chain usage. So like you said, like Litecoin is the biggest payment coin. And I mean, most payments are now stable coins, and I think that's really sad because to me that's like a backdoor way into getting central bank digital currencies, and then we lose, right? Then fiat wins if we go to stable. If our future is one of stable coins or central bank digital currencies, then I think that would be a terrible outcome.
Well, I had someone on the show last year who told me, well, when you see the T in USDT, just think about a Trojan horse, because that's what it stands for. And I'm like, no, we're just increasing the demand for US dollars. We're spreading US dollar adoption where banks are not able to do it. So just because the guys building it are hardcore Bitcoiners doesn't mean that their intentions are pure or that the outcome is going to be what they think, even if their intentions are pure.
Right. So yeah, like stablecoins, they're very useful right now, and there's a lot of demand for stablecoin payments. And that makes sense because the volatility of US dollar is lower than the volatility of Bitcoin. But if you imagine a future where most of the transactions migrate to stablecoins, so they're being denominated in US dollars as opposed to some native cryptocurrency, then what value does the native asset Bitcoin have in that future? And I think the answer is it doesn't have a lot of value. So what Satoshi imagined was, Bitcoin would be this P2P payment system. In order for it to be secure, what you're receiving, the Bitcoins you're receiving, they're native to the blockchain. So it's not a representation of something else. It is the thing you're getting, and eventually that becomes the store value and the unit of account, and so you have this new digital asset called Bitcoin, which has real value, which sucks up all the value or most of the value from fiat and other fiat denominated assets in the world. But I don't see how that can happen if people actually aren't making payments with Bitcoin, if they're using just crypto networks as a backbone to make stablecoin payments or central bank digital currency payments. I think in that future we lose.
I think at this point the plan, even for the Lightning Network, is to have support for stablecoins, which is, once again, sort of a defeat for the whole mission and the intentions that started the whole project.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But I gotta say this, when I'm optimistic, when I have days when I feel like everything is in its right place and I shouldn't worry, sometimes I think that this approach of allowing the chain split to happen and opening up the free market to figure out solutions and leaving Bitcoin with this limited scaling is just a way to basically push everyone to find a more elegant solution.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I agree.
Right now, I think that the usage of Bitcoin is at a very low point. The usage of paper Bitcoin and institutional Bitcoin is surprisingly high. It's mostly because of memes. It defeats the purpose of why Bitcoin was created. At the same time, it does fund a lot of development, especially from those who were able to get a lot of coins in the early days and now they want to solve real problems with the protocol and they pay developers to do this. They pay academics to publish papers and then maybe quit their tenured jobs in academia and start working on blockchains. And I do see, so I used to be very critical of Ethereum in the past, but now I see ZK rollups coming to Bitcoin. Now I see that they were able to do a lot of useful research for stuff which can and most likely will come back to Bitcoin. And also Zcash, I think, is the most prolific research lab that the entire industry has, because they're pushing not just for cryptocurrencies, but also for mathematics. They're pushing the limits of what we know and what our assumptions are about how this stuff works. Zero knowledge proofs are super exciting. And it's unfortunate that all of this did not happen on Bitcoin, because Ethereum was supposed to get built on Bitcoin initially. Zcash was this zero coin paper that was, no, it was zero coin and then zero cash by Matthew D. Green. And he wanted to include these on Bitcoin in 2013 as a soft fork. They were not accepted by Bitcoin core developers, and that's what led to the creation of altcoins. But I do like what's happening here. And I gotta ask you, because it's been almost 20 minutes since we're talking, I gotta plug a couple of sponsors. And two of them are actually Layer 2 labs who are building drive chains, and Citrea, who is building this ZK rollup on Bitcoin. And I want to ask you, what do you think about them, if you had any time at all to look into them?
I think Paul Stark is a very bright guy, but to me, drive chains are neither here nor there. I think the simpler thing is just make the block size bigger. That seems to be the obvious solution. ZK rollups, I think, are
That's what
great.
Peter Todd said, by the way. He was asked about drive chains at a conference, and he said it's cheaper to increase computation than to scale human politics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that. And ZK rollups, I think those are fantastic. I would love that. But we need, Bitcoin, I don't think has the right scripting mechanism. But I think this is a good segue to talk about what Satoshi got right in Bitcoin design and what he got wrong. So you made the point that since we've had this split, we've had all these different research groups. They're all kind of specializing: Zcash on privacy, our group on scalability, Ethereum on smart contracts, and we've learned a lot from that. That maybe we can all kind of combine to the broader goal of just making better money for the world. So I wrote down some things that I think Satoshi got right and that I think Satoshi got wrong. So one of the things I think Satoshi got wrong was his scripting system was crap. The stack-based machine is really complex, and it doesn't allow you to do much useful thing. I remember when Ethereum came out, there was all this fear that if you have a Turing-complete virtual machine, the halting problem that's going to lead to all this chaos. But I think by now we've shown that that's easy to solve in practice. You just have gas limits or computational limits or some other kind of limit to control that. But what we've seen is that Turing completeness is really useful. Like, I think Ethereum has proved that smart contracts lead to all sorts of uses that we can't even predict, and it allows for permissionless innovation. So if you have a coin where the scripting system allows you to do anything you want, then you don't have to debate about, can we have this new opcode CTV? Can we do this? Can we do that? You can just do it. And then if it succeeds in the wild, then it succeeds. We don't have these debates. So I think that's something Ethereum has proved. Bitcoiners are wrong in the beginning. Turing completeness is good, and we should add that to Bitcoin at some point in the future. And that would, once you have that, then you can do all these things like with zero knowledge proofs that you're talking about. So you don't need to have another 3-year debate about adding zero knowledge proofs. You just have a scripting system that allows someone to build that, and then they just build it. So it's actually, like, talking about it seems crazy that we're not doing that right now.
Yeah, that's why Robin Linus came up with BitVM, and it was considered to be one of the most significant developments in Bitcoin in many years, because he was able to create this virtual machine for Bitcoin, which was previously considered to be impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And now stuff like Citrea, which is a ZK rollup, is being built using BitVM. And there's also Alpine Labs, which is building something using BitVM. But the larger issue here, and I spoke with a couple of the Citrea guys, and they told me that, yeah, it's very nice. It can generate this layer for scalability. But on the other hand, they're going to be putting their verification data with zero knowledge proofs on the base layer. And if you have like 3 of these rollups on Bitcoin, you're going to end up having another scaling debate to increase the block size, because they're going to take up most of the existing block space. You can argue that they're a net positive because they do enable a lot of good onboarding in a non-custodial manner where users are in control. It's better than Lightning, but on the other hand, it doesn't really scale with 1 or up to 4 megabyte blocks with SegWit. So
no, but I mean, does anything really scale with 1 megabyte blocks? I like, even Lightning doesn't scale with 1 megabyte blocks because we have these crazy volatile fee spikes. So Lightning kind of works okay for small payments when the fees are low and reliable. But as soon as you have those fee spikes up to $100 fees and the chain backs up, Lightning starts to fail because it relies on quick and reliable access to the base layer. So I would say even Lightning, Bitcoin has no scalability solution right now with the current block size.
Well, some people are going to be upset saying, well, I have this custodial Lightning wallet and it just works. But this week we have had a situation with LB, which is a Lightning wallet which is trying to transition to being non-custodial, and they were custodial in the past. and they gave users like a year to migrate their funds to another wallet. And it seems like that year has passed, and a lot of unhappy people realize that they lost their funds. And some will
Oh,
say,
really?
well, it wasn't that much to begin with, but it's definitely not nice, and it's not why we're here, to get this sort of banking setup where you're conditioned to spend your money within a certain amount of time, or else you're gonna get rugged. The bank takes everything.
Exactly. That defeats. I wanted to hold my own coins trustlessly. That was what was exciting about Bitcoin for me. So I guess where I'm going with this is I think any solution involves bigger base layer blocks. And earlier in the conversation, you talked about Dan Kaminsky, the 1 gigabyte blocks, and it was like, how many terabytes did you say were coming in every?
So I think the napkin math, and I gotta look it up, I don't want to misquote Dan Kaminsky, but he was saying that every couple of weeks, if you have a 1 terabyte hard drive, you're gonna need to prune the data, so you can't store more than 2 weeks worth of transactions on your node.
Yeah. Okay, great. So this is like the higher limit. This is as high as we have to go, and if we get there, we're golden. But like, so right now the blockchain is about 0.7 terabytes, and how much is a 1 terabyte like low cost hard drive? It's like $20 or something. So that's not a lot now. And if you imagine in the future where you're talking these 1 gigabyte blocks, I think that works out to like, I think it's like 50 terabytes. Yeah, 52 terabytes per year of blockchain storage times $20. It would cost $1,000 per year every year to store the blockchain. Now that's at today's prices. So that doesn't sound that bad to me. And it's only going to get cheaper. So I agree. It's not like it's $10, but it's not $1 million either. Like if you remember that video that Peter Todd commissioned, where the big block future is these huge data centers, and nobody can run a node because they cost like $1 billion and they require like gigawatts of electricity, right? Like that is so out of scale. It's hilarious. So even on today's technology, you're talking, $1,000 a year, $1,000 per year to store the chain at 1 gigabyte blocks, and that's not outrageous. And like you said, you don't even need to store the entire chain. You only need to store the chain, the historical blocks, if you want to serve those to nodes, if you want to be an archival node. And I think what makes more sense is to move to a network protocol where new nodes are paying like micropayments. So if my node is serving those old historical blocks, I would like a couple pennies for every block I serve, and that will help me to pay for that storage cost. So I think this is a self-solving problem, and it's not a huge what I'm saying is, even at today's technology levels and global scale Bitcoin, you don't require data centers. It just requires a fairly beefy home computer on a decent internet network.
Right, so what I did while you're talking was to put on the screen the slides from Dan Kaminsky's presentation. I should also send you the link so you can take a look. Or do you have a device to check the screen from our streaming?
Yeah, I think so.
It's from Black Ops of TCP/IP 2011. And he spoke about scaling Bitcoin, which I still find exciting to discover this gem from August of 2011. So at slide 5, he describes Bitcoin. He says it's an attempt at making a digital currency with no central bank, a system with economic properties I don't know anything about, an overlay network upon the internet that people think has certain properties. And I'll just get to, he's describing the gossip network and how transferring works. So just for context at this point, because some people will be confused why I focus so much on Dan Kaminsky, he wrote also a blog post that was called "I Tried to Break Bitcoin and I Failed," and this was, I think, in 2010. And also, he was the first person in 2015 to denounce Craig Wright and point out to his forgeries in the way that he tried to prove that he's Satoshi. So I think in the history of Bitcoin, he played a very major role. And at slide number 8, he says the main flaws, and he adds that there are a few more. Bitcoin does not scale and is totally not anonymous. Very much ahead of his time. This was around the time when Silk Road, I think this was before the Silk Road, or around the time when it was blossoming and getting traction. So he has 3 criteria for scalability, which are bandwidth, CPU, and storage.
Yeah.
And he says a 3 terabyte hard disk costs less than $200 today and will be cheaper still in the future. So you'd need one such disk for every 21 days of operation at 1 gigabyte per block. This is exactly what I was quoting. I misquoted in the sense that I said 1 terabyte and 2 weeks. It's about 3 weeks and 3 terabytes. So basically you're gonna need 1 terabyte every week, according to his math.
Yeah, that's the thing that I got about 52 terabytes per week is what I 52 terabytes per year is what I calculated. So I agree with these calculations. But we can already see how far the cost of storage has fallen. So he's saying what, $200 for 3 terabytes? And I'm saying more like $80 per terabyte. So it's already fallen by like a factor of 3 from here, and it's going to continue falling more. But my point is, even that's not that bad. That's just $1,000 extra per year if you want to store the blockchain, and you don't have to store the blockchain. So I would disagree with Dan. I don't think that's terrible. Do you think that's terrible?
Well, there are people who still want to use the Raspberry Pis and are pissed off that the UTXO set was increased by these stamps. And stamps are basically pixelated JPEGs that a guy named Mike in Space has made using multisigs, and it's the least efficient way of putting data on the Bitcoin blockchain. You can do that without SegWit or Taproot, and it was a way for him to prove that on one hand, ordinals are not that bad, and on the other hand, he can put permanent data on everyone's node, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Actually pretty funny because he's saying like these are the best because you can't prune them. Which I thought was a nice way to troll all the maxis, and it's true because they're in the UTXO, so you got to keep them, otherwise your node could follow the consensus. But if we're talking right now, we're just talking about the block size itself. But the Raspberry Pis, they don't need to store the blockchain in RAM, right? They can just keep flushing that to different SD cards or whatever, and they can throw out those SD cards if they don't need to rescan the blocks and that sort of historical.
I'm not sure if Core has that sort of optimization.
No, I think there's a lot of things that Core hasn't done that make it annoying to run a node. But this is all things that can be done with the existing protocol.
I think LibBitcoin has that you can dump the UTXO to the normal storage.
Litecoin is great. Like I think Eric Voss, how do you pronounce the last name?
Voskill.
He has done amazing work, and I think this is so good. We're finally getting a real competitor to Bitcoin Core, but it kicks Bitcoin Core's ass because it's designed using proper software engineering techniques. So there's this idea called scalable, right? It is something scalable. Does it have the scalable property? And what does that mean? Well, what I mean by that, and what Eric means by that, is if you throw twice the hardware at it, can you get twice the throughput? And that is true for Litecoin. So Litecoin can really scale to any level. It's just a matter of how much hardware you need, like how beefy your machine has to be. So I did, when Dan's saying not scalable, he's using a different definition. I think he's saying it's just becomes expensive at scale, which I don't think is true either. But Eric has created what I believe is the first scalable node that can scale to essentially any level just by increasing adding more RAM, adding more bandwidth, adding more CPU cores, and it just distributes the work in parallel across all that hardware. And that's a great thing because Core does not do that. Like Core is this terrible mess of code that is just like all these band-aids on top of band-aids and this big rubber ball with all this hair coming out. And if you put core on a really beefy machine, it'll no matter how beefy a machine, it can only process so many transactions per second. And we tested this long. I gave a talk at Stanford back in, I think, 2015, where we kind of kept pushing it until it crapped out. And it didn't crap out because there was a problem in the Bitcoin protocol. It crapped out just because core kind of sucks.
At the same time, so for the past week, I have been showing this to people. I watched your presentation from Scaling Bitcoin in 2015, and you were showing how in I think it was a matter of 2 weeks, the number of Bitcoin Unlimited nodes has gone from being a 1% minority to being like a 15% minority.
Mm-hmm.
And basically people are making similar projections with knots, which is just a copy of Bitcoin Core with a couple of changes. It's not even that radical or different. But it seems like Bitcoin Core still has the Lindy effect. It's the one that most people use, most people run. There's some emotional attachment to it. Maybe miners trust it more. I don't know exactly what it is about it, but it always comes out on top, and it's the one that people choose to use.
Yeah, which is I think really holding us back. And I think it's because there's no formal specification for Bitcoin. So if someone creates a new node, there's not really a formal process that they can follow to prove that that node is exactly consensus compatible with the existing Bitcoin Core nodes. But even Core can't do that within itself. Like if you like the way most protocols work in the wild is you have a formal specification that's open, and then you have people competing on private competitive implementations of that. So take like DDR4 SD-RAM. So there's a spec for DDR4 SD-RAM, and that's open, and any manufacturer can make DDR4 RAM, and it's all compatible with all the others because there's a formal spec, and they can test that at the the bits level and prove using formal validation techniques that it's compatible with the protocol. We don't have that with Bitcoin, so there's no way for a competing implementation to really prove that it's going to work the same way Core works, and then there's that core that risk of a hard fork if it's not. I think Core likes this because it means they stay in charge because they're the current ones in charge. But obviously, this is bad from a competitive viewpoint because it's hard for other implementations to compete. Do you see what I'm saying there, Vlad?
What was that?
Do you see what I'm saying about the lack of lack of a formal spec and the lack of the ability for a new implementation to prove this compatible? Is one of my opinion is holding back other implementations. It's not that everyone loves Core or agrees that they're like these super smart wizards. It's just because most of the network is running Core, and if you run Core, you're safe. That's it. Like I think most people actually know it kind of sucks.
I agree with you, but at the same time, I remember reading about John Dillon. It was this character who appeared sometime in 2013 and stuck around for about 6 months to a year. And his emails got leaked, and it was sort of a scandal because apparently this guy is the one who paid Peter Todd to do that video about small blocks.
Yeah,
and also it was this guy who meddled with the incentives for the CoinJoin bounty. At the time, Greg Maxwell and Tamos and Peter Wille, they put out this bounty for the first wallet that builds a wallet with certain specifications for privacy. And
and I think he had something to do with RBF, replaced by Fee, too, didn't he?
Yes. Very influential character. So basically what happened is that Amir Taki came up with Dark Wallet and said, okay, here it is, let me claim my bounty. And then this guy, according to the emails that were leaked, sent some Bitcoin to the bounty and said, well, now that I'm a stakeholder, I can actually have a word to say if you're going to hand the bounty. And in the private conversations with Peter Todd, he was saying, I don't think having libBitcoin is a good idea because Dark Wallet was using libBitcoin. And he was saying, well, it's a bad idea to have multiple implementations of the same client, and
Yeah.
Bitcoin QT should be the only one and not also libBitcoin. And I think that was so influential, and the spirit of that argument still lives on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like, what is your theory on who John Dillon was? Like,
I've read
you're
all
implying
the
something
emails, trust me. I spent an entire night going through everything. It's posted
here.
on Amir Taki's personal blog, which I think is agorism.net or something. And it's also on Bitcoin Talk. You can look it up.
No, I've read them all a few times, but it's weird. Like, so there's that kind of mystery with him, and who also pushed for replace by fee, and that is what killed the remaining use of zero cost transactions of Bitcoin, and Peter Todd celebrates that to this day. But further eroded Bitcoin's usefulness as a payment mechanism. So why was he motivated to do that? It just seems bizarre to me. And then if you also go back to like the scaling debates in 2015, were you around in 2014, 2015?
No, but I'm a nerd. I mean, I was around passively. I was reading about it. I hadn't bought any coins. I
Okay.
remember in 2015, I actually had to do a presentation in front of the class. I was an exchange student in Paris, and the professor was doing this class on advocacy for new technologies, and I was assigned to do a presentation about Bitcoin and blockchain. And I
Yeah.
was so clueless. I was like, yeah, I just did my homework. I didn't look into it past that point. So I can't really call myself a participant in the conversations, but tangentially, I actually read the Wikipedia page. I was on Bitcoin Talk scrolling, and I did some basic research for my presentation. But it's
Well,
really unfortunate that we got to the point where some stuff that was reasonable 10 years ago and was considered not contentious nowadays is taboo.
yeah. Let's talk about it. So I became quite active in 2013, and I remained active since then. And my feeling at the time, 2013 up to 2015, was the grassroots sentiment was that Satoshi always planned to have increased 1 megabyte block size limit. The Bitcoin design is based on the block size limit growing until we reach that 1 gigabyte-ish level while we're serving the entire world. And it seemed to me the overwhelming sentiment from the community was that we need to responsibly increase the block size limit to allow it to continue to grow. There were some concerns for sure. There was definitely a strong grassroots debate about that. But I felt the support was, like 75 in favor of big blocks, 25 in favor of doing something else. But then what happened is, like Reddit, our Bitcoin was one of the, I would say that's where the energy was back then. That's where, the politics were discussed. That's where arguments got heated. And then they started censoring people. Like suddenly you're not allowed to talk about raising the block size limit. And that was really weird, like, because previous to that, Bitcoin had been a very open community, like same as running Bitcoin Talk. He would allow like blatant scammers to operate. He said, no, we don't want to censor them. But now suddenly, if you're talking about raising the block size, well, that's even worse than being a scammer. So we're going to ban you. So I think what happened is once that censorship started, all these influential big blockers got banned, and there was no second place for them to really go. So that I think that we lost a lot of momentum in that. And then new people kept coming into Bitcoin, and they thought there was more support for small blocks, and they listened to small block arguments, but they didn't realize that they were kind of in an echo chamber at that point, because all the people with good big block arguments had been purged. So to me, that's what happened. But I think it's weird, like why it happened, and like especially you brought up John Dillon, and that seems weird, and I wonder, like, were there powers, were there dark powers at play pulling strings back then too, trying to keep Bitcoin small, trying to make it less useful so that it didn't pose as much threat to the status quo, to the fiat, to the banks? What do you think?
But sir, I'm just gonna say what the average maxi is gonna say right now. They're gonna look at the mempool, notice that it's empty, and say Bitcoin never needed to scale. Look, there's not enough demand for transactions. Nobody wants to use Bitcoin because it's going up in price. They just want to buy Bitcoin and hold it, and that's the only purpose of it.
Yeah, they do say that. But I mean, if you plot transactions versus time on a log scale, transactions were increasing exponentially until they hit the block size. I mean, there were some peaks and stuff. And what we've seen since then is there'll be sudden demand for Bitcoin. The blocks will get full, fees will spike to like $100. Everyone gets pissed off because everything starts breaking. And then I think what happens is people just stop using Bitcoin. They go to Litecoin, or they go to BCH, or they go to Ethereum, or they go to Solana or something else. So no, I don't think the fact that blocks aren't full today proves that there was no demand. I think that just shows how demand is spilt over to other cryptocurrencies. And to me, that's a loss for Bitcoin, and that's a loss for the broader P2P movement, because we're just diffusing this over multiple coins instead of focusing on one coin.
One coin, not one coin, which was a scam. And anyway, I do agree with you. I think about this a lot, that the adoption was delayed and stalled, and then there's gonna be that guy who comes along and says, well, my shop accepts payments with the Lightning Network. And then you're gonna ask them, how do you accept payments with the Lightning Network? And they're gonna say, well, I'm using OpenNode, or I'm using some sort of payments processor, which is doing the heavy lifting for them. Or I think they're also called LSPs, Lightning Service Providers. It's not the same
Right.
as running your own node. It's not the same as running your own SPV node. You're giving up on some degree of control over the
Yeah. Okay.
infrastructure.
Totally. But I'd say you said SPV because I want to talk about this. So I don't think you're going to have any future world where most people and most merchants are running full nodes. But I think you could have a future where most people are using SPV nodes and they're still self-custodial then. But what I think is weird, like if you look at that John Dillon, Peter Todd, all the R Bitcoin censorship stuff, they demonized SPV nodes as well. They said, oh no, they're not secure, blah, blah, blah. You got to run a full node. So there's this fetish to running a full node. But it's too annoying for most people to run a full node, so they just use a custodial service instead. But the thing is, like, most people are using SPV, that's a really good outcome. Like most people using SPV wallets, and maybe one out of every 100 hobbyists who's a super keener like me has their own node. That's a win for Bitcoin. What is a loss for Bitcoin is everyone's using Coinbase wallet or some other centralized service. But that seems to be the direction we're heading.
Yeah, there's also the paradox where you can run a node on $100 hardware, but you can't send a transaction because it's much more expensive than the hardware that you're running.
Right. That balance seems very, very odd. Yeah. So clear. Yeah. So let's talk about that. So you don't want to like say it took a node cost $1 million in order for the transaction to be 1 cent. Well, that's a pretty bad outcome, because $1 million for a node, yeah, that's the realm of only huge data centers and huge companies. But I think I've already proven to you that even with today's technology, and technology is only getting better, the node costs are never going to get that high. They're going to be in the thousands of dollars range, not the millions of dollars range. But then on the other hand, if you say, okay, now we have these $50 Raspberry Pi nodes, so that's great. It's easier to run a node, but now fees spike to 100, 200, 400. Some people think it'd be great if fees were $10,000. You know, it's like Bitcoin is like the settlement system for central banks. Well, then at that point, who wants to run nodes anyways? Then, like, who cares if they can run another Raspberry Pi? It's just the scale of the debate is just so lopsided that it's absurd.
I agree with this, and I think if Bitcoin had like 32 megabyte blocks or whatever, it would not be less decentralized. And the people running nodes today, they would still do it because it's a hobby mostly for people.
Yeah.
But I think I saw this conversation and Peter Todd contributed to it. There was someone who posted a picture of this Amazon micro SD card, which costs like $80 and has 1 terabyte of storage, and said, what's the argument against increasing the block size now? And the people basically started commenting saying, well, the roadblock is not really storage because that's the cheapest part. It's actually internet speed. Because if you're going to have larger blocks, it means that you're gonna basically not allow people in Africa with the equivalent of dial-up connection to be able to validate the Bitcoin blockchain. But I think that one is also getting weaker because nowadays we have 5G and we have Starlink. And of course, you're not going to ask the average African to. I mean, it depends on which part of Africa. I don't want to say that the entire continent is poor. But let's say that you have someone in the middle of the Sahara desert, and maybe that they're not able to pay like $100 per month for Starlink. But the question is, are they running nodes? Because I saw that the solution that was made for them was to be able to send Bitcoin with text messages, with SMS. And basically what it does is that it relays information to a Bitcoin node to send a transaction. And it's a nice workaround, but are we really going to virtue signal infinitely and say, well, there's this... I think I even heard this from someone from the Netherlands, and they said, well, there's this ISP here in the Netherlands, and they have very dated internet connections, and most people use it because they get the full package with television and internet and telephony and everything else. And they're gonna say, well, even in the developed world, you have these cases where you pay a lot of money for a connection that is very slow. But once again, you can get Starlink. And you're gonna get like 100 megabytes minimum, and you can put that in the middle of nowhere.
Right. So let's go back to Dan Kaminsky's 1 gigabyte block scenario. So if I take that, that works out to about 13 megabits per second sustained. So there's going to be some overhead. So maybe 20 megabits per second, maybe 40 megabits per second. But on 100 megabit per second, your node is keeping up to that global scale where we want to be. I think seriously you probably want gigabit per second and another. So, but the point is the bandwidth requirements to run a node and keep up aren't that hard.
According to the math by Dan Kaminsky, he actually put that in the same slide. He says under the chapter bandwidth, let's assume on average a rate of 2,000 transactions per second, just like Visa. Shifting 60 gigabytes of data in, say 60 seconds, means an average of 1 gigabyte per second or 8 gigabits per second. So this is what you need for terabyte blocks, 1 gigabyte per second internet speed.
You're talking terabyte blocks. We were talking gigabyte blocks before that.
Oh, sorry, yeah, gigabyte.
So you did a math mistake. Is it going to be... Because you 1 gigabyte every 600 seconds, right?
Something's off about this because it talks in the storage section, it talks about 1 gigabyte blocks. And here I just think it talks about 2,000 transactions per second with Visa levels back in 2011. I guess now the limit has increased. Maybe it's 3,000.
Let's just stick to, we're using 1 gigabyte. Let's just stick to what. So I'm going to go 1 gigabyte. That's 10 to the 9th on my computer. 10 to the 9th. And then there's 8 bits in a byte. So I'm going to multiply by 8. And then we're going to send that every 600 seconds, right? Because the block's every 10 minutes. So that is 13.3 megabits per second. So obviously there's some overhead, some back and forth. So, you need more like 40 or 100 megabits per second. But we're not talking, you don't need gigabit per second, but gigabit per second is already pretty common. So I don't think bandwidth is just to keep up. I mean the miners care more about bandwidth because they got to get the data really fast to be competitive. But for just a node, it seems kind of like a nothing burger. And if you're in this crazy place in the desert where you don't have 100 megabits per second or 1 gigabit per second, that's why we have SPV. Like SPV is like really good. You're still self-custodying your coins. You're still benefiting from most of Bitcoin's property. You're just not validating every single transaction that's taking place in the world.
Well, the trade-off with SPV is privacy because you're connecting to somebody else's node and they know how many bitcoins you have in your wallet and what transactions you're making.
Right. There's some privacy arguments against SPV. I think we can, if there was more community mindset supporting SPV, I think we could improve a lot of that. Like you don't have to connect to the same node to broadcast your transactions. Your SPV wallet can connect to multiple nodes. It can do smart things to obfuscate some of this information. But yeah, there is the privacy is slightly weaker. I would agree. Okay, so we were talking about like things that Satoshi got right and things that Satoshi got wrong, and I said one of the things that Satoshi got wrong was the Turing complete stuff. I said he should have made a better stack scripting system because Ethereum's proved that the halting problem can be fixed, and having flexible scripts leads to all this amazing stuff. But I think something Satoshi got right was the UTXO model. I think the UTXO model I think the Bitcoin's architecture around UTXOs is the great way to go forward, and I think you really nailed that. Ethereum shot itself in the foot by using an account-based model, and that really hurt their scalability because they can't have that scalable property that I talked about where you can just throw more hardware and parallelize all the transactions across this extra hardware like you can in Bitcoin. So back to things Satoshi got right versus wrong. Yeah, UTXO model. Would you agree with that, Vlad?
Yeah, I like it. I think the UTXO model is superior to what Ethereum has from a privacy point of view, from a scaling point of view. It's also terrible because it generates issues such as dust, which, once again, I have no idea how Bitcoin is going to fix this with UTXOs that are not economical anymore, and there's no way you can transfer them. You're going to need some sort of off-chain system to exchange these UTXOs, I guess.
Why? What explain your concern there?
Well, the price is going up, and you're going to have these UTXOs being valuable in terms of fiat money, but at the same time, you have limited block space, and it's gonna become increasingly expensive to transfer these UTXOs. So let's say that you have like 0.0001 Bitcoin, which is 100,000 base units.
Yeah.
And maybe that the transaction fee is gonna be half of that or even more. It's not economical anymore to transfer that. I see some people making the argument right now that you should use the times when the demand is low to consolidate your UTXOs, which I'm not a big fan of. I think it's bad for your privacy. But I do get why they want to do it, because they're afraid in the future they will not be able to spend their small amounts that they keep lying around in wallets or that they received as change or whatever.
Yeah, and again, this is another self-imposed problem. The reason dust can be hard to spend is because of high transaction fees. We have high transaction fees when we have too much demand for the 1 megabyte blocks. So I think the UTXO system is fine if you're not running into the block size limit. Like, yeah, there is some concern about having, as the UTXO set, maintaining the UTXO set will be the most expensive part of running a node in a big block future, because you need access to all this state. You have 10 billion people, they all might have a few coins. Each coin is 70 bytes, so you're potentially talking like a terabyte of state information, and you want to store that in fairly hot memory like RAM. So there is some cost there. I think that's the hardest part of scaling Bitcoin is scaling the state. But even that, it's not that bad. Like, where did I wrote it down here? Yeah, like 1 terabyte of RAM would cost maybe $3,000 at today's DDR4 prices. So, and 1 terabyte of RAM, that's basically 1 coin per person on Earth. So again, we're not talking like crazy data center. We're talking a fairly expensive home hobbyist setup instead, and that's only going to get cheaper. So dust. So is dust a problem? I don't really think it is, because like a lot of this dust is not going to be spent, or spent very, very, very infrequently. So that doesn't really need to sit in RAM. It's okay. What matters is that your node can keep up with the average transaction rate. If the occasional transaction comes in that spends a piece of dust, and my computer goes to look up that piece of dust and it finds it, okay, it's not in RAM. It's got to go to NAND flash, to the SD drive. Sorry, to the drive. That takes a bit longer, but it's okay because it's infrequent, and the cost of storing things in flash is what 2 orders of magnitude cheaper than storing things in RAM. So I don't see that as a problem either.
I've also interviewed Vitalik last month, and he told me that right now he's able to run a full Ethereum node on his Dell XPS, which is like $1,000. No, it's more than $1,000. Like almost $2,000 for that laptop. But still, it's impressive because Ethereum is this large mess of stuff that was added to it. They didn't think too much about scalability. They just wanted to let the builders bring stuff to their network. And being able to sync a full node on something which is like off the shelf and you can purchase it. In the case of Ethereum, which is once again a much worse design than Bitcoin, that's pretty impressive. Were you able to do any benchmarking to figure out what kind of system is able to validate very large block Bitcoin?
Yeah, like like the numbers I just said. Like if you had a machine with a RAM measured in around a terabyte, and if you had, like, I think it was 48 processor cores or something. I worked out the math from last talk. You're keeping up with that, like, kind of 1 gigabyte block levels, and such a machine, it's expensive today, but it's not crazy, and it's only going to get cheaper. Like, the point is, it's not this crazy data center machine.
Yeah, because of hardware improvements. And it's interesting, you mentioned about 48 cores. And Dan Kaminsky in 2011 said 50 cores plus whatever is used for mining, which is done by separate machines / GPUs. This guy was so ahead of his time.
Yeah, so he said, at the time, he probably said 50 cores, thinking like, well, who has 50 cores? That's crazy. But I mean, now it's pretty common to have 48 cores or something. So, and that's only going to become more common too. So in terms of compute, like Dan Kaminsky broke it down into storage, state, and compute and bandwidth. In terms of compute is the least of our problems, and that's what my work on Blitz, the hardware accelerator for computing, for verifying digital signatures and hardware. So I've shown that when we get to specialized chips for doing this signature verification, we're talking like 1 microjoule to verify a transaction. So you could verify 1 million transactions with only a joule of energy. So that's like 1 million transactions per second, consuming 1 watt of electrical energy. It's nothing. And we can do this on a chip using like a TSMC's 5 nanometer process, like a kind of cutting edge process. And this little chip will fit on the tip of my finger. It'll be like 1 millimeter squared. So if you go to my talk from BCH Bliss in Slovenia just recently, I do all the math for this, and so a 1 square millimeter silicon chip that costs like $1 to produce at scale can do all the compute for all of the Bitcoin transactions in the world at a global scale level. That's how small the compute problem is.
Yeah, I was looking at very bad pun right now, but I was looking at the AMD Ryzen processors because they have a lot of cores and they're pretty affordable. I mean, for video gamers and consumers. But I see that the Ryzen 9, which is, I guess, their top of the line processor, it has 32 threads and 16 cores.
Yeah.
So I guess you need a different kind of processor.
I think that there are processors that have more cores. I don't remember them offhand, but there's also optimization too. Like I think where we're going in the future, we're not going to be using 48 cores on a node. We're going to have like specialized hardware that off-sources all that computation, the expensive stuff, so you can keep up with it with like 4 cores in a Raspberry Pi type thing. So you push. Do you know how much we've improved SHA-256 hashing, Vlad? Like, if you compare like Satoshi's original Bitcoin CPU miner to today's cutting edge ASIC miners, we can do about 600,000 times more SHA-256 hashes for every joule of energy than we could in Satoshi's days. So we've improved technology 600,000 times. But like that same kind of improvements can happen with all the rest of the computationally intensive stuff in Bitcoin too. So and that's one of the things that we're working on at Nexa with our hardware work. So I guess what I'm saying is, it's already doable today on a standard processor with many cores, and it'll become even easier as we develop specialized chips to take that workload off those cores.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. I realize that the hour mark has passed and I need to plug some more sponsors, so I apologize for the interruption. Let's start with Edge Wallet, which is very convenient. I use it for 2 reasons. First of all, it's good for traveling because it has this duress mode, so maybe someone at the airport is gonna ask you to unlock your wallet to show what you have inside. You type a different PIN and it's gonna show that you have 0 funds. So you can say, well, I just downloaded this for fun or whatever. But it's also fun for conferences when you go and maybe someone wants to pay you in Dash, or this actually happened to me. Someone wanted to send me some Dash and I was like, I don't have a wallet for Dash. I don't have time to write 24 words or something on a piece of paper because I'm traveling and I don't know how I'm gonna manage this. But in Edge Wallet, you just open the software, you're gonna find this menu where you type the name of the coin, and you're gonna get under the same wallet that you already set up a brand new coin that you can add and you can receive funds instantly. So it's pretty cool. It supports a lot of these coins, and what's even cooler is that you can swap it into what you want, because maybe someone sends you something that you're not gonna be holding on to, but you can swap it for Bitcoin, you can swap it for Ethereum, Litecoin, whatever it is that you prefer to hold or use over the short term. And they have this integration with SideShift, which is another sponsor of the show. SideShift allows you to swap between coins. It's this exchange for which you don't necessarily have to sign up. You can sign up if you want to accumulate points or tokens or whatever, and actually make some money and get some special discounts from your swaps. But what's nice about it is, for example, if someone wants to pay you in stablecoins and you honestly don't want to waste your time trying to figure out how you can receive stablecoins and then sell them and use another coin for gas, and it's a headache. You just send that person your SideShift account address, and then you're gonna get this swap automatically into Bitcoin or whatever it is that you want to be sent directly to your non-custodial wallet. So it's very nice from this point of view. They have pretty good liquidity, low fees. Check that out. I don't think it works in the US, unfortunately, due to US regulations, but maybe the Trump administration is gonna change that. And there's also Bitcoin.com news, which right now, I gotta inform you, Peter, that is orange. If you go to Bitcoin.com right now, it's no longer green. They don't tell you that Bitcoin is slow and you should switch to Bitcoin Cash. Now it's orange, and they focus on whatever the market decided is more popular. But I still think that they have some good journalism. So if you open their articles, you're gonna find that they cover topics which maybe are not to be found on Bitcoin Magazine, which right now seems to be more like this Trump outlet. On Bitcoin.com news, you also find news about India, about China, about countries in Africa adopting Bitcoin, and I think it's a lot more wholesome and interesting. And I also saw some news about gold. It's more, I guess, broad, and you can find something that you like more easily than on other outlets which are more niche. So check out news.bitcoin.com. And there are also 2 sponsors left. Noans.com, which is this peer-to-peer exchange that's trying to empower the global south. Their CEO, Ray Youssef, has stated that their mission is to basically elevate everything that concerns the lions, that's what he calls them, the hustlers of Africa and the Middle East. And he's working very hard to drive up adoption to make this market more liquid. If you have any gift cards or any coins that you can sell to these people so that they can also use it in their daily life and economies, check out noans.com. They have a swapping service, they have a spot exchange, they have a debit card for spending coins if you're into that. So there are lots of ways in which you can use it if you think that's useful. And last but not least, there is hodling.ch, which is a service from Switzerland which specializes in self-custody. So if you're part of a company that's starting to buy Bitcoin and you don't want to trust a single guy with the keys, or you're some sort of whale who holds a lot of Bitcoin and doesn't want to have everything in his house, well, you can reach out to these guys and they're going to advise you on how to do it and also give you the benefit of a Swiss business privacy. So it's pretty cool. Check out hodling.ch. They're gonna tell you if you need multi-sig or Shamir backups or hardware wallets or any other sort of specialized setup for your particular needs. And this is what they do. And I think they also started offering this recovery service. If you lost part of your seed phrase and you only know a few words or you scrambled the words, they can help you figure it out so you get your coins back for a fee. Of course, it doesn't come for free. Thank you for sitting for my ads, by the way. And I think I mentioned something interesting during my ads about debit cards because they're becoming increasingly popular. And it seems like some people think it's so convenient that they can use their Bitcoin with their Visa card. And this is so much against what we thought was going to be happening in terms of Bitcoin adoption. Is this really Bitcoin adoption at all if your coins are on some exchange and they just get converted for fiat as you're making purchases?
I think there's a good side and a bad side to that. So this is kind of the inverse of the stablecoin situation. So with stablecoins, we're transferring fiat on a blockchain network. So this is kind of like transferring Bitcoin on a fiat network. So I think it's bad in the sense that it's not our end goal. We want to get P2P cash for the world, people making Bitcoin transactions peer-to-peer. But it's nice because it means people value their Bitcoin. They value that ledger entry in the blockchain, which is not the case for the stablecoin payments. So no, it's not ideal, but I think it's still good because it still contributes value to the underlying crypto asset.
Okay. But do you think it's useful for adoption, or is this like a copium mechanism where we just say, well, it's adoption, but on the other hand, it's really not? Because you're not using the network, you're just using the asset on some custodian's balance sheet.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's not perfect, but like, what is Bitcoin? Like to me, Bitcoin is a few things. Like Bitcoin is the ledger of value, and you're using that ledger of value when you're making one of these payments that you're talking about, right? But Bitcoin is also a mechanism to update that ledger, like the Bitcoin core nodes that are updating the blockchain. So yeah, you're not using that part of Bitcoin, but you're still using the money store value part of it. So yeah, it's not the ideal situation, but I think it's still good. I mean, I would like that. I would like to have a credit card that I can use and it deducts from Bitcoin. I should look into that. I don't have one.
Okay, I think no one's can help you.
Okay.
Anyway, I was gonna ask you to make this segment of a short history of proposals to increase the Bitcoin block size and different clients that attempted to do it, because we have had this first attempt by Jeff Garzik, which we mentioned at the beginning of the episode. We have had Bitcoin, according to BIP 101, I think the first one was XT, and then Classic, and then Unlimited. And then all of them sort of converged into Bitcoin Cash. And where did this all start, and what is basically the story behind them?
Well, I guess the story is we started bumping into the actual block size limit. Like prior to that, I was saying to the miners, we were hitting the soft limit. So the miners could increase the block size, the soft limit, to allow Bitcoin to continue to scale. Then we started hitting that 1 megabyte block size limit, and now this is a consensus change. So we're trying to come up with, well, how should we do this? And I think the most credible initial solution was Gavin Anderson's idea of BIP 101. So he wanted to, we've already talked about this, he wanted to basically jump to 8 megabytes right away, and then I think it was every 2 years the block size would double. So 8 to 16 to 34 to 32 to 64, ending like in the year 2050 or something at I think it was 8 gigabyte blocks was his final solution. So well into that Earth scale payment network at that point. So I thought this was a fantastic idea because it's baby steps, right? We're only doubling. We're doubling every 2 years, so we have lots of warning signs for things that are potentially going wrong. I don't know. There's this. I don't know what's wrong with that. It seemed like a great idea to me, but I guess people say, well, we can't handle 8 gigabyte blocks. But the thing is, we could have course corrected if that really became a problem. A little bit later. So I wish we had just all stuck to it and gone forward with BIP 101. So he couldn't get that into core. They tried to do that with XT, like creating a competing client. The censorship was crazy at this point in time on Reddit Bitcoin. So talk of XT was not allowed. People were getting banned. I think probably even Gavin and Mike Hearn were banned. It was a very nasty time in the Bitcoin space. At some point in time, I think they kind of just gave up on that, and then the next one was Classic, right? And Classic, what was Classic going to do? Increase the block size just to 2 megabytes or something?
Yeah, it was like the most conservative of them all, just 2 times larger blocks. And I think there was also a BIP 104 or something, which was saying let's double the block size every halving cycle, so not every couple of years, every 4 years.
Right, and I think that and BIP 101, it scared people because it was trying to do something that would solve the problem for good, and people were saying, well, once we get on this path of BIP 101, eventually it's going to go to 8 gigabyte blocks, and what if we can't stop it? But I mean, obviously, if it was a problem, we could of course correct it. But anyway, so I think Classic was the attempt to satisfying those people's fears. So okay, let's not lay out this whole course to the year 2040. Or 2050, whatever it was, let's just double the limit to 2 megabytes. It's reasonable to me. So we were all on board with this. We wanted more, but okay, at least we can prove that it works. Then in the future we can do it again. But again, Classic. Oh, that's a change in Bitcoin. You can't talk about that on our Bitcoin. So all those people banned. It was wild. Like, why was there so? Why was it the? Why did people hate XT and Classic with such intensity? Why? Like, it was 2 megabytes.
I think the hatred came for the activation method. And some core developers were not happy with the idea of a hard fork because they were afraid that some users will not migrate to the new network. And they will just support the old one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we got a question from the chat from BitMEX Research. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if he doxed himself, but let's say he is partly responsible for the book The Block Size Wars. I'm not gonna say whether or not he's that guy, I don't know. But he...
Is it Johnny 100? Is this Johnny 100?
He wants to ask, can you talk about how broken Bitcoin Unlimited was with the sticky gate? The ironic sticky gate putting people on the opposite chain they wanted.
No, it was not broken at all. So the thing is, XT and Classic were both attempts to reach consensus so we could all move forward together and guarantee there would be no fork. Like if everyone comes aboard, there will be no fork. Bitcoin Unlimited was an attempt to say, okay, well, we're going to give up. Obviously, we're not going to come to a consensus. So Bitcoin Unlimited's plan was to create a mechanism that would allow people to start running Bitcoin Unlimited and allow larger blocks, start accepting larger blocks a day if they come in, but we'll still fork back to the 1 megabyte block size Bitcoin if that chain doesn't become dominant. So yeah, there was some forking risk, but that was intentional. It was intentional because there's always going to be some forking risk if you don't have consensus. So it's kind of like, well, you can't do that because it might fork. Well, yeah, obviously it might fork. Like but we're trying to minimize the chance that it does fork. So I think people didn't understand what the goal was when they say it was broken. Because
I gotta ask you this because it's such a popular word, but it seems so vague all the time. Like, what is consensus? Because people say, well, let's add CTV to Bitcoin or whatever. Then you get Adam back saying, well, there is no consensus. What does this mean?
that is it is a big thing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But and I guess you kind of know it when you see it. Maybe like with like the Berkeley DB bug, like there was obviously consensus to fix that. There was obviously consensus to fix the kind of bug where after the subsidy runs out, it'll start again at 50 Bitcoin.
Yeah,
But like,
that was BIP 42, and it was published by Peter Willey. I think it was on the 1st of April, and people nowadays they think it was a joke, and that was never happening in Bitcoin. But this is actually true because there was this issue in the way in which the condition was written, so that after the year 2140, which is presumed to be the moment when you get the last piece of the 21 million subsidy, it was going to reset back to 50 Bitcoins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, everyone agrees that should be fixed. Got consensus. But yeah, your question of how do you know when you really have consensus? Where is that line? I don't think there's any way to really define it. And I think what matters at the end is what how does it play out on chain? And like maybe it turns into a fork, maybe it doesn't. But there's a big incentive. Like even if like let's say some people didn't upgrade their clients when we went to Classic to the 2 megabyte limit. So some people say on the 1 megabyte side. Well, they're going to have coins on the 2 megabyte side. And eventually, like I think it's going to be pretty obvious what side wins because one of them is going to get the Bitcoin name, one of them is going to have most of the value, the other chain won't. So, like who really cares? And the thing is, those people that were so worried about a chain split potentially happened, like we got a chain split. Like that was the Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash was a chain split. So the fear about a chain split was weird because we had a chain split. Like. So why didn't we just take the chance with 2 megabytes? And I think it would have been better. We would have more people would have stayed together.
Well, BitMEX research also added, but the sticky gate put people who wanted smaller blocks on the large blocker chain and vice versa.
I'm not sure what he's asking there, but like basically, like I think what people don't understand is, let's say I'm running a Bitcoin node. Right now, if I'm running Bitcoin Core, my node will reject any block larger than 1 megabyte. I could edit my code to accept any block as long as it's smaller than 32 megabytes, and I will stay on the BTC chain. I'm not going to fork off. My node is not going to fork off because there will be no longer chain that has 32 megabyte blocks that exist. So I will, even if I accept a 32 megabyte block, I'm just going to fork back to the small block chain because the small block chain is a hash power majority. So that's what we're trying to do with Bitcoin Unlimited. Show that like miners had to increase the block size all in sync, but users, you can increase your block size limit today on your node. You can do this in Limitcoin, and you will not fork yourself off the network. Like it's just people don't understand how Bitcoin works. The thing does. So Bitcoin Unlimited was trying to allow a way so we could get to bigger blocks and solve that coordination problem, that messy coordination problem, and make that work. So anyway, it wasn't broken. That was the intention.
He says that there was this 24-hour sticky gate rule in Bitcoin Unlimited.
It's been a long time since I looked at that, but I remember people saying they were pointing out these certain weird conditions where you could cause a fork, and we're like, yeah, we know, like, because if you don't have consensus, you always have a risk of a fork. So I think, so if he's saying that there is some hypothetical that will lead to a fork, I agree.
I gotta ask you, what did you think about SegWit 2x, which was the other compromise that came out in 2017?
Say it again.
I was curious what you think about SegWit 2x, which was the other compromise that came out in 2017.
Um, well, I didn't like SegWit, but I was okay with it. I thought it was worth accepting SegWit if we got the 2 megabytes, then we could all move forward together. So I was even willing to go with that. And until that failed, I mean, that's really, at that point is when I kind of left BTC. And I think a lot of other people did the same thing.
So, what is it about SegWit that you don't like?
Well, it's just a radical redesign for no real reason. Like what's the point of SegWit? Like other than just adding more elastics and strings and fuzz to the big mess of Bitcoin Core. Like, well, are we really winning now that we have SegWit? Like, is SegWit this amazing thing that allows all this cool stuff to happen? Not really.
Well, officially, the story behind it is that it fixes the malleability bug and also enables the Lightning Network. That was the way in which it was presented. But what it also did was to increase the block size 4 times in times of high demand.
Yeah, it was kind of a roundabout way to get a bit more block size without a hard fork. So I think that's what it did. Yeah, it solved the malleability for a new type of transaction format, but there were other ways to solve the malleability for that are more in line with the original design of Bitcoin. And those are being used on Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash doesn't have SegWit. It doesn't have like the third-party malleability problem. So SegWit wasn't required for that. I just think SegWit is just a mess. It, like we're kind of touching on things that Satoshi got right and got wrong. Like if I were to redesign Bitcoin today, I would stick with the UTXO architecture, but I would have a Turing complete scripting language, like maybe like RISC-V, use like a RISC-V virtual machine. Yeah, full transaction introspection, and then just allow developers to go wild. They can. So now there's no debate about SegWit, TapWit, CTV, blah blah blah. Everyone can just build whatever they want because everything is possible. Just in the native architecture of Bitcoin. Like that's why software is so powerful because people can just design whatever they want on their computer. Like it's not like, oh, I want to do this certain kind of loop. I have to like petition Intel to allow this new opcode. Like, no, everything you want to be doing is already possible because processors have a Turing complete instruction set architecture. Why don't we do that for Bitcoin? Like, I think Satoshi wanted to do that, but then he disabled his opcode. But I don't think he was a brilliant guy for sure, but I don't think he had really understood or didn't spend enough time to really nail that. And he kind of made a mess of the stack machine and Bitcoin script. But I think his intention was to make the scripting language really expressive. Like I know you might pull out that email where he says it's intentionally not Turing complete, but I think he did that because he didn't know how to solve the halting problem. But we do now. And Kalen from BCH, he gave a really good talk at the BCH Bliss Slovenia conference where he goes back to he analyzes all of Satoshi's ideas back at the beginning and all of his thinking about script and kind of shows where he was going, what he wanted to do, and how he was worried about like the Turing problem and how he made this didn't have loops in script because it would guarantee that it would halt. But he shows how, with what we know now, a big part of that is thanks to Vitalik and Ethereum's efforts. We could have Turing complete virtual machines in our crypto. It's not a problem, and I think we should because it would just end so much bickering because then people can build what they want.
Yeah. So I asked you about SegWit 2x, but what did you think about that whole political movement to activate SegWit 2x? Because I think before that it was just Gavin and Mike Hearn and Jeff Garzik promoting ideas. But with SegWit 2x, you had a bunch of companies and exchanges and all sorts of advocates getting behind this political decision, basically. They gathered around and they said, let's do this. Let's put our signatures on this piece of paper and agree that this needs to be done in Bitcoin. And then you had a bunch of angry users saying, well, we were not part of this deal and we never knew about it. It was made by a cabal behind closed doors. They're trying to take over Bitcoin, control it, and just make it work for themselves. And it was this huge conflict that was happening at the time. That was also when I was getting serious about Bitcoin, and I landed in the middle of this scene, which was very confusing. I had no idea where to get my news. I had no idea what is right and what is wrong, or what's the point of SegWit 2x and whatever. I was happy when it got cancelled because it made everything more clear.
But that criticism to me is misguided, because like I was there and the companies, they were trying to stay out of it. They were trying to allow an organic grassroots solution to emerge. And we were close with BIP 101, we were close with Classic, we were close with Unlimited, but it didn't pan out. And then I think only then they thought, well, let's just try something. So these companies, these influential companies, got together and tried to, kind of come up with a compromise. And it was a pretty reasonable compromise. It gave both sides kind of the minimum of what they wanted. But why were people angry at that? Like their heart was in the right place. They were acting because we had failed as a community. So call it a backdoor takeover seemed I'm going to use the word absurd again because I've been using it a lot. But like a lot of things in Bitcoin history are absurd when we review it. So they weren't trying to take over Bitcoin. They were just trying to help us move forward, because we've been debating this for 2 years and fees were getting high, transactions were failing, we were losing users. Didn't Dowler, there were a bunch of vendors that started accepting Bitcoin, then they started canceling the Bitcoin acceptance because the fees were too high and the transactions were too unreliable. So I think a bunch of people saw, we're wasting this beautiful opportunity we have to continue to grow Bitcoin. Let's try to rectify this. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I've interviewed a lot of people who said that initially they did sign the New York agreement, but they sort of withdrew from it the moment when Bitcoin Cash came out. Because they said, well, now we have a big block version of Bitcoin and we have the original Bitcoin. Let's see which one is going to win. We have this free market situation where we can pick the winner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that is interesting. Like, why did Bitcoin Cash fork right then? I mean, I was part of it. I was working on Bitcoin Cash, but again, who was really pulling those strings? I don't know. Like, why did Bitcoin Cash fork then and not a little bit later?
It was the 1st of August, around the same time. I think it was the exact same day when SegWit got activated, which is sort of ironic.
Yeah, maybe that was the reason. Maybe that does make sense, because so then the fork would not have to have the SegWit baggage. So maybe that's the reason. But I guess so I had forgotten about that until you said that. I for some reason I thought that the SegWit and 2x acted at the same time, but they didn't. So I think that kind of muddied the water right there with SegWit 2x. Why not at the same time?
It also seemed for a while that Bitcoin Cash is gonna be the revenge chain for everyone who fought for, how many years has it been? Like 3 years to increase the Bitcoin block size.
Yeah.
But it all led up to this all-time high that happened, I think, in late November for Bitcoin Cash. It was like $3,000 per BCH. And after that, it seems like the transactions actually went to Ethereum. And that one ended up being the network that took a lot of the mindshare and a lot of the users and use cases and adoption. In spite of, I remember Roger Ver campaigning and saying, well, you should use Bitcoin Cash. He was telling merchants to accept it. He was showing people how to use it. But it seems like, I don't know exactly what it was that did not make BCH successful.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately too. So at the time, what our hope is that BCH would become Bitcoin. So were you around when the core people were really mad because they'd say that we're trying to take the name Bitcoin? Or you shouldn't call BCH Bitcoin, it's Bcash, blah, blah, blah. But that was intentional because they both forked from the same blockchain, right? So if the BCH side became dominant, if that got the hash power majority and stuff, then it really has a good claim to the name Bitcoin. If the economic majority moved in that direction instead, then I think we would call what is now BCH, we would call that Bitcoin today, and it would have the global market share. But that didn't happen. So for maybe 6 months, we hoped that we could prove that BTC plus bigger blocks, which was BCH, is better, and that would win, and everyone would go to BCH, and then we would proceed with BCH being Bitcoin. But then that never happened, and the price kept falling, and then people lost interest. And I think at that point, BCH lost its shine. At that point, it was obvious that it's never going to be the real Bitcoin. It was now an altcoin like all the other altcoins. It's just another one of 1,000 altcoins. But at that point, now it's got to compete with the whole world of altcoins. And then what does it really have going for it? It's just BTC with bigger blocks. You have Ethereum with better smart contracts. You have Solana that's way faster. You have all these other chains that have been innovated this whole time. BCH doesn't stand out anymore. So I think that's what happened.
At the same time, I did see that there was this battle between Litecoin and BCH for being the payments coin, and it seems like Litecoin has much more of a network effect. Even though it's easier for merchants to integrate BCH, they just enable it. It's the same architecture. I think for Litecoin, it's also easy. And once again, I think Eric Voskill said this on my show, that BTC, BCH, Litecoin, Zcash, all of these are Bitcoins because they follow the design of the white paper. Mm-hmm. And it's the market that chooses which one is the most useful. And we should not be looking at Puritan arguments or saying this should not exist, the other one. It's sort of like Linux. You're going to have the same kernel, but different distributions built around it. And then we're going to see which one is going to be the most useful for all of these use cases that we have. What we are able to prove is that maybe the demand for these transactions was not as high, or maybe that the banking services were able to catch up and make it convenient, because it used to be hard to pay with your credit card, especially online. Now they made it stupid easy. Especially with Apple Pay or Venmo or whatever.
That's a good point, because in the early days, I would show someone, I could pay with my phone and scan a QR code. Oh, that's really cool. Look how fast it is. But now that just seems normal now. So maybe we squandered some of our lead there. But you brought up a good point. Like, why? Okay, so there was clearly demand for transactions on BTC. They were growing exponentially. But why didn't they spill over to BCH? But like BCH doesn't have a lot of transactions now. The blocks are like 80 kilobytes on average. And Litecoin, like you said, Litecoin is kind of the payment coin, but there's still not that much transactions happening on Litecoin. So in general, there's just not a lot of crypto native transactions happening at all outside of stablecoins. I think the stablecoin market for transactions is the most robust. Now, why is that? Is it a path dependent thing? Like we squandered our chance of making crypto payments, and now we're on this alternative universe where we're never going to have that demand rebuild because people are just going to use stablecoins, or is that going to come back? I don't know.
I think I should put this up on the screen because I looked up how much are transaction fees on USDT across various blockchains. So USDT across multiple blockchains. What's the transaction fee for this? Seems like, so for Ethereum it's like 20 cents right now. For Tron it's $3.74 to $7.61, which is incredible.
That's the transaction fee on Tron?
Yeah, for USDT. $3 to $7 right now. It's amazing.
I didn't know it was that high. That's actually quite interesting. Because why isn't more demands? Because you can run USDT network. Why doesn't it just migrate to a cheaper network?
I guess it's network effects. I don't know. People find it convenient to use this.
Huh.
And they're willing to pay $3 to $7 to send one transaction. It's amazing. It's a website called gasfeesnow.com. You can check to see how much it costs to send across multiple networks.
Mm-hmm. But maybe that'll be the good side of stable coins. Maybe stable coins, because they're kind of blockchain agnostic, they'll have a tendency to migrate to the networks that can do the most transactions for the cheapest cost. So that's probably why I went to Tron in the first place. And maybe Tron, I guess, does Tron have some scalability problem? Like, is it account based or something? Maybe is that why the fees are so high?
No, I think it's intentional because if you send Tron on the blockchain, the fees are only a few cents. But if you send USDT, they made this more expensive. And I think the
Oh,
reason why it's more expensive is that, of course, Tether is a centralized company. And I think
mm-hmm.
they issued most of their USDT on Tron. That's the network that has the most liquidity that's been issued. And maybe
Okay.
that they get a share or a slice of the transaction fees. I don't know how this smart contract for sending USDT works, but I know that it's incredibly expensive.
Right. So what you're saying is that that high fee, is probably not a result of blockchain congestion, but about of some kind of middleman in a way, or Tether themselves scraping a bit of that fee.
I think that's the case, and also it shows us how much demand really is for the US dollar around the world as a medium of
Yeah.
exchange.
Yeah. That definitely.
I remember watching the documentary, what's it called? The Rise and Rise of Bitcoin. And you have
Mm-hmm.
Nick Spanos in New York saying, well, all your dollars are crap. You should exchange them for free market money. Look, one Bitcoin is equal to $1 right now. You should get the Bitcoin. It's better. And he
Mm-hmm.
was trying to talk with people in the street, telling them they should use Bitcoin. I mean, that spirit is lost nowadays.
Yeah. But it. I mean, I love accepting Bitcoin. I prefer to get paid in Bitcoin because it just sits in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin tends to appreciate over US dollars. So I prefer to my funds to be in Bitcoin than in US dollars. But I guess that's because I'm not living paycheck to paycheck, and maybe people that are more dependent on every payment being exactly what they expect, maybe that's the issue, and maybe that's most of the world, and so they prefer just the stability of US dollars, even though over the long run they would be better off by holding it in Bitcoin. Like what do you mind explains why stablecoin payments are so much more popular than native crypto payments?
I think it has more to do with people wanting US dollars, especially in countries which have terrible fiat currencies, which are lesser stable.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends that I met a long time ago during my Bitcoin journey, he's from Venezuela, and he was also advocating for Tether in Venezuela. And I was like, why? And he said, well, you don't understand because it's very important for us to get access to dollars, and it's very hard to find someone who's going to exchange your local currency for USD. And the fact that you can do this digitally is going to be huge. And I think this was like 2018. I did not pay much attention to it, but it did boom. There was that situation in Venezuela with the hyperinflation, and it seems like the currency that actually got traction was Tether. Also, you got to look at the experiment in El Salvador, where they actually tried politically top down to push Bitcoin adoption and say, well, you should use this Lightning network for these payments, and you have these ATMs where you can exchange, and it's legal tender. Every merchant should accept Bitcoin if they're asked to. They never enforced it, as in sending the police to arrest the people who refused to accept Bitcoin, but it was an interesting experiment which failed. And
Mm-hmm.
not people blame the IMF or whatever because they made deals. It failed way before that. I remember in 2021, I think, I was supposed to go to El Salvador, or
Mm-hmm.
2022, I forget the year. But I got sick and I couldn't travel. My point is that I contacted the hotel where I was supposed to stay, and I asked, how am I supposed to pay for this? Do you accept Bitcoin? And they said, we should be accepting Bitcoin, but we don't want to. So if you can send us US dollars, that's what we prefer. And that's when I
Mhm.
realized that there's something wrong here. Because you see videos with people paying so happily in Bitcoin and being like, yeah, I just bought my McDonald's menu and I bought this papusa in the street and I was able to buy my clothes and whatever. I guess they just selectively went to merchants that were friendly and just wanted to make some money. But at the same time, overall, on a larger scale, it was just a bubble. And it was only a few people sending and receiving. And I think the fact that the government tried to intervene to push their own wallet in the middle, and it
Mhm.
was not private at all, everyone had to register for it. So part of this whole economy was, I guess, defeated by the way in which it was implemented. It was just so bad. And it was even worse in the Central African Republic, which some people don't remember, that was the second government to declare that Bitcoin is legal tender. And that one lasted for like 6 months. And then they reverted. They said, well, we don't want it anymore.
Mhm.
It's crazy how
Yeah,
this works.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's really too bad. Um, But like, if I think back to like, I live in Vancouver in Canada, and Vancouver was home to the first Bitcoin ATM, and we had a really strong like Bitcoin meetup group, and they were really passionate about getting different merchants to accept Bitcoin. So there were lots of coffee shops and restaurants and other vendors in Vancouver that would accept Bitcoin, and it was great. Like I would go down there and I'd pay in Bitcoin, and everyone was happy. I would even pay friends. We would settle our debts in Bitcoin because it worked really well, and we were holding Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was going up, and we wanted to hold Bitcoin. But that's all dead now. Like I don't think any place in Vancouver accepts Bitcoin anymore, and none of my friends will accept Bitcoin. Like, oh, I'll let me pay that $15 for beer in Bitcoin. They don't have wallets on their phone anymore. They just, and like the point 0.1 Bitcoin that I gave them like back in 2013 is now worth, like what, $14,000 Canadian. They just lost it, which I find hilarious. But yeah, all that excitement's gone, and I don't know if it's going to come back. It's really sad to me. So I feel we really hurt we squandered what was a great opportunity.
Well, you can argue we can still get that back if we scale, but the question is, do people still want to receive Bitcoin for payments? Or are we
Yeah.
gonna get Expedia and Microsoft and Dell and all of these companies that used to accept Bitcoin to once again accept it? I think the regulation landscape has also changed and it's more difficult to accept, and businesses just don't want that headache.
I think so too. So I think it's going to be harder now. So I don't know. Like I want to see this work out, but I mean, the trajectory we're on currently makes it seem like we're going to move into a stablecoin future, which I think will be very bad.
Yeah, I agree with that. It seems like we sacrificed so much on the altar of number go up, and we said, well, we want this to go up at any price, and we accepted so many shenanigans from guys like Michael Saylor just because he's pumping the price.
Yeah.
And then we wake
Yes.
up and we don't recognize the community, we don't recognize the mission of the project anymore. We're like, so what are we doing here? Just talking about
Yes.
going up in US dollars? Can we actually spend these coins anywhere?
Well, yeah. Because Sailor is an interesting guy because when we were talking about like what remember at the beginning we were saying, well, why do we want to scale Bitcoin at all? Well, just to achieve the goal of P2P eCash, that's why we want to scale Bitcoin. Um, and the debate earlier was, well, yeah, everyone agrees that's what we want to do, but how do we solve the technical problem and still make it reasonably affordable to run a node? But Saylor is different. Saylor says, well, even if it was super cheap to run a node, we still don't want to scale Bitcoin because we don't want to use Bitcoin for payments. And people love this guy. Like that's like Satoshi's white paper is Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And then you hear Saylor saying, no, it's a digital asset that you're not supposed to exchange P2P. It's just, what does he call it? He calls it like a digital, that's the
Energy.
word.
And we're
But I
cyber
mean,
hornets and whatever. I mean, it's such a psyop. We all
But
got
like,
duped.
imagine taking some of that stuff back to 2013. The 2013 people would think you're crazy. Like they say that's not what we're trying to do here at all.
Yeah, but the question is, okay, maybe that Bitcoin is gonna be this digital gold, right? And people are just gonna use it to speculatively store value with it. I
Mm-hmm.
think we're still gonna have bear markets and moments when there's very low demand for it. But at the same time, what's gonna be the network that will fulfill this mission of peer-to-peer electronic cash? Because it seems like BCH. I think the moment BCH died was when the BSV fork happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because BSV was less cautious and more nihilistic. They just said, okay, let's just make what Calvin said, gigameg blocks.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, yeah, whatever BCH does, we're gonna do tenfold or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's when BCH sort of lost part of its mission or goal, or people were like, so what's the point of this if it's not the radical big block version of Bitcoin? It's the conservative version of Bitcoin with big blocks. And I think we also had some interesting designs since then. We had the Mimblewimble paper which came out, and I think that one scales better but has other trade-offs. I think now we have the Tachyon project in Zcash, which promises within a couple of years to bring billions of users to this design, which is imported from Bitcoin but also uses their zero knowledge proof stuff with the Halo 2 protocol and ZK snarks. And it seems like these designs in some ways have some advantages over the basic Bitcoin design. So my question for you right now is, why do you still push to make Bitcoin scale when over the last couple of decades almost we have had these designs which are maybe more elegant or more scalable by design?
I guess I would say I think the Bitcoin design is the most scalable, but I think like Eric Fosco says, these other coins are Bitcoin too. So if I were designing Bitcoin today, I would stick with the UTXO model, but I would use something like RISC-V with for my virtual machine, and with that, I can implement all these zero knowledge proofs. So it can be Bitcoin plus what you're talking about on the same system. So I don't think that the scale. I don't. To me, the scalability comes from the fact that it's a UTXO chain. So and the flexibility that allows you to do all these features comes from the fact that you have a Turing complete virtual machine. Does that make sense?
It does.
You
I was just thinking that Roger Ver, for example, nowadays seems to be promoting Xano and says, well, that one is a better design. It's basically the crypto node protocol with the option to add tokens on top. And I'm not sure if that one is more scalable. I guess not. But
I don't think so. No, I think typically the ones that are more private are a bit less scalable.
it seems like a lot of people are moving away from this Bitcoin design, but you're still trying to make it work.
No, I just think I don't actually think they are. I like there's only so many different designs you can have, right? You can have like is it UTXO based or is it account based? So that's one of the criteria. Is it proof of stake? Is it proof of work? That's another criteria. Then there's like the privacy axis. So in Bitcoin, all the transactions and the amounts are transparent. And on like the Zcash Monero axis, everything is very private. You can't tell amounts and stuff. But there's trade-offs to both. Like with Bitcoin, yeah, they have a bit worse privacy. But on Monero and Zcash, you lose Bitcoin's transparency. You lose the auditability. So it's like there's no really easy way for you as a node runner to figure out if there's been inflation on Zcash or Monero without having to trust some crazy zero knowledge moon math. So to me, that's a trade-off. And the Zcash and Monero transactions are larger too. So that's a trade-off. So I guess what I'm saying is, in my mind, Satoshi got that right. I think his balance of privacy and complexity was right. I think like BCH has done a nice job of adding privacy to Satoshi's protocol with what they call cap fusion. So it's kind of a coin join bytecode mixer that works super good, and I think that's all the privacy most people need. So no, I wouldn't add any privacy beyond that if I were redesigning Bitcoin.
I think this is also a good question to ask. What does BCH have currently that BTC does not? Because it's much more than larger blocks, right?
Yeah, so it has larger blocks, and what they've been doing is they've been doing script improvements. So this is stuff BTC wants to do. Like a lot of the opcodes BTC wants are already implemented on BCH, like OPCAT. That's already working on BCH. So BCH is, I think what happened is they wanted to be Bitcoin, but with bigger blocks. But now they've lost. That's not going to happen. So BCH is now not. It's never going to be the real Bitcoin. So now they have to differentiate themselves with more features. So what they've been doing, they've done really nice work too. Like the smart contracting due to these new opcodes is much more sophisticated on BCH. And if you look at some of the talks on from the BCH Plus conference, you can see some of the work they've done, like with the stablecoins trading on it. So where was I going with this?
The differences between BTC and BCH.
Yeah, so they've done a lot of script improvements, and they're going to add loops next, which will make BCH more Ethereum-like, and it's in what it can do. But again, I think that's still not enough. Like I think you need to go whole hog and just go with something like RISC-V, so you have a full Turing complete virtual machine running on a UTXO architecture. So that's my dream. That's where I think you want to go.
I think something else that BCH has concerns the initial sync, which is syncing blocks in parallel.
Okay, but that's not a protocol thing. That's just because core is crap, right? Like Eric Voskuil's Bitcoin already does that too. Like Eric can sync the blockchain on like a $200 or $300 node in like 90 minutes or something. It's something crazy because he does he downloads all the blocks in parallel, and his node is fully parallelized. He's done the best job in scaling the software out of everyone. So he's way ahead of BCH. He's ahead of Nexa. He's ahead of everyone as far as I know.
So the question is, why doesn't BCH copy libBitcoin?
I don't know. It would be a little bit hard. I guess you'd have to move fix all the script stuff. But and I don't know if I don't think Eric's work is fully done yet. I think I haven't ran a libBitcoin, but I'm excited for it. I think that's a really cool project. Let's see. So BCH is going to add UTXO commitments, and hopefully they add UTXO commitments that allow for compact inclusion proofs. Are you familiar with the idea of UTXO commitments, Vlad?
No. Could you please describe them?
Yeah, so if you want to run a full node, you need to know the current state. Like you need to know what coins exist and are unspent. And that information is stored in the UTXO set. So right now you download all the blocks and you go through all the transactions, then you assemble the UTXO set. And that allows you to run your node. But once you've assembled the UTXO set, you can prune all those old historical blocks, because all you need is a state. So UTXO commitments is an idea where rather than downloading all the blocks, you just download the state. But you want that to be trustless. So right now, the miners, like when the miner makes a block, in the block header, they commit to what's called the Merkle root of the block. So that's like a cryptographic hash, which tells you exactly, it allows you to confirm that you have the right block. Do you understand that? About the Merkle proofs and stuff?
Partially.
Okay.
I know about Merkle trees that are part of the Bitcoin design. If you ask me to describe them in detail, I'm not going to be very good at it.
Okay, and that's how SPV works, because if all my SPV node needs to do is have the block headers, and the block headers are small. They're like 80 bytes. They're small. And then if I have a transaction, I can link that by what's called the Merkle branch, and I can do this, basically the SHA-256 operations on my transaction, and I can link that to the Merkle root that's in the block header. So I have cryptographic proof that the transaction I received from you was mined into the most proof of work chain without being a full node. So that's this trustless property. Like, it's not trustless in the sense that I've verified the integrity of every transaction, but I have It's trustless in the sense that I know my transaction that you gave me was confirmed into the most proof of work chain. So we already have that for transactions. So this would be for doing it for coins as well. So every block, the miners would hash the UTXO set into a big tree, and they would stick the UTXO fingerprint, the root hash for that tree, into the block header beside the Merkle root. So now using the same Merkle proof idea, a light client, like an SPV node, can prove that a coin exists as unspent at a certain block height. So this is great because now, if I run around a full node, I don't have to download all the blocks. I just download the UTXO set from an untrusted source. It doesn't matter where I get it from. Then I hash it, and it confirmed that it hashes to the same fingerprint that's in the block headers. And if it does, then I know that my state at block N is the bit exact state, like bit for bit exact, to all the other nodes of the network. So it allows for faster bootstrapping of new nodes because you don't have to verify the entire blockchain, and it allows for these compact inclusion proofs. So you can prove to a light client that a coin is unspent as of a certain block height. So there's lots of benefits to that too. So that I hope will be added to BCH and Nexa as well in the next year, so to speak. And I think that's really a really cool thing, because then to verify transactions, you don't actually need the entire UTXO set, which is currently 7 gigabytes and growing. You just need, it's kind of like, it would create a new class of node that's stronger than SPV, but weaker than a full node. And I think that's a sweet spot where we want to be.
So do you think this makes it possible to run the software on mobile?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So basically you're going to ditch the trade-offs of SPV and have like a hybrid system?
It's still a light client because you're not downloading all the transactions, you're not verifying everything. Like you're still trusting the miners. Like if you're a full node, you can verify. You're verifying every transaction independently, so you know it's true, irrespective of what the miners do. So with this method, you're still sort of trusting the miners, but you're trusting the miners like you are for SPV, but you're able to prove that coins are unspent as well, not just that transactions were confirmed. If that makes sense.
That's pretty cool.
I think it's really cool. It's been a proposal in BTC. There was a thread back on Bitcoin Talk called the Ultimate Blockchain Compression Project, and it's a bunch of really bright people talking about it. They come up with an idea kind of similar to this. So BCH and Nexa, we've refined this, and I think we have an ideal implementation for doing this. And hopefully we roll that out in the next year or so. But yeah, I think that's something Satoshi missed. I think he should have had some sort of a UTXO commitment system with compact inclusion proof, so you could prove that a coin exists and is unspent in a compact way.
Yeah, that's really useful. You have 2 questions that you received. One is from Paul Stortz and the other one is from Corbin Fraser. I'll start with Paul's question. He says, your paper, a transaction fee market exists without a block size limit. He says it was wrong in its main point about orphan risk. My light just died. I'm going to fix it. So it was wrong in its main point about orphan risk, inducing miners to curtail block sizes. However, the title of the paper was correct. It turned out not to matter because long-run fee pressure turns out to be low, although Alex K believes fee apocalypse is still imminent. Still, Rizun's paper definitely damaged Greg Maxwell's sanity, so in that way, it was influential.
I think thank you, Paul. I'm glad it damaged Maxwell's sanity. I don't think it was wrong, though. I think the paper could have gone into more depth about the advantage that large miners have compared to small miners in terms of orphan risk. But remember, at the time, like, there was this fear that blocks would just get infinitely big. Like, if you imagine a world with no block size limit, then the argument was, but mostly by Greg Maxwell, that there's so much demand for storing things on the blockchain that people will make these transactions and they pay a penny. The miners will include them, but then maybe miners start including transactions that only pay 0.1 pennies, and then maybe miners start including 1 megabyte transactions that only pay a 1/100th of a penny. And the worry was that there's no limit at all. There's no natural limit because the miners are incentivized to include any fee-paying transaction, no matter how big the transaction is, and no matter how small the fee is, as long as the fee is on zero. And the Maxwellian argument was that would lead to these runaway blocks that are basically become infinitely big. So I think my paper definitively showed that there is a fundamental limit that no, in order to include a transaction, the fee has to cover the orphan risk. And whether you're a small miner or a big miner, unless you're like, they get into like the 33 to 50% miner, and when a whole bunch of other things break down, there is still an orphan risk cost to including a non-fee paying transaction. So I think my paper was correct in this main point that orphan risk does exist and the fee has to cover that. I think it was incomplete in that it didn't discuss the nuance how whether a miner that controls 15% of the hash rate, his orphan risk isn't quite as much as a miner who only has 1% of the hash rate. So I did notice that. So in terms of the empirical stuff, so I think what's interesting is I think we've now proven that there is not this infinite demand for block space, because BCH, for instance, its blocks are never full, even though the cost to put a transaction is like 0.1 pennies. So if it's like, so I think you were talking about that with the low long run fee pressures. So empirically, the fear that there was so much demand for block space, we've empirically seen over the last decade that's just not true. And speaking of Maxwell, like another thing. So another big push to keeping the block size limit small was to do with this fear of fee pressure getting too low. So this idea, what I call the Maxwellian fee market, is that we'd have this 1 megabyte limit, it would get hit, and there would always be this continuous demand. Blocks would always be full. You'd have like fee pressure would be nice and stable, and it would sit there at like maybe $10 a transaction, and there'd always be like a 1-day backlog of transactions, and that just continues. But what we've seen is that doesn't play out. What happens instead is the blocks are kind of half full or mostly empty, and fees are 1 Satoshi per byte. Then something happens, the blocks get full, fees go to like $100, but they only stay full for a couple days, and then it goes back to the empty case. So the whole idea that we could even create a situation where we have this sustained demand for transaction space, I think that is also proven empirically false based on what we've seen. And I think Paul would agree with that too.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you're paying attention during the halving time last year. It was about a year ago that the on-chain fees were ridiculously high. And you had all of these people trying to get into the halving block and also inscribing all sorts of NFT collections on the Bitcoin blockchain. You were paying like $300 easily for one transaction at the time. And now it's ironic because everything is empty. It's a ghost town.
Yeah.
And it was funny to see, I think it was Grubbles from Blockstream who said, well, we need to find new use cases for Bitcoin blockchain to sustain the security of the network. And I was thinking, isn't this ironic? Because now Bitcoin looks just like the Liquid Federation. If you look at the Liquid Federation mempool, the blocks are empty. They have maybe 3 or 4 transactions. On Bitcoin, maybe you have 300-400 transactions. But still, it's super underwhelming for something which is supposed to be the future of money.
Yeah, and it's all because of the block size. So you can pay for 1 Satoshi per byte. Well, that's great. I want to use Bitcoin. It's the main coin. But then suddenly you get to these crazy spikes, and now your use case just dies. Like most use cases don't work at $100 per transaction fees. So it's like we had an opportunity. We didn't succeed. We kept the 1 megabyte block size limit. And we keep getting new opportunities every time the blocks get full and the fee spike, that's another opportunity. But those are customers that we're turning away. We're saying, no, we don't want you. or we only want you if you're willing to pay these outrageous prices and keep the demand high. But probably their use case doesn't even work at $100 fees. But they don't know that because when they started it was one Satoshi per byte. So
I think that this is a very nice transition into talking about the Lightning Network, because the way in which it was presented was this solution to making sure that when on-chain fees are high, you can still make very cheap and fast transactions off-chain.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically an extension of the payments channel idea, which, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Hearn presented first.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
what was the question?
No, I was going to interject, but continue, please. I don't have a question. I was just going to say something, but I interrupted you, so continue if you want.
I think the intentions behind it are good, but at the same time, the implementation is horrible. It's been almost a decade. It's still not at the point where it was supposed to be when it was being presented as a scaling and privacy and also fee solution, as in cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It can be useful. I've used it before. And for example, it can solve the fungibility problem when you're dealing with exchanges. Because some of them, you mentioned that BCH has cash fusion. Some exchanges can deny you access just because you're involved in that mixing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put your coins on the Lightning Network and the exchange supports it, and you send to the exchange, they're not going to care where it comes from because there's no way for them to know where it comes from.
Yeah.
And that's one advantage that I see of the Lightning Network. But in terms of actual scaling, I don't think it actually onboarded more users or kept them using the network. And if it did, it's not really scaling because it's custodial. Mm-hmm. Most of it, I mean, with the people who got onboarded. And it still relies on the base layer to scale. If you read the Lightning Network white paper, I think it talks about 100-something megabyte blocks just to be able to work at scale. Which still, I can argue that if this works reliably, it's much better than having gigabyte blocks. You're able to offload some of that activity to enable the Lightning Network to take on the payments function. But it's still not there.
Yeah, I think Lightning is broken in a high fee volatility environment. Like the whole claim is you're going to use Lightning for small payments. So you're going to put $50 in a channel, but if fees spike to $100, then like you can't even escape your channel if something goes wrong. And if it costs $50 to set up your channel in the first place, like you're not going to do that for a $50 channel. So I think I like Lightning, but it doesn't work in an environment where your fees can go from a couple pennies to $50 or $100. So you need, either way, you still need to increase the block size limit to prevent these crazy fee spikes from happening. But I would implement Lightning very differently. So when a node, okay, when my node, let's say I bring up my node. So the first thing my node is going to do is it's going to start trying to connect to other nodes so they can learn about blocks and transactions. So it tries to make a connection with a node. So that becomes a TCP/IP socket between my node and another node. But what I would do is I would create a new network protocol. And I would make it so that when my node requests a TCP socket with another node, it has to create a payment channel at the same time. It has to deposit like $2 on that payment channel. And if it doesn't, then the other node is just rejected. So now when my node makes a get data request to get a transaction or a block, it's going to send a little tiny micropayment to their node. So what we're going to do, and every node is going to do this. So every single connection between every node of the network is going to be a little payment channel. So what we've done is created a Lightning network, but it's actually really good because it's kind of a complete graph, not a complete graph, but there's a payment channel between every node that has a data connection. So this does a bunch of things. So you have way better routing capabilities, and you have a way to reward nodes for being good nodes. So now nodes that are serving more blocks than that are being served are going to accumulate Bitcoin. So I think that solves part of the long-term who's going to store the blockchain problem. So that's what I would like to see. I'm not going to work on that because I have a gazillion other things to do, but that seems like a better way to implement Lightning.
I'm actually curious because Lightning was presented about a decade ago for the first time. What did you think when it first came out? Because the stuff that you said right now is rooted in the information that you got over the last decade of seeing Lightning in practice. But what did you think when it came out?
When it first came out, I wasn't as skeptical as I am today. And because so many other people were saying, oh, this is great, I kind of thought, oh yeah, it's great. And my initial reaction was positive. But as soon as I started looking into it and understanding how it works, like the beads on a string analogy, that I started realizing that it had all these limitations, and that it would tend towards a network with a few centralized hubs with a lot of like spoke connections in order for it to even function. So and I didn't like that. And then as soon as I started what happening in the high fee volatility environment, then I thought, well, Lightning is basically broken. It's not even going to work unless we also increase the block size. But no, my initial reaction was I thought it was a pretty neat idea.
I remember Roger Ver in a 2016 interview or something. He was optimistic about Lightning, but it didn't take too long.
Yeah. Yeah, it came like it was also weird. Like why? Like it's weird how there's some solutions or some proposals that they're really interesting and really useful, but they just kind of come in slowly, naturally. And there's these other proposals like Lightning that just for some reason it just comes in with such intensity. Like what? Like there was so much excitement around Lightning initially. Why was that?
There was exciting about Lightning initially, and also I guess a couple of years after it was launched on the Bitcoin mainnet, there was this Lightning chain that was made by people on Twitter. There were these Lightning tip bots that you could use on Reddit and on Twitter and even on YouTube if you had some sort of plugin installed.
Yeah.
It seemed so exciting. I remember looking at the time thinking, wow, this is going to be the future of content creation. You're going to get paid with a Lightning transaction for your activities and whatever. I think it blossomed up to the point where regulations started happening. And suddenly there was this service called Bottle Pay, which was very much ahead of its time. It raised a lot of money in VC funding, and they were based in the UK. And they had the most useful application for tipping with Lightning. Of course, it was custodial, but that's another conversation to be had. But my point is that it seemed to be getting traction until the point where I don't even know what the name of it was, but it's the equivalent of the travel rule from the US. So when that one came into force in Europe, it sort of destroyed a lot of these use cases. And today in the European Union, you have MiCA, which I think makes it very difficult for example, conferences or events to allow you to accept cryptocurrencies of any kind, because you have to explain for every merchant that accepts it where it comes from, and a lot of information that is super unnecessary when you pay with cash or something like this. But they treat this just like a normal banking service, and they want to know who's the payer and all of this information, which actually you're trying to avoid when you're paying with internet money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and legally Lightning is interesting too. Like the whole money transmitter angle. Like in Bitcoin, I don't think there's any real meaningful argument that a node is a money transmitter or a miner is a money transmitter. Like it's picky, so I send my money to you. It might get relayed through nodes, but that's just making other nodes aware of it. And the miners, they're not really transmitting money. They're just confirming that they're just basically documenting that a transaction occurred at a certain time. But with Lightning, like if I send money to you, if I route that through Bob, Well, Bob, in a very real way, is a money transmitter. He is transmitting money from me to you. And the money I give him is different than the money he gives you, because remember, they're beads on separate strings. So I know the what are those guys? The guys in DC that do the advocacy for Bitcoin, Coin Center. Like, I know they had argued that Lightning routers aren't money transmitters, but I think it's a pretty weak argument. Like, to me, they obviously are money transmitters, because that's their entire purpose. Their purpose is to transmit money for a fee. So they are money transmitters. The fact that it's somewhat non-custodial, I think, is beside the point. They are still in the business of transmitting money to earn a fee, so they are money transmitters. So yeah, that's another legal reason why I think Lightning is weak. But I think in what I'm talking about, where you have payment channels between the nodes, like, I think that's still useful, even if you're not using like actually routing payments using all those beads on strings. Like, I think having the payment channels between nodes is useful, just for paying for blockchain data.
I still think there's potential behind the idea. It's just that the current implementation is underwhelming compared to the way in which it was marketed. For a while,
Yeah, well, the implementation, but also like the blockchain situation, right? Like I think the current implementation would function a lot better if we didn't hit these fee spikes.
for a while, Lightning was being presented as the one and only solution to scale Bitcoin. And even today, you find people who are against rollups or against sidechains, and they say, well, only Lightning is legit because it's the only one that's really a Bitcoin scaling layer, and everything else is what they call a shitcoin, because they say it generates its own token.
So where does that attitude come from? Where does this shitcoin versus Bitcoin? Like, what are they? Like, is it like a fear that the value of Bitcoin is going to go down? Like, is that why they're so antagonistic to other coins? Like,
Oh,
it's a kind of
I
a
think it comes from the 2017 ICO situation when everything had a token and everything was gonna be tokenized, and you're gonna have a Dentacoin, you're gonna have all sorts of silly concepts, and some people bought into that and they got burned, and they realized, well, it was a bad idea all along. But it seems like this Bitcoin thing, it was the one that didn't go to zero, and it's the one that went up in the next cycle. So maybe this is the only one that works and the only one that we should accept, and everything else is a scam. And you had a bunch of conference speakers who were presenting along these lines, saying, well, everything that is not BTC is a scam and a shitcoin, and you should stay away from shitcoins and be aggressive, or I'm not sure if aggressive, but not friendly with people who are building or promoting shitcoins. And you had this cult that was established around the idea. And I find myself being guilty of falling for it for a while. Like, it's pretty deep, thinking, well, we're the virtuous ones, we're not printing our own tokens, and we're trying to be honest. And then once I started digging into the history of Bitcoin, and I saw that pretty much everything that you find in altcoins today was built using Counterparty and Omni, and even before that you had the colored coins, and how basically we could have had a world where it was truly Bitcoin only everything. We could build everything on BTC. It's just that there was no agreement on how to do it or whether or not it's the way to go forward. And that's why we had these experiments that got launched as forks, and they said, okay, let's see if there's any market for this. Let's see how the users are gonna embrace it or use it at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think it naturally would have been one big, glorious and weird experiment. Like, Vitalik would still be on Bitcoin, all the privacy guys would be on Bitcoin, and it wouldn't have taken too much. Like, if Satoshi, if the scripting system were Turing complete with transaction introspection, and if we didn't have these block size limits, then those are really the only things that were holding us back, I think. And instead we have what 10,000 different cryptocurrencies now.
No, you can argue you could build that on Bitcoin also. You could have tokens and you could have Bitcoin be the Ethereum, which issues.
Yeah, well, you sort of, but I mean, the thing is, it hasn't worked, so there must be a reason why. Like, if what you said is true, then why do we need these new opcodes? We need these new opcodes because our script and stack machine is not expressive enough to do the things we want to do in a useful way, right? Like,
Well, they say that CTV and CSFS, which are the two opcodes that they're pushing right now. Last year, I think it was OpCat, and 2 years ago, it was still CTV. But my point is that these are being presented as ways to make Litecoin non-interactive, meaning that you don't have to be online all the time to send and receive payments.
Yeah.
And also help stuff like Arc, which is supposedly the new Lightning that's being built, and help it be useful, and also help these ZK rollups happen. And with that, you can also have drive chains happen, but in a way that does not provide all the protections of BIP 300. You can just have miners set up their own side chains.
No, I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if Satoshi had got the scripting system right to begin with, we wouldn't need these new opcodes because it would already be possible to accomplish that in the existing system. So Paul Stork could have his drive chains, the CTV guys could have their stuff, the OPCat guys could have their stuff, and we could just let it compete in the pool of ideas. Vitalik would be building on Bitcoin, and we would see how it pans out. So I think that's why I said I think a big mistake Satoshi made, or a big thing that Satoshi got wrong, was the scripting and stack machine. It just didn't really work. Like it wasn't powerful enough.
I also see a lot of consensus regarding Satoshi's status within the cypherpunk community. A lot of people say, well, he was not really a cypherpunk or not a professional coder because there were some mistakes that needed fixing. And if you look at the conversations between Satoshi and Hal Finney, for example, you can get sort of this feeling that Hal Finney was patronizing him, treating him like he's a lesser coder or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so maybe we're being too demanding for someone who just figured out a solution but did not know all the pieces to it, how to polish them to make them very efficient.
To me, Satoshi has a mind of a physicist. Like he thinks at a quite the broad system level, and I think the architecture he came up with is really powerful. But yeah, the implementation had some weaknesses in it, but I think he was a brilliant guy, and I think like all those I think Hal Finney was responsible for having Satoshi disable a bunch of opcodes in the very early beginning, and I think that's leading to that patronizing comment you made, which I think is really too bad. I wish they had worked together to make all those opcodes safe and worked, and that would have been better.
Yeah, OpCat was part of the initial stack. And cat means concatenation. It's just putting together two pieces of data with one instruction.
So it doesn't involve real cats?
No, it doesn't. It's just a meme. It's a bad meme. I think what the OpCat, what do you call them? The Taproot Wizards. I think what they did in terms of trying to promote OpCat was detrimental, actually. And a lot of people said, well, we don't want to support these guys. We don't like them.
Yeah. We're leading back to the thing, like all this drama would have went away if the scripting language was more permissive to begin with.
Yeah, we can agree on this one. You have two more questions from the audience, which I want to address before I forget. There's another one from BitMEX Research who says, you have mentioned some weaknesses with many aspects of Bitcoin. Lightning, Blockstream, Maxwell, etc. You raised some valid points, but are you able to objectively look back at Bitcoin Unlimited and identify weaknesses there?
Well, I don't see the point of doing this. What's the point of this exercise? Weaknesses in what? Like in the way we were trying to to increase the block size limit? I guess I don't understand the question. Like one thing we got wrong, like Bitcoin Unlimited had a bug and a bunch of nodes were taken down, and I think that's what kind of took a lot of momentum away from the Bitcoin Unlimited movement back in 2017, I guess it was. Yeah. So I mean, we shot ourselves in the foot, and I think that's what kind of killed Bitcoin Unlimited as a valid or as a viable implementation on BTC. So yeah, I acknowledge that, but I guess I don't really understand the question or the point of talking about it. What are we trying to learn?
I don't know, maybe it's an exercise in self-reflection or objectivity and just being able to laugh at yourself or whatever. I'm not sure exactly. But something else that I realized is that during our conversation, you described XT, you described Classic in what they do, but you didn't say that Unlimited was the one that basically said, well, let's not set a value for the block size. Let's let the miners decide what the block size should be. I guess this is why Unlimited was born, and that's why it's called Unlimited, right?
Yeah. Let's push it to the market. Let's not be gatekeepers of the blocks. And like, this is what Limitcoin does today. So if you think we are crazy, then you've got to think Limitcoin's crazy. And to me, it's crazy. The core doesn't allow this. Like, why can't I just go on a little tab on my node and say, block size limit, instead of 1 megabyte, I'm going to increase the slider to 2 megabytes. Why they think it's so dangerous to give the user that ability, but why? But I already explained how even if you do that on your node, you're not going to fork yourself from the network. The only people that are at risk are miners themselves. But I mean, if a miner is dumb enough to do that at a time when he shouldn't, then so what? He has a block work. So this paternalistic attitude from Bitcoin Core that there are certain parameters that are just too dangerous to give the user access to. I think that's just convenient and allows them to control the network and keep it constrained, keep it as this 1 megabyte kind of weakling that just doesn't do the things that Satoshi initially envisioned. It's never going to become this global payment system that we all hope for.
Yeah, you just reminded me that a bunch of people were calling Greg Maxwell 1 meg Greg for a while.
Yeah, 1 meg gig, yeah. Like, why the obsession with 1 meg? Why do we have to stay at 1 meg?
Well, to be fair, we did see a lot of attempts to scale within this limitation, but it seems like it always comes back to, well, maybe it would be better if it was 2 or 4 or 8 or something.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna get these second layers, and let's assume that they're all great. But how do you onboard these second layers without custodians?
Yeah. Like I think, I like second layers. I want them to compete with main layer, and where the equilibrium lies between our coffee payments on second layers or the main chain. I don't know. Let's let the experiment play out and find out. But the thing that the small blockers said that I never made sense to me was they said, well, what's the point of going from 1 meg to 2 meg if we can't go from 2 meg to infinity, right?
Yeah, exactly. But they said blockchains don't scale, and therefore we should not even attempt to scale.
Right, but all we have to do is scale to Earth. And we've talked about that lots in this call, how that's actually feasible already today. So if we go from 1 meg to 2 meg, and then 2 meg to 4 meg, and we have at 4 meg, we kind of have 4 times the payments happening at 1 meg, and I think that's a good thing. I think we're 4 times bigger as a payment network. If we go to 16 meg, we're 16 times bigger as a payment network. At 32 megs, we're 32 times bigger, and probably we have more users that care about Bitcoin, and then maybe we have 32 times more users, and then maybe we have 32 times more nodes because we have 32 times more users. Or maybe because nodes are a little bit harder to run, and instead of having 32 times more nodes, we have 16 times more nodes. But I think by increasing the network in these baby steps, you're going to see that the node count increases, not decreases.
I want to ask you, according to your math, what is the safe value that Bitcoin could have today in terms of block size that would not affect decentralization?
Well, that's the answer to that question depends on the software implementation we're talking about. Like something like Libitcoin based on Eric's stuff, I would say definitely like into the 32 megabyte blocks, at least. Maybe 100 megabytes with the Bitcoin. With Core, I don't know. I think Core probably broken. But like you could use like Bitcoin Unlimited software where we fix the bottlenecks, and you could run at 32 megabytes fine on low cost hardware today. And 32 megabytes, that's 32 times bigger. That's pretty nice. It's nice. It's more than a baby step, but it would be a nice. It would make up for all the baby steps we didn't take over the last decade.
We got a clarification from BitMEX Research. He said, another way of thinking about it is what could you have done differently to win the block size war?
Oh, okay. I see that question. Okay. I think one of the mistakes that my side made is at the time we thought miners controlled the network. So we thought if we can get the miners to start making bigger blocks, then everyone else will have to come along because that'll be the only chain. But I think what we've learned since then is the economic nodes are really the drivers. And Eric Vosco, he's been saying that the whole time. So kudos to him for being right on that. So where I think we went wrong is the miners were less important than we thought. What we would have had to, like, it's the exchanges. Really, the exchanges were super important. They had to be on board, and the fact that the exchanges gave the BTC ticker to okay, imagine we fork tomorrow, 1 megabyte and 2 megabytes. Okay, I would say if whatever ticker gets the BTC ticker on the big exchanges, that one will become the real Bitcoin because they have that much power. And the other chain is going to become a shitcoin.
Unfortunately, that's true. But I think it's also a matter of action, which is the side that forks off and which is the side that remains on the same network.
Well, by that token, no, but I mean, if we went to 2 megabytes, that's a hard fork by definition. But okay, let's say we did that. Let's say a month from now, there is a 2 megabyte hard fork. It's contentious. All of the exchanges make a commitment to call the 2 megabyte chain BTC. BTC gets a ticker, the other one gets a ticker, and so something else. I think to me that will become BTC, like even though it is the one that forked. I think based on what I've learned over the past decade is that's what's most important. And do you disagree, or do you think that would happen?
I do agree that it's very political, and tickers are determined by exchanges and these services that list the price. Because the network, like your node, has no idea what kind of ticker you're gonna have. Tickers are human politics, Whereas code is code. It's open source, it's verifiable. There is no part of the Bitcoin code that says, well, from now on, I'm gonna use this ticker across every business that you'll be conducting. So in this regard, I think you're right. It's human subjectivity.
Yeah. So I think that's something we didn't recognize, just how influential exchanges were. So if we had, made deals ahead of time or something, maybe that would have, or got them on board with the idea of the fork and just the importance of assigning the ticker to the bigger block size, the bigger block side, that might have helped. What else did we like? The thing is, like, when the block size wars were happening, like we're like, I'm just some guy working in an apartment. I didn't have any kids in. I didn't have a wife. I'm just some keyboard warrior, just doing a bit of coding, doing a bit of research, and I'm joining with other people like that. It's not like we're a big organized group that has all these powers. So this is a very grassroots thing that's happening, And a lot of the critiques about the big block movement was our lack of organization, but we weren't unorganized because it was decentralized. It was just a bunch of people that were concerned, that loved Bitcoin, and they were coming together, meeting up on Bitcoin Talk and on Reddit and on other forums to try to solve these problems. So everyone was just loosely connected anyway. So we couldn't really organize that effectively. And if we had, like with the New York agreement, then we probably would have been accused of colluding, like being big organized companies colluding. So it's a hard thing to, it would have been a hard thing to do right. At the time, we didn't like the whole censorship thing got really weird. Like I never expected that happening. And if I had known that like our Bitcoin was, I would say, captured by people who were only going to promote the small block side, I didn't know that. I thought these were very neutral places, and my peers thought they were neutral places. So that was a surprise. So we weren't really prepared for that attack because we thought it was just a bunch of other guys like us, and we would never be that organized to begin with. So I guess to summarize, we didn't foresee the censorship and how that would diffuse the big block movement, and we thought the most important people to go after were the miners, but really the most important people to convince were the exchanges. That's my answer.
There's another guy in the chat. His name is Khan, and he has a Pepe avatar just like myself. So that's why I'm gonna take this question. What would make you admit you're wrong on on-chain scaling?
What would make me admit I'm wrong
about on-chain scaling? I guess he's trying to say that you're pursuing something which is not worthwhile or something.
Well, I guess wrong technically, or wrong about the value of it, I guess is the question. I don't think there's anything that convinces me I'm wrong that it's technically feasible to scale on chain at a reasonable price. Like I've been working on this for like a decade, and I know it as a fact. But maybe something could convince me that just pursuing on-chain scaling is pointless. And I'm already I guess I'm already depressed in a way, because like we created BCH, and BCH, its blocks aren't full. Like none of the blockchains are really having many payments other than stablecoins, like we've already talked. So maybe there will be no long. Maybe we've missed our opportunity, and there's not going to be demand for Bitcoin payments in the future. Maybe we're going to a central bank digital currency world.
I wasn't planning to get this depressed.
Well, it is depressing. Like, welcome to my world since 2017.
Well, let's take another question. There's actually a comment from Krev23, who has been commenting all through our episode. And in most cases, he was just commenting on what we were saying, so that's why I didn't mention him. But thank you very much, Krev23, for being here. He says, the thing is, and this is in all caps, you should want to be a miner, and exchanges are not the market, you are the market. And P.S., Peter, if exchanges made that big of a difference, XMR would have died when it was delisted. Now it's in the top 10 most valuable coins. So he's making the case that exchanges don't matter when it comes to tickers and listing and whatever, and it's just the market that decides outside of exchanges. But in the case of a Bitcoin fork, it's the exchanges that will have to decide whether or not they support the fork and what they're gonna call it. XMR is like a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, like I guess he's saying there exists a single exception where the exchanges no longer trade Monero, but Monero didn't die. But I mean that is true, but I don't think that disproves what I'm saying. What I'm saying is exchanges have a lot of power in picking the winning chain in the chain scenario, because they're the ones that label the ticker. I don't know how we ever run a controlled experiment. That seems obviously true to me. I think you agree, Vlad, right? Like clearly, who gets the BTC ticker by the big exchanges has an advantage. is that advantage insurmountable? Maybe not. Maybe if the exchanges picked a clearly captured stupid side to call BTC, maybe there would be enough of an organic grassroots swell to reverse that. But if it's like a close case, like if it was a simple 1 versus 2 megabytes, I bet huge money that if they label the 2 megabyte side BTC as a real Bitcoin, that a year later, that's going to be the real Bitcoin.
There's also a comment also from BitMEX Research who says exchanges want to listen to their customers, and by mid-2017, the small blockers won the hearts and minds of the users, so exchanges listened to their customers in the summer of 2017.
Yeah, okay, that I mean, there could be some truth there. So the exchanges aren't making the decisions blindly. They are listening to the users. So I agree that it is a bit of a market process. And this takes me back to the censorship angle. Like I think BitMEX Research disagrees with me, but like I said at the beginning, like in 2015, 2016, 2017, it felt like the power was with the big blockers. It felt like the community wanted larger blocks, at least to go to 2 megabyte or 4 megabytes or something. And it was the censorship, mostly on Reddit, that diffused the big blockers' coordination and created this echo chamber that allowed these memes that Bitcoin can't scale. And in fact, 1 megabyte is great. I guess I can't really prove that. I mean, Roger Ver did a great job in his book kind of documenting that, and I think that's worth a read to everyone interested. But I mean, I was there. That's my perception of what happened. So I guess I can't prove that I'm right, but that's what I believe.
We got another interesting comment from Krev23 who mentions the case of Ethereum, because maybe when Ethereum forked in 2016 and you had that Ethereum and Ethereum Classic situation, maybe that the users could have been on the side of Ethereum Classic because it's the one that decided that code is law and they don't want to bail out the investors in that DAO. But just because there was this political structure behind Ethereum and it was easier for them to coordinate and talk to exchanges, you had a much clearer separation, and they said, no, it's this fork that we're going to call Ethereum and the other one can stay Ethereum Classic.
Yeah. Definitely. So I think that's a good example of a case where it wasn't really obvious which would be the real Ethereum, because they both had good arguments for being the real Ethereum. But I think, like you said, the influence of the Bitcoin of the Ethereum Foundation kind of made the decision. And once the decision is made, it's kind of like in physics, you have these different equilibriums, and there's like some activation to get you into this new equilibrium. But once you're there, it's pretty stable. So I think the Ethereum Foundation is just they're just rolling the ball up the hill over the hump, and then once it's over the hump, it's sitting in this new equilibrium position, and that's where it stays. Whereas if they weren't there to roll that ball over the hump, just like if the exchanges weren't there to give BTC the real Bitcoin ticker, then maybe that ball could have rolled into a different equilibrium. Like, I think there's a lot of path dependency in crypto. I think what happens, it doesn't happen because it's inevitable, but it happens because of the path we took to get there. Like, I think, like we were saying, like I think there's another universe where the block size limit was raised, and now Bitcoin is a successful payment network, and hardly anyone's using stablecoins. Bitcoin's at $1 million, blocks are 64 megabytes on average, and everyone thinks it's great. And people say, oh yeah, it's kind of inevitable, because they don't know, it was a different path we took that led to a different equilibrium.
But going back to, I'm not sure if you watched the speech by Russ Ulbricht that he made like a couple of weeks ago in Las Vegas.
I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw a few clips, but that's it. But I understand that some maxis are mad because he was more supportive of broader research outside of just Bitcoin. Is that correct?
he started from this metaphor that when he started Silk Road, he rented this cabin, and inside of that cabin, he wanted to grow mushrooms or something. Anyway, the point is that he had some beehives inside of that. Is that what you call them? Not beehives. Hive. What do you call their home?
Like we're bees live? Like, yeah, it'd be beehive or
yeah, beehives inside of that home, and basically he had to remove them one by one with a towel. And he said that if there was any reaction whatsoever from one of the beehives with bees coming outside, he would just run away and give up. But his point was that Bitcoin is resilient and has participants fighting for the cause of Bitcoin because there are a lot of blockchains around it. And he said that the decentralization is not given just by the Bitcoin nodes, but also by the other blockchains that are operating using Bitcoin code or else something entirely different, which gives the whole system resilience. And all of them will come defending Bitcoin if that's ever necessary. So he made this argument as a metaphor for his situation of getting rid of the beehives, and in his situation he was like the federal government or whatever, being able to effectively remove the threat, but said that Bitcoiners are much more aggressive and are able to stand up for themselves. And just in case, we have the decentralization, which also includes these other chains. And that's why a bunch of people were not happy, because they said, well, this guy should come to the Bitcoin conference and only speak about Bitcoin and not mention that other blockchains are good. And they were saying that he's like this 2013 or something libertarian when it comes to it, and maybe that he spent too much time in jail and is not aware of the 2017 scams or whatever. But I do think that he's right. I do think that these other networks, especially when you get something like Terra Luna or something and it's an obvious scam, it's gonna DDoS everyone involved in investigating this kind of situation. It's gonna basically consume all of the human energy and leave more room for improving Bitcoin, if that's still part of the plan, because it seems like there's not much improvement happening lately. Unfortunately, and I think Zuka was right about this, the amounts of regulations and surveillance that happened on public blockchains was much faster than the developments that took place for privacy, to create some sort of deniability or obfuscation, or ideally not have any sort of information being stored, which is the design that he's working on with ZK Snarks. And there are a lot of naive assumptions about what Bitcoin is and what it can do in the early days. The Silk Road is maybe a very good example of assuming that it's anonymous. And the coin joins are nice, but just not good enough. It's like putting your fingerprint alongside 60 other people on a dollar bill, and then you're gonna give it to someone and they're not gonna know exactly who it was, but the more time that dollar bill spends being circulated, the more information you're able to gather about who used it and who it might have been. And in the case of public blockchains, it's even worse, because it just takes one mistake that you can make to divulge information about your transactions. And all the efforts that you made to make your coins private will be futile.
Okay. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but in a way, it sounds like you're defending like criminal use of the blockchain. Like,
I'm not saying criminal. I mean, what is criminal anyway? Because you're gonna have people trying to flee their authoritarian governments, right? That's criminal, but we can argue that it's morally good.
I'm definitely a privacy advocate, but I guess what I'm saying is that like the cash fusion, like you said, like leave your fingerprints, right? Like I'm hoping that what most people are doing with Bitcoin is not so bad that anyone cares to investigate that much. But like to me, like it's kind of nice that they've caught some of these exchange hackers, right? So the fact that they did leave some fingerprints is a good chance. I don't know. Like I don't think hacking exchanges is is good. So I'm glad those exchange hackers got caught. Is that a controversial statement? Like, I
Well,
see what you
no.
mean. Like,
I
there's
mean,
some
stealing is wrong.
regime.
We can agree with that.
Yeah. So the fact, like, I guess if you imagine like a perfectly anonymous crypto, is that the best thing for us, or like, where's the right balance? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's super anonymous. Like, I think that would have more downside than upside.
We actually got someone in the chat, and I gotta thank him because he gave us the exact quote by Russell Brick from his speech. He said the wasps were strong because they were decentralized across 7 nests, but they were ultimately weak because they were not unified and did not react when their fellow wasps were taken down.
Right, as a metaphor for supporting the other chains, I think that's a good metaphor.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
do agree with his message. Like, if we're trying to build something that's useful, I don't think one implementation will be able, from this point on, to encapsulate everything unless we get drive chains. But even in the case we do get drive chains, you still need experimentation. And
yeah, no, that's a nice way to look at it. And then this whole, like, the whole privacy angle. So like we just kind of had an argument, not an argument, but I was saying that, in my ideal world, no, the chains wouldn't be perfectly private, but maybe someone else's ideal world they were. So we have those different blockchains, people use them, and we see what actually wins. But and we could have more than one winner. It's like the longer time goes on, I kind of think we might go towards something that like Eric Voskill talks about, how there's lots of Bitcoins. Bitcoin is a term used more broadly, not just for BTC, but all the BTC-like chains. And there could be like 5 or 6 of them at any one time, and they all have significant economic value. They have transactions happening on all those different chains, and those chains have different properties. Some have maybe much higher throughput. Other ones have no fees. Maybe other ones have a much better privacy. And it plays out that way. I think that's okay. And I think the fear, this idea that some maxis have that no, we have to have one chain to rule them all, is I don't think that idea holds water anymore. I think it's dead.
but we could have that. Like 10 years ago, it was still possible.
And again, I'm contradicting myself, aren't I?
No, you're not. Because as time goes by, I guess it makes more sense at this point to launch more chains to try stuff as opposed to build it on the $1 trillion chain and then get blamed by everyone for crashing their nodes or something. Maybe that's some experimentation.
Yeah, like I wonder, like if Satoshi had done what I said he should have done, and we had a super powerful scripting system, could we have one chain that's both anonymous and not anonymous? Like, would that work? Like, so the people who wanted to be anonymous could just, I don't know. Like I kind of said, like you have this more anonymous chain, and then you have this less anonymous chain over here. But can you just have one master chain that's both? I don't know if you can, because I think in order to create a really anonymous chain, you need it's not going to be as auditable in terms of inflation. I think that's like fundamental.
I think that's why Zcash went for this design where they have the Bitcoin side and they also have the zero knowledge proof side, where you basically put your coins into that pool, and then within that anonymity pool, you don't even know if a transaction took place.
Yeah. So I think that's fun. That trade-off has to exist. So I think if you demand really good privacy, then you lose some of the public auditability of Bitcoin. And I like the public auditability. I like the fact that I can confirm the coin supply and check for inflation really easily.
Yeah, one way to look at it is that right now in Bitcoin you have arithmetics, which means you can just add up numbers to get to that total supply of coins that were mined. And then something like Monero or the shielded side of Zcash, you have more advanced cryptography, and you have to trust that the cryptography works well. or else you verified it. You run it on your own machine to verify that it works, but you cannot add numbers on a piece of paper.
No, but even if you verify it on your own machine, you still have to trust that there's no weird backdoor that you didn't understand the math. Like this is not simple math. Like adding numbers, everyone understands. Okay, my node goes through all the numbers in the UTXO set and adds them up to calculate the coin supply. The zero knowledge proofs to prove that there's no inflation. Like I don't think anyone really understands. Like yeah, I could see that I could run a program and it says okay, all's good, but I don't know. Do I really believe that? It's not the same to me because it's not just simple addition. So that's what I mean. It seems less auditable, even though you can argue that no, we have this proof, but it's a weaker proof to me.
It's really amazing to me that we went on for 3 hours now and we haven't touched on the hardware scaling stuff that you're working on, which I think is the exciting stuff that I advertised in the title, because I said scaling Bitcoin with hardware, and I think it's useful for you to mention that. And before that, I still got to ask Corbin Fraser's question, which I got on Twitter. So, first of all, he said, maybe could you ask if he sees BCH as a failure or not? How does it potentially reclaim mindshare in the Bitcoin dominant cycle and EVM L2 dominant cycle?
I see. Well, I mean, BCH is definitely a failure in the sense that it lost the block size war. Like we didn't win, and it's a failure in that it's no longer is the real Bitcoin. Everyone says no, Bitcoin Cash is separate. Is it a failure overall? I would say no. Like BCH has done lots of really good things. Like I love BCH because the Electrum wallet works really good. The cash fusion works really, really good. It has low fees. They've added all these script improvements that prove that Satoshi's ideas did make sense. They just had to implement them properly. So no, BCH has made significant contributions to the broader crypto ecosystem, even though the price has gone down more than the BCH proponents would have liked.
I also want to argue something which is super controversial, and my fellow Maxis are going to crucify me again for it. But I'm happy that it happened at that time and within within brothers, in this community that was once unified and everyone knew each other and they trusted each other. And then they decided, no, I'm going to basically continue my path using this vision, and then if you disagree with me, you can just fork off. Because I can see today with situations like Michael Saylor, for example, or BlackRock or whatever, they're going to look at this course of events that happened and say, well, even within their own community, they were able to make BTC resilient and resist this attempt to call something else the real Bitcoin. If we're going to try it, it's going to be even more obvious that we're trying to hijack it. So in a sense, I think that the existence of BCH and the context in which it was created and the whole battle that happened in the next couple of years was actually useful for making Bitcoin more powerful and more resilient, and giving, I guess, governments and institutions this sense that there's nothing they can do to split the community further. They can split it socially, but not technically.
Yeah, we've seen how splits play out empirically now, and that's useful for moving forward. Agreed. What was Corbin's other question? He had two.
How does it potentially reclaim mindshare in the Bitcoin dominant cycle and EVM L2 dominant cycle?
I don't know. I don't know if it can. Like because I love BCH, but to me it's neither here nor there now. Like it's lost the Bitcoin shine, but it's not doing things as aggressive or innovative as some other chains. So it's kind of in this spot where it's just not as exciting as it could be. So I don't think it really can, and unless they get like a bunch of really, really useful features implemented. I don't think it can. Like I think they need to the scripting needs to be more expressive. They need to add the loops. They need to make these UTXO commitments. They need to do everything they can do to match the features that some of these other coins have. I think.
He also mentioned that you're gonna have a lot of interesting takes on block size scaling that you've lived in, because you've lived in this world both theoretically and practically. And what do you think about the spam debate in Bitcoin right now, where people say, well, this type of transactions is not economic, and therefore, because it's only storing data, it should be filtered out? Do you believe that it's healthy to decide what is the right kind of transaction, or do you believe that the transaction fee is the filter?
I see the transaction fee as the primary filter, but I think it makes sense for nodes, including mining nodes, to set parameters on what is garbage, just being, good citizens. Like it might cost me a bit more of my time to throw my garbage in the garbage can when I'm out for a walk, to throw my coffee cup in the garbage rather than just throw it in the ground. But I invest that extra, 2 seconds because it creates a better community, a better environment that I'm a part of. So, I think it makes sense for nodes to filter and for miners to filter things that, like a lot of times when we're doing analysis in Bitcoin, we're viewing miners or node runners as these agents that are just greedy. They're purely self-interested, greedy agents, and they're always going to do the profit maximizing thing. And if you look at the world through that lens, then nothing is really secure, right? Like you should be like stealing from other people and stuff, and like a lot of the reason society works is because we have etiquette. We don't necessarily do what's always in our short-term, selfish, greedy best interest. And I think we see that playing out in crypto, and I think that's fine. That's just the way the network is. So I think what will happen in the future is what's already happening now is that nodes and miners just don't include, if transactions are like have too much data in them, they just don't include them. They just junk. They just reject them, even if it pays the right fee. So yeah, some miners might include that, but I think you have a culture that emerges that just rejects that. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, I'm actually curious, do you believe there should be a limit to up return data, or can it be as large as the block itself?
I would, in my implementation that I would create, I basically have no limits at all, right? So, or except I might have like some upper limits on block size and computation time and things, but it would be kind of be like a free for all, and it would be node policy and miner policy that would control that. But the thing is, I guess what I'm saying is, that if you say that, and people say, well, then everything's going to fill with spam because the spam will crowd out, but we see that doesn't really happen. I think just because there's just not that much demand for spam, and you have this altruistic behavior of node runners and miners that's not captured in these agent-based models where we're assuming everyone is a selfish profit maximizing agent.
Do you think that the
fact do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, not because I do the right thing. Yeah, it cost me. I made 1 penny less, but I did the right thing. People will do that. Like if you talk to a lot of these miners, like I'm sure, and say, "Hey guys, if you tweak your policy a bit, it has this benefit." They might say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna make quite as much money. I'm gonna have to cut 2 lattes out of my monthly budget." But everyone's happy. Like people do this. Like this is how the world works.
It's definitely interesting because it's so controversial these days in Bitcoin, and this is like the talk of the hour right now. And it's annoyingly long, if you ask me. It's been going for longer than a month. Some people are taking this very personally and they're saying, well, this should not be on my node, but this should be, and let me run this other client. Maybe this will eventually get people to use libBitcoin, hopefully.
Well, hopefully, but the debate to me is made worse by Core's paternalistic attitude again. But they already have, it's already adjustable. You can already control like the size of the opportunity, the size of extra data that your node accepts. But they're trying to deprecate that. So they're like, I think you should give the user more dials to fiddle and just allow these emergent properties to emerge based on everyone's reaction. But Core takes this really top-down approach where they're like, again, just like the block size limit, there's certain things that they're too important that the user shouldn't be able to fiddle with. So I think that's what created. It's not that the opportunity that it's more that Core's paternalistic attitude saying, no, we're increasing it, and you're going to take it and you're going to like it.
Yeah, I think way before the block size wars, there was the upper-turn war. That happened because of counterparty, and some people, this was before Ethereum, they wanted to build their own companies on chain and have their tokens and pay dividends and stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
And the core developers were not happy because the concern at the time was that one of these tokens that you issue on Bitcoin, which is basically upper turn data that is interpreted by some third-party protocol, is going to end up having more value than the Coinbase reward, which is going to mess up with the mining incentives, and potentially you're going to have miners trying to double spend blocks to claim those tokens.
Yeah, that does not look what you have with that. I mean, stablecoins. I mean, I think it's accepted that is part of all blockchains now. You're going to have tokens trading on top of it. But yeah, they were worried in the early days about that.
I think this was also a concern in Ethereum, but in many cases, I think lots of these NFTs were sold for amounts much larger than the block reward.
Yeah, but I mean, it's turned out that that's not really a problem. Like so many things, people worry about all these problems, but a lot of them turn out to not be problems. Like take instant transactions, zero conf, right? Like Core has been, and the maxis are just so against anyone that accepts zero conf, so bad. But the thing is, like, until RBF came and messed everything up, they were fairly secure. Like people would use them, and they were pretty reliable. Yeah, I guess you could double spend them if you really wanted to. But the thing is, most of the time you're accepting from people in a sort of trusted situation. And the thing is, most people aren't scammers. Like the fact that, like it's again where they're viewing people as these selfish, like these agents that just always do the short-term profit maximizing thing, which would be to double spend zero comp. But the thing is, like I said, most people aren't like that. So that's why zero comp worked, even though it had that security and it was still useful. But they couldn't have it because it wasn't perfect, because it wouldn't satisfy their fetish with these like proving things in these like super hostile scenarios where everyone is a profit maximizing selfish short-term agent.
Right, so I think RBF is the most influential contribution that Peter Todd has made to Bitcoin, in terms of code at least. And it's being advertised as this solution for basically if you send a transaction by accident and it was not mined yet, you can use RBF to basically pay a higher fee so it returns to your wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess if you make a mistake and you want to send the coin somewhere else, you can do this too. Or if you're paying a much lower fee than is required to get into the next block, you can also RBF your transaction. So these are sort of the use cases being advertised. But the trade-off is that I think before RBF you had this first seen rule, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So your transaction was stored in the mempool and it was immutable. There was no way for you to get your coins back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you sent a conflicting transaction that double spent what was in the mempool, well, all the nodes would reject that. So it would never make it to a miner. if it did make it to the miner would reject it too. So Peter Todd would say all these things like, "Oh, well, what if that second double spending transaction had a higher fee?" Well, now the miner's incentivized to replace the legitimate transaction with this higher fee transaction. But again, the most miners, they just don't do this because like it's antisocial behavior, so it's not worth it to them. And then the few miners that do, well, yeah, maybe a couple things get double spent, but it takes two bad actors. Now you have the person that's double spending, and then the miner that accepts it. So yeah, sure, that'll happen. There'll be some base rate of double zero conk fraud, but it doesn't mean we should throw out zero conk. It just means that we have to realize that in the real world, there is a bit of risk with zero conk, and it's up for people to use it in situations where it's still useful to them. But instead, what we did, we just killed it. We said it's not perfect, so it's gone. And that attitude, it happens all the time through the Bitcoin's history, and it's driven by these guys like Peter Todd, Greg Maxwell, and the core Maxi group. They just I don't know. They don't think that people are human. They think they're these. I don't know. Maybe that's how they are. Maybe they're greedy, short-term profit maximizing agents themselves, and they can't see other people behaving differently. But I don't think that's true. I mean, I met them. They're nice, cool guys. So I don't know.
Let's talk about hardware. I feel like we should get into that because you built this cool device which is supporting the validation of full nodes. You plug that into your M2 port on your motherboard.
Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to I want to get people away from core somehow. And like Eric Voskuil is doing a great job with Bitcoin. He's kind of taking a holistic approach. He's creating a whole new node. I'm looking at ways you can take pieces of what a node does and offload that to hardware. So this is one of our this is an earlier version of our Blitz device. So this is a M.2 card that would plug into an M.2 slot on your motherboard, and it talks over the PCIe bus. And your computer can send that signatures to check, and then it'll return yes or no whether the signature is valid. So it offloads work from your computer's processors to dedicated hardware that's designed to solve that problem using less clock cycles, less energy, less transistors, so it does it much faster. So this like we talked about, like a custom ASIC earlier in the call. This is using a FPGA, a field programmable gate array. So it's not quite as you can do more with a custom ASIC, but even this will do around 200,000 signature verifications per second at around 3 watts of power. So that's already well into the gigablock range of blocks, and it just demonstrates that compute is not going to be a bottleneck, even in a huge block future.
Okay, so in practice, what are you going to do with this chip?
Well, it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, because I say, well, we have this new technology that allows nodes to process transactions. You can have a cheaper node that can have a high throughput. It can support gigabyte blocks, and we can prove it. But then, who's going to buy it? Who wants it? Because there's no demand for gigabyte blocks, right? So it's pointless for me to do this. Why work on software or hardware to scale if even if you succeed, like, there's no demand. But there's no demand because people say we can't scale.
Okay, I get it, but let's say that you're running this version of Bitcoin with gigabyte blocks on a normal computer, like a normal desktop, and you're gonna be plugging that. What's the advantage?
The advantage would be, so if you imagine a big block future, in order to process all those data into your signatures, all like 48 cores of your big Satoshi machine are going to be grinding away. So it's going to take CPU power away from your other software. It's going to be heating up your office because it's 100 times less energy efficient, and it's just not as nice. And it's a more expensive machine, whereas you can do the same computations for 1/100th of the power or less than an ASIC on something that costs a lot cheaper. So like my vision for the future is I don't want to run Bitcoin or whatever, or Nexa, whatever it is, on my main desktop. I want to have a little tiny node that I just plug into my router, and can handle gigabyte, 10 gigabyte, 100 gigabyte blocks, and I just SSH into it whenever I need. And that's the world I want to see. And for that, we need specialized hardware to scale down to that size and that energy level. And what's great is that it's super cheap too. Like I talked about my BCH Bliss talk, where I go through the math, and the chip, like if you turn this into a custom chip, like a Bitcoin node chip, it would cost like $1 to produce. It's going to be like fit on the head of a pin, and it solves everything Bitcoin Core does now, but on something that costs $1 and uses hardly any energy. You would still need some RAM for the UTXO set, but if you actually optimize hardware to be a Bitcoin node, it's amazing like how small and cheap this thing can be and still process all of the transactions in the world. So that's like the long-term goal. That's where we want to get to, and we're doing this part by part. So the first obvious thing was just to offload digital signatures. So it's kind of like trying to prove to the world that this works, just because I love Bitcoin, so I want Bitcoin to succeed.
I took a look at that AMD Ryzen processor earlier, and it was more than $1,000, and it's, I think, top of the line 9550 XT or whatever. Yeah. It has 16 cores and 32 threads. And I was wondering, does your chip have more cores, or how does it work?
Yeah, so it's not solving it with a processor. Like there's actually like a digital logic circuit made with AND gates and OR gates that's doing the computation itself. So there's no processor running code. There's actually like an electronic circuit that you put the signature to verify in, and it goes beep, 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 beep. No processor, and then it spits out true or false. So it's a totally different model of computing. It's kind of like when your processor adds two numbers together. So it'll fetch those two numbers from memory, and then it'll take those two numbers and it'll push it through something called an ALU, an arithmetic logic unit. And that's like a custom piece of hardware that's going to do some arithmetic function on those two operands. So for adding, it's going to add them. So there's inside your processor, there's this custom circuit that's really good at adding. So your processor puts those two numbers into this adder circuit that looks what comes out the end, and it puts that back in memory. So this is the exact same thing. Instead of just a simple adder, it's like a digital signature verifier. So it's a block of transistors. You stick in your signature at one end, and then yes or no comes out the other end. And to do that, that takes about 5 million transistors, like to make one of those modules. And 5 million transistors, that's like a speck of dust. So I did the math. You can fit like 30 of them in like 1 millimeter squared of silicon. So those kind of become your cores, and they cost pennies. Once it's designed, and once your fab is set up, the incremental cost is pennies, and they're super fast and super low energy. So yeah, I mean, you're going to have tiny little nodes in the future. They're not going to really consume much energy. They're going to be cheap, and they're going to verify all the world's transactions.
Do you think you can put this in a box, like put it alongside RAM and a CPU and a main board, and basically sell that as a package that people can buy as the Bitcoin node they put next to their router or something?
Yeah, that's what I would like to see. So I would like to see like a more hardware, like a dedicated hardware node, and all the computationally expensive stuff is done in dedicated hardware, and then we have like a simple like RISC-V processor. This can be part of the chip that's running some stripped down version of Linux, And that's just kind of acting as a monitor, and it allows you to SSH in and connect your Light client, like your FTP wallet to it, so it can serve all the proofs, but you're still doing the validation yourself. So I think that's a feature I would like to see, because then these nodes they would become a commodity at that point. So did we talk about a formal spec?
A bit. You said that Bitcoin Core lacks a formal spec, or Bitcoin in general.
Right. So I think we talked about RAM, like DDR4 SDRAM, like DDR4 RAM. If you want to make DDR4 RAM, there's an open specification, and anyone can make RAM, and they can prove using formal validation techniques that their RAM meets the specification. So what's nice about migrating things to hardware is then you gain from all this, decades of formal validation procedures in the hardware world. So these the modules that make up your hardware node, the creation of, like, to do that in Verilog description of the circuits becomes basically the formal specification. So you end up where nodes are commoditized. So the description, like a formal description of the behavior of a node, is public, and anybody can implement that on an FPGA, on a different chip, and they can make some tweaks to it to maybe make it better, but they can prove using existing tool chains that it meets the spec. And I think that would be really useful, because it'll turn nodes into a commodity. It'll kind of decouple Bitcoin Core and all the wizards of development for Bitcoin itself. And I think that's a really good thing to happen, because I want to fire Core. I want Core gone.
Now you sound like Paul Stortz. He's saying the same with his drive chains. He wants to fire everyone. He wants to open the free market to be able to build.
Yeah. We want to make it as easy as possible for people and companies to compete towards a common goal.
Right, so your goal right now is to make it as easy as possible and as affordable as possible to validate a full Bitcoin node with 1 gigabyte blocks using hardware. Is that correct?
I would say that's broader than my current goal. My current goal is just to ship this eventually, which will do some signature checks as part one. But yeah, I would say that's a longer term goal. Yes. The longer term goal for us would be we can make some small little box that's like a node in a box, kind of like Raspberry Pi size, maybe even smaller, but it's not Raspberry Pi powered. This is like super high powered, so this can chomp on gigabyte blocks all day and not even break a sweat.
Okay, interesting. But once you get this done, don't you think you're gonna run into the same excuse that, well, maybe internet is not fast enough?
Yeah, probably.
But still, it's pretty cool because it's replacing much more expensive and, I guess, inefficient machines. Because you buy a laptop, let's say, that's $2,000. Maybe it will be able to validate a full node using gigabyte blocks, but it's not the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do have to ask you, what is the production process like? Because we see this in the ASIC industry where they're not able to meet the demand for ASIC miners. And it's usually a few mining pools that have privileged access to the new devices that get shipped. Yeah. And the end user is sort of screwed because obviously everything is out of stock and you have to buy a pre-owned machine or get lucky or have the right connection.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be the case in Bitcoin mining, just because Bitcoin mining is so competitive and you have such an advantage if you have the latest, greatest stuff. But we're talking about running a node, and it's not like a huge arms race running a node. So there's not this huge demand for the latest, greatest node. Like if a little tiny $2 chip can process 10 gigabyte blocks, and we're only at 100 megabytes or 32 megabytes or 1 megabyte. There's a lot of room there before we run into this problem. So I don't think that problem exists. I should tell you a bit about, like, my shirt is Nexa. So this is a project I'm working on. And my reason, there's a lot of reasons that we did Nexa, but one of the reasons I like Nexa is Nexa's proof of work. So another thing I think Satoshi got wrong was using SHA-256 for the PAL algorithm. So what Nexa uses for PAL is it uses elliptic curve point multiplication and a UTXO lookup as part of its proof of work. And these are both the two computational bottlenecks for scaling. So elliptic curve point multiplication, that's part of verifying a digital signature. So if you have an ASIC that can do fast curve point multiplication, you can do fast signature checking. And if you have an ASIC or a system that can do really fast UTXO lookups and inserts, then you have a system that can do really fast UTXO lookups and inserts for processing transactions. So every time a Nexa miner hashes, he's doing basically the equivalent of a signature check and a UTXO set insert. So if a miner wants to make custom chips to earn more money mining Nexa, they have to develop the same circuit that's going to make their node process transactions faster. So our goal is to make the bottlenecks for running a node one-to-one with hashing. So all the gain you get by making specialized hardware to hash better, that immediately allows nodes to be better, to process transactions better, signatures better, and do UTXO lookups better. Like I talked earlier about how SHA-256, Satoshi's original Bitcoin miner, compared to modern ASICs, modern ASICs are about 600,000 times more energy efficient. So they can do 600,000 times more SHA-256 operations per joule of energy compared to doing that on a CPU. Well, that happened because there was such economic incentive to improve SHA-256. Why don't we take that same economic incentive and put that towards making hardware that does signature checking and UTXO set management? So that's what we're trying to do in Nexa. We're trying to tie proof of work to the bottlenecks in running a node. So a byproduct of miner innovation, profit-driven miner innovation, is better hardware for running a node. So that solves that chicken and egg problem. Because I said, like, why am I developing this hardware if no one's going to use it? Because the blocks aren't big enough to need it. Well, the answer why I'm developing it is because it's going to mine Nexa better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so is Nexa basically what you're describing when you said if I was to redesign Bitcoin and do this and that? Is Nexa your redesign of what you think Bitcoin should have been?
I hope to get there. It's right now Nexa is, I would say, it's maybe 25% of the way there. But we started on the Bitcoin Unlimited code base, which is the Satoshi code base. So we've inherited all of the problems and inefficiencies of Bitcoin Core. So we basically so that's what I call the top down. So we're trying to get to that ideal coin. So Andrew Stone, he's a lead software developer. So he's kind of working from the top down, modifying the existing software from the Satoshi code base to slowly make these improvements. Well, I'm working from the bottom up, like as a pure hardware reimplementation of the Bitcoin protocol. So I'm just doing little block bits and pieces that I can. He's taking the whole system, and we hope that several years down the road we get to this point where they converge, and we have basically Bitcoin improved with all these fixes I'm talking about, and we have a formal spec for the hardware implementation of that node. And now I think you're at a great point, because you have a Bitcoin protocol that's perfectly scalable, by definition of scalable, meaning that doubling the hardware doubles the throughput. There's a formal spec, means that anybody can compete on this. Hopefully the virtual machine, the instruction set architecture of the Bitcoin virtual machine is Turing complete, so any innovation can be done on this, and it becomes a commodity at that point. So it's just some IP block that anybody can license, anybody can redevelop, and the Bitcoin node is just a commodity. It's not even interesting anymore. It's just like an ARM processor.
Okay, so what is the reason why you build so much relying on the RISC-V architecture? Is it the open source design, or because in many ways it's not necessarily the most efficient, it's just something general purpose and open source?
Right. Well, that's just my proposal. We're currently Nexa is using basically a modified version of the Bitcoin stack machine and Bitcoin script. This is just an idea I had. Basically, I was working on implementing the Bitcoin stack machine in Verilog, like as a hardware circuit, and I realized it is a big, huge mess. And then I had this idea that, well, we could do this all with RISC-V. RISC-V could be the virtual machine, and RISC-V is dead simple, and it's open source. So I got excited about this. But then at the same time, Vitalik started talking about this too, and I'm like, well, that's interesting that he had the same idea basically at the same time. So I think there's something to this, and that's what I'm exploring. But we're not even close to having that implemented. This is just an idea at this point in time.
Okay, so do you see Nexa as this experimentation layer, or do you see it as the end game?
I see. Well, right now it's an experimentation layer, so it has like it has a tiny little market cap, and that's good because we want to be able to make whatever changes we want, and we made that really clear. But how this plays out, I don't know. So maybe we solve maybe we create eventually the perfect crypto framework or the perfect crypto tech stack, and Nexa overtakes Bitcoin. I don't know, or maybe other coins adopt it, and this tech stack becomes just a commodity, like I said, and now everything's running on it. Bitcoin, so you transfer the Bitcoin ledger to that new tech stack, because like we talked about earlier, Bitcoin is two things. It's a ledger of value, and it's also the ledger updating machine, which is currently Bitcoin Core. The Bitcoin Core sucks, so maybe we use something else in the future. So I don't know how this is going to play out. And obviously, it would be really cool if Nexa succeeded and became a super successful coin. But if it doesn't, if this technology is applied somewhere else, that's a win for me too. Like what I want to see is Satoshi's initial experiment succeed. That's what's most important to me.
I appreciate the honesty. Like, you could have said, oh, Nexa is the best thing ever. It's the greatest blockchain in the world. Buy some tokens now before we hit $1 or whatever. So I do appreciate that you're honest, that you're basically taking the design that you created with Bitcoin Unlimited and you're refining it to do something which you think is very useful.
Right. We're very slowly trying to correct all the things we think Satoshi didn't quite get right.
That's really cool. Speaking of Satoshi and Wright, who do you think is Satoshi Nakamoto? Who's your favorite candidate?
I definitely not Mr. You know who, but I don't know. I don't think we're ever gonna find out.
Was it weird to be on the side of BCH where you also had like this Satoshi guy who also went on to create his own chain?
It was really weird, and I learned a lot about like my own biases, and so he comes along and he claims he's Satoshi, and so two things that made me take him seriously initially was Gavin and Rizun seemed to be supportive of him, and I really admired Gavin and trusted him. And the core guys hated him, and to me, if the core guys hate him, then I think maybe he's legit. So I looked into it more, and the more I looked into it, the more I became confident that he's just a bullshitter. And then we started talking like technology and some math problems, and it was clear that he was incompetent. He didn't know, like he just techno babbles words and phrases. His papers are mostly like copy and pasted from other academic papers that he pieces together and then modifies a couple words. So I think at this time you're now legally allowed to call him a proven fraud because he's been proven he's a proven fraud. And that eventually became very obvious to me. But initially it wasn't. So I had to go through that process of trying to understand who he was and read a lot of his work. But then other people figured out that he was a fraud much quicker. And I don't know how they did it, because did they just trust other people or did they actually investigate it? And then there's still people today that think he's Satoshi. And how can you think he's Satoshi today after all that's happened? So basically it took me about a year till I was super convinced that there's no way he is Satoshi. But other people took 2 years, 3 years, and there's still some people today. Yeah, like he's got this cult of followers who still believe he's Satoshi
I
after
know.
all this.
Just last night I was on the show of Sally Mayweather,
Yeah,
and he invited me last week. I was unaware that prior to my invitation, the other guest is gonna be Craig Wright. So I had to sit through that and listen to it. And I even had my moral dilemma, like, do I want to be the follow-up act after this guy? Like, to which audience am I gonna speak
yeah,
if this happens? But I did listen to him techno babble about stuff and say, well, I know better and Bitcoin is Turing complete. This is a claim that he has been making for a decade now. And this and that, and he had it all figured out, and his design is immaculate. And they questioned him a bit. They asked, like, if you're Satoshi, why can't you just send me $1 from your Satoshi coin stash and just prove
yes,
that you're Satoshi, and that puts an end to all of this conversation. And for the first time ever, I heard Craig Wright saying, well, I think proving who Satoshi is sort of anti-Bitcoin. I was like, why the hell are you even here? What's the point of all of this if you're saying that it's anti-Bitcoin?
but he's the one making the claim that he's Satoshi, and
Exactly. And people believe him. And I've asked, I think Paul Storrs is one of the smartest people and one of the people who understood that he's not Satoshi very early on. And I've asked him, why do you think these people, after they denounced him, and it was a movement when he lost the court battle against Hodlonaut and Peter McCormack, it was like a big thing among BSVers to say, well, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I got fooled by this guy, I really believed that he was gonna be able to prove himself in court, and now I gotta admit that I was wrong, and I apologize to the people that I also misled. Like, this was a movement, but I guess they realized along the line that they need this leader, they need this guy, because otherwise BSV and what they invested in is pointless. So maybe that they understood that, well, they do need to present him as Satoshi to get other people to buy into BSV so that they can sell. Maybe that's the rationale. That's the way in which I see it right now.
right, they need to keep the belief that he is Satoshi out there because the whole framework of BSV relies on that rumor being potentially true. So as soon as everyone acknowledges it's false, then
And I've
must be
also had. Are you aware of the work of Daniel Kravis?
yeah, yeah. So he that's another like I like him. I've met him in person
He's a
several
very
times.
smart guy, very well
Yeah, he's a
read.
very smart guy. He writes these fantastic articles, has these really insightful ways of looking at things. But then he was totally. Is he still sold on, who being Satoshi?
Oh yeah, he was on my show like a couple of months ago. And I was trying to ask him questions like, are you the same person who wrote this article 10 years ago? Like, don't you see any sort of dissonance between the two arguments? Don't you think maybe you're wrong right now? It's very weird, but at the same time, he had some moments, like, I don't want to speculate, people can go and listen to that if they want, but he had some moments when he basically revealed that he sort of sold out and he's not allowed to talk about it. Like, maybe
Okay.
he signed some sort of NDA, maybe he's getting paid to say what he's saying. And I also asked myself, why the hell did he choose to do this interview with me? And I think the reason why is that he needed like a sparring partner. Basically someone to ask him hard questions so he can come up with improvised answers. Because he was very, I don't know, he was moving goalposts all the time. It was hard to debate him. And then I was thinking, why did he do this in the first place? And then maybe it's just because he needs some training and he needs to know what to say to people who ask the same questions from the BSV camp, so that he has all the answers ready for them.
Interesting. So you're saying that you think he might be a paid shill at this point?
That's what I think. Because he's way too smart to not see beyond this. And he also wanted to have an entire segment of 30 minutes in which he spoke about narcissism and why it's important to educate yourself in terms of identifying narcissists and how they can mislead you and get you in some very disastrous relationships where you lose money and time of your life.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that everything is like an allegory for him to say that he got into a sticky situation and he's not able to get out. So I've asked him, are there any narcissists who are causing you trouble right now? And he said, yes, the Bitcoin core developers and Greg Maxwell and the core cabal. And I was like, okay.
Interesting.
He's not able to say it, but he can speak in
Uh-huh.
metaphors. But basically, he was one of the first people to present that Craig Wright has plagiarized some papers.
Mm-hmm.
And even his peers from the Nakamoto Institute, Pierre Rochard and Michael Goldstein, they agree that he was always a big blocker. So there's no sort of misalignment there. He was always a big blocker. It's just weird that he chose to not just get into BSV, but worship Craig Wright, get into this cult.
So so I guess what you're speculating that he actually doesn't believe it, but he's either being paid to or he's being blackmailed.
I'm saying that he's way too smart to not see through this.
Yeah.
He's way too well read. He's been around. I think he's been in Bitcoin for longer than Craig Wright has.
So I mean, I wonder how much, maybe like things like that, being paid at best, and at worst being blackmailed by certain people behind the scenes. How much that has shaped what's happened in the broader Bitcoin development, like going back to the block size wars, or even earlier. I'm curious now that you say that, because there's so much behavior I can't explain, like why people did certain things.
Even Gavin, I'm not sure if you're in contact with him. I would love to have him on the show one day, but he's very reclusive and he doesn't want to talk about it. He sort of destroyed his reputation when he participated in that signing ceremony with Craig Wright and then came out and said, yes, he is the man.
Yeah, like I would like to know that. Like he said, oh, maybe it got bamboozled, but no, Gavin, I don't see Gavin getting easily bamboozled.
Oh, I got a very funny question from BitMEX Research. He said, when you're the Bitcoin Unlimited chief scientist and CSW was N-Chain chief scientist, didn't you have some fight and CSW called you a dickhead?
Yeah. I forget the fight was, but yes, he did call me a dickhead. Funny story.
Okay, I'll let you say it and then I'll present my theory.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
So do you believe that Craig Wright was the reason why the big block version of Bitcoin was compromised from the beginning? Because he was being introduced as the Satoshi guy and the movement sort of lost credibility?
I don't know. I mean, like, I think at the beginning we kind of liked him there, or at least I did. Before, remember, I said I wasn't convinced. It took me, 6 months or a year before I was convinced he was a fraud. I was skeptical. But at the beginning, I thought, well, maybe he's useful because maybe he is Satoshi and he's promoting big block ideas that I like, so maybe he's okay. And then eventually I realized, no, this guy, all he's doing is damaging relationships. He's damaging the big block movement. So I'm sorry, what was I gotta get lost here. What was your question again?
So would you say that BCH lost because of him? Because first of all, he was there pretending to be Satoshi, and then like a year later, he created this fork, right?
Right. So I think he definitely poisoned the big block movement, because by creating BSV and then doing their gigamegs, the meme from Calvin Ayre, they kind of made a mockery of what we were trying to do, and they made it seem not serious. So I think that, and they took a lot of the minds here, like Daniel Kravitz and another bunch of insightful people. They all kind of followed Craig Wright over to BSV. So we lost what I think are really smart people. Like some of them are slowly returning, like Ryan Charles. He's issued an apology, says that he was fooled. I don't know. it's interesting that it took so long because he's another really sharp guy, but he's come back. So yeah, I think Craig Wright really damaged the big block movement and Bitcoin Cash. But now you got the wheels turning, Vlad, and now I'm thinking there's way more blackmailing and bribes and shit happening than I ever suspected. And
Honestly, these are my shower thoughts. I'm like, it's very unfortunate that the community was split. I think so. The more I interact with BCH people, the more I realize that they're genuine and they're for real, and they really put up a fight thinking that they are right about this, and it's very hard to blame them for it, because for a while it seemed like scaling with big blocks was the way to go. There's nothing evil or malevolent. It's like a war between two brothers.
Yeah.
And then you discover that they were raised by the same family and they have similar principles, but they disagree with how they should put them into practice. I also think that BCH is a very useful experiment in proving whether or not some ideas are real or not real, functional, and also whether or not there is market demand for big block Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there was a lot of demand for Ethereum, which ended up becoming the revenge chain.
Yeah, well, that's what. So people say, well, Peter, if there's so much demand for big block Bitcoin, why is BCH sitting at 100 kilobytes? And I don't really have a good answer. I guess my answer is because the demand didn't come to BCH. It went to Ethereum and Solana and everything else instead. But yeah, it's disappointing. It would be nice if BCH had more demand.
I've received some more quotes from BitMEX Research about stuff that Craig Wright said about you. He said, Peter, expect little trust ever again, you underhanded shit. Is this real? Do you remember this?
No, he's crazy.
And he also posted this, so I'm not even sure if I can read this. If it's let me put it on the screen so people can see. It's saved on the Wayback Machine, and he said, no, Peter, you're duplicitous shit who is too fucking dumb to get the maths, so make spurious attacks.
I think
what does it mean to get the maths? As in, get the math right? I don't know.
He's talking about math. He's from England, so he doesn't call it math. He calls it maths with an S.
Yeah.
And he probably has a spelling mistake or something. But no, I think, we had a bet about, it was to do with selfish buying, and he lost. It was just, he just didn't understand the math, and then he got really, really mad. And he couldn't accept. And he never paid me. He owes me a Bitcoin. I think we bet one Bitcoin, and he still owes me to this day. He's never paid me. I clearly won the bet. It's really documented. I want my Bitcoin, Craig.
Send the man his Bitcoin, even though I think he owes so many people a lot of money at this point. I don't think he's ever going to pay. I think Roger Veer mentioned that he never got paid after he sued Craig Wright and proved, because I think the conversation between them was about checksums in Bitcoin addresses. And it seems like Craig Wright was not aware that these even exist. And then Roger was like, how the hell can the guy who invented Bitcoin not know that there are checksums in addresses?
Yeah, because like I said, I thought Craig was a fraud, after 6 months or a year, but Roger still thought he was legit for a while after that. And I think that was the real decisive point that convinced Roger that no, he's Roger's not a technical guy, but he knew about the checksums, and Craig didn't. And Craig's claiming to be Satoshi. Yeah, so that was nice. I was very happy that Roger came around and around what he did.
Sometimes I think that Craig Wright was the nation state attack that we expected.
Well, I think he might have been
when we were imagining that the state is gonna come for Bitcoin, it did not come directly to arrest developers or whatever, but it did come under the shape of maybe this one guy who sued everyone and started filing patents for open source software.
Right. What was his motivation? What was he hoping to achieve? And did he achieve it? Is this the end game, the end result he wanted? Or did he want something else? What did he expect to happen?
Well,
I
if you take
know
it at face value, he was expecting to get acknowledgement from a lot of people that he's Satoshi and get a bunch of heads of state and politicians and whatever and I guess people from the industry, not necessarily from the cryptocurrency industry, but like internet historians or whatever, to acknowledge him as Satoshi and put his name on the white paper and stuff like this. But I don't think that was the end game. I think
No, I don't even think he could have believed that was the end game, because he would have known. Like I said, he's not. Okay, Craig Wright is a lot of things, but he's at least a little bit intelligent. Like he's not like he's like he's smart enough to know that if he's not Satoshi, he's going to get caught at some point in time, because he's making these claims that he can spend these early coins, but he never proves it. He never proves anything. Like he must have known that he was going to get called out, right?
yeah, of course. And
So
this happened very early on. If you think about it, in 2018, there was this conference in Korea called The Economy, and basically Vitalik Buterin got up during Craig Wright's speech and said, "You're a fraud, and you're wrong, and I hope you don't get invited to conferences anymore." And that one moment basically canceled Craig Wright from a lot of other conferences. So he was not welcome in any other places except for CoinGeek events.
Yeah.
And that was instrumental, but at the same time, he was able to do so much damage. To this day, you have Vladimir van der Laan, for example. He was not able to contribute to Bitcoin. It was more of his own choice. He was afraid of the legal consequences because he got sued by Craig Wright. But while he was still settling the case, he did not contribute a single line of code to Bitcoin. And then you had Jonas Schnelli, who was also a maintainer of Bitcoin Core, and he also quit. And people were saying, well, they're going to come back with pseudonyms and contribute. I don't think that happened.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe the most likely scenario is Greg came to hurt Bitcoin, and there was some other people pulling his strings. They're either blackmailing him or threatening him or bribing him. Maybe that seems to make the most sense, because like you said, he really hurt the big block movement in BCH. He also put huge chills in the development community. He kept I think he kept development centered around core, which is easier to control than a whole bunch of competing implementations. But he still managed to get a bunch of developers all worried about contributing. So yeah, he did huge damage, and I can't see any motivation how he had ever thought that he would have benefited by his actions. So it's like a good explanation is the damage was intentional. And that's
I'm also curious Omari Sachet, he was the guy, according to Bitcoin.com CEO Corbin Fraser, he's the guy who went French and said, okay, fuck you guys, I'm just gonna fork off. And he created Bitcoin Cash. I'm curious if there was any interaction whatsoever with Craig Wright, or if he was whispering in his ear telling him, just create the fork or something. Because maybe if Bitcoin Cash was not created, maybe there was some time, like a couple of months, when you guys could have agreed to not fork off and stay on the same chain and maybe make SegWit 2x happen.
Yeah, maybe. It's funny because I didn't met Craig Wright until a bit after the fork, but all Craig's Wright people were emailing me. They took me out for dinner a couple times in Vancouver, and then they would talk about collaborations, but they were really, really kind of strange, and they had a very kind of dark energy to them where you think that there's something very secretive about them. But we met with them anyways, because at that time I wasn't convinced one way or another about Craig. But this was leading up to the Bitcoin Cash fork, and so maybe they were. I'm curious. I'd like to talk to Amar. I'd never asked him that. If he was also talking with them and what happened. But yeah, they said, they would just, compliment Bitcoin on them, and they'd say, "Oh, you guys are great. We want to work with you. We love what you're doing." But it was never really clear what they're offering. They say, they would say things like, "We have 80 software engineers," and it's the guy who I went out for dinner with. They went with a couple of them in Vancouver. he was saying they had some office building where they had all these different people, and he was going to take. But I don't think he ever took me. All these computer guys working and stuff. But it's probably all kind of like bullshit. It was all.
Also, I have to show you this. I'm gonna put it on the screen. It's thanks to the guy behind the BitMEX research account that we got a Slack screenshot from your conversation with Craig Wright when you made the bet. Okay, let me adjust it a bit. So there's this diagram at the top, and you disagreed on the math, and you pointed out and said, here is the bet, do you take it or not? And Craig Wright replied, I said when we were in Canada, Peter, I would write this up. I have started. It is t equals 5. I have already run it. And you said your interpretation is not correct. The answer is t equals 15 minutes. So the bet is on, Craig, 1 BTC. And he said you can look at the R script when I get to finishing the write-up. And you said, can you please be clear whether or not you agree with this bet? And he said, if you wish, I have already done it, but so be it. So he does owe you 1 Bitcoin. We have the proof right here.
Thank you. We've now documented that for posterity.
Exactly.
1 Bitcoin.
How much was 1 Bitcoin at the time? Like $4,000?
Yeah, it's not what it's worth today.
You should get this.
Yeah, so yeah, that'd be cool. But now you got me really suspicious that like all the stuff with N-Chain and Craig Wright, like it makes the most sense for it never for their whole plan to have not made sense. Like there was always some ulterior motive, and now maybe you got my conspiracy wheels turning, but now I think you're right. Like I think he was sent or being compelled by someone to hurt Bitcoin. I believe that's probably true. That's the simplest explanation at this point.
Also remember, was it Mike Hearn who said this, that the way to kill Bitcoin is like death by 1,000 forks?
Yeah.
To divide the community indefinitely on very small differences. And you remember back in 2017, it wasn't just Bitcoin Cash that forked off. It was Bitcoin Gold, which I think the only purpose of that one was to mine it with GPUs. There was Bitcoin Diamond. There was supposed to be SegWit 2x, and then there was actually a SegWit 2x that had nothing to do with the original team.
Yeah.
There was Bitcoin Private, which turned out to be a huge scam because the guy who built it essentially pre-mined 1 million coins for himself. There were a lot of forks, and it seemed to be like the fashion at the time to fork Bitcoin and create a new currency, different parameters.
And how much of that was organic, and how much of it was done for the purposes of discrediting BCH? I think a lot. Like I remember, like Adam Back and those blockchain guys. They were, they would talk a lot about Bitcoin Gold, Bitcoin Diamond, like to try to put BCH in that same camp. Like, and clearly, like Bitcoin Diamond and a lot of these are just probably scams. But BCH was clearly BCH was a legitimate fork. Like there was a real community there, and they had legitimate grievances, and they tried to solve it. So now there's all these other forks, and then it just muddies the water, right? So that muddies the water for forking. Craig Wright's muddying the water for bigger blocks, and then he splits off the BSV. Yeah, so it's all this stuff is hurting what I would say is the grassroots organic community's efforts to try to rectify the problem in Bitcoin, which is the 1 megabit is not allowing us to grow to be that world currency that we want it to become.
And this is how we got to using stablecoins, I guess.
Yeah. So now we stablecoins and central bank digital currency is in our future, Vlad. So maybe the Bitcoin experiment has failed.
Well, it hasn't failed as long as we still use it and we accept it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we still have some runway left.
The first lesson in economics.
I appreciate you speaking to me and a bunch of other people from the broader community peer-to-peer cash community. Because it would be nice if we can kind of come together again. So there's so many people like yourself and like all these other developers who kind of spread out to all these different projects, but we all want the same thing. Like I don't think at the end of the day, I don't think really everyone really cares if it's the blocks are a bit bigger than I wanted or the privacy is a bit less or a bit more transactions. Like we all want to see this succeed. We want to have peer-to-peer electronic cash, an asset, a native asset on the blockchain, and we want that to be used all across the world.
I think the holy grail all along was to make Chaumian Cash decentralized. And once it became clear that Bitcoin can do partially, because Chaumian Cash was pretty private, right? So the way in which Satoshi compromised with it was to make it open. And now we have two different directions of research. We have, on one hand, actually, you can argue free. You have privacy, you have scalability, and you also have contracts. Contracts is a more novel construct, which maybe was influenced by the presence of Nexabo. But these are like the three main branches where research is being done. It seems like scaling is the more difficult one because it's very hard to define the parameters of what it means to scale. With privacy, at least you have some metrics and you can say, well, this is good enough. Or this is a good enough design that we can use.
But I guess for any of them to succeed, like that underlying asset, the underlying blockchain asset, whether it's BTC, Nexa, Ethereum, Zcash, people have to be using that and holding that. So you right, you need that's what you need. So I think that's what's important. So you need to move to a world where people are. I think people are accepting payments in the underlying. Otherwise, you're going to get taken over by stablecoins and CBDCs. And I don't think like why it's. We're not really competing. If you say that the privacy chain has different trade-offs than a scalable chain, has different trade-offs than a smart contract chain, then the three chains could all be solving kind of different problems. So in a way, they're not competing. And I don't think, is it a terrible world if there were three blockchains that all had lots of economic value on them? One is really scalable, one is really private, and one is great for smart contracts. That's still a win in my book.
Oh, you can argue at the same time that the one that is super scalable can still do smart contracts for the simple reason that it's scalable. And then you're going to get people from this school of thought because you have different types of privacy, but you also have this idea that being able to hide in the largest crowd gives you the best privacy, which is actually deniability. And therefore, the scale that the chain that scales the best is the one that is also going to have the best privacy. But once again, the question always remains, where does the experimentation happen? Because if you're going to experiment on something which is worth a lot of money and has lots of users, and you break it, I think the consequences are far worse than if you break something which was made like a sandbox, which is meant to be broken, which is meant to move fast and maybe make mistakes along the way. And I think Ethereum used to be that. Right now, they also became sort of conservative, and that's why maybe Solana is eating their lunch. Because Solana was not afraid of breaking and making mistakes, and Ethereum was. But at the same time, these are just attempts to make contracts possible. And to me, it's not as interesting as scaling and privacy. These are more cypherpunk, whereas contracts and reinventing banking is something that maybe bankers appreciate more and are much more interested in. There's a reason why JP Morgan invested in Ethereum very early on, because they wanted to run some financial experiments. But to me, I think Zcash and everything that happens with scaling, including trying to make Bitcoin work with larger blocks, is super interesting. And I want to present Dan Kaminsky's take on this, because we started from this assumption that nothing is new and it was already presented. Were you about to say, sorry, you have to go?
No.
I'm happy you don't say that. Basically, we have this blog post from 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I'll get it right immediately. Just let me crop it. It's called The Cryptographically Provable Con Man by Dan Kaminsky, May 3rd, 2016. And he explains why Craig Wright is a fraud in 2016. And he was the first person to do it publicly. And he uses responses that he got from an email from Gavin and Rizun. And he says, Craig Wright seems to be doubling down on his fraud again, and I don't care. The guy took an old Satoshi signature from 2009 and pretended it was fresh and new and applied to Sartre. It's like Wright took the final page of a signed contract and stapled it to something else, then proclaimed to the world, see, I signed it. That's not how it works. And he calls him a cryptographically provable con artist. And this is so ahead of its time.
Yeah, I remember seeing this argument. I didn't connect the dots that was Dan Kaminsky that did this. So yeah, so he had a lot of early insight, didn't he?
It's such a shame that this guy passed. He was such a treasure. He was an early Bitcoiner. He presented, so once again, I'll go to the slides of his presentation from 2011, where he explained what it takes to scale Bitcoin. And he presented bandwidth, CPU, and storage as the bottlenecks or the challenges. I'm happy that we still have his blog. I'm not sure who's paying for hosting it. Maybe he paid for many years in advance, but we should definitely preserve this because it's good to have. Next time someone says, well, BSV was the first one that came up with gigabyte blocks, point out that there's nothing original about it. This was being discussed and proposed way earlier. This is from August of 2011.
Let's just do the math. Let's do the math on this 2000 TPS. So 2000 transactions per second. Let's say 300 bytes per transaction times 8 bits. 4.8. It's only 4.8 megabits per second. So he's made a mistake on that bandwidth calculation.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's not nearly that high.
And then what else did he say?
The CPU, yeah, I agree with the core. That's kind of right in line with my estimations too. But now a 50-core machine is not crazy. And by moving it to specialized hardware, like I demonstrated, we can cut that down by another factor of, 100. Yeah, so
I think this guy believed that Len Sassaman was Satoshi.
who is, I've heard that name, but remind me who Len Sassaman is?
He was this academic who passed away in 2011 or something.
Yeah.
He was a cryptographer, apparently very nice guy. There's this tribute that Dan Kaminsky put on the blockchain. He called him Len the Rabbi Sassaman. Len was our friend, a brilliant mind, kind soul, and a devious schemer. Husband to Meredith, brother to Calvin, co-author and co-founder, and Shmoo, and so much more. We dedicate this silly hack to Len, who would have found it absolutely hilarious. I think he has a Wikipedia page. So if you want to find out more, you just look up Len Sassaman.
Interesting.
But these guys, like, I wish they were still around because they were so much ahead of their time. I'm not even sure if this is the first time someone spoke about gigabyte blocks in Bitcoin. Maybe there's some Bitcoin talk thread where you can find this. But it's the first time that I'm aware of when someone takes this outside of the Bitcoin world and talks to hackers and people from, I guess, the broader computer science field.
Mm-hmm.
And he also explains how anonymity can work on Bitcoin. So ahead of his time. Check out Kaminsky.com with a K and a Y at the end. So Kaminsky. To people on Spotify, they're not going to be able to see this, but you should definitely check it out. It's like, what are we even trying to do? Just replicate something that someone already discovered before I even heard about Bitcoin. But it's cool. And once again, if you go back, James A. Donald is the name of the guy. He still runs a blog. I know about this so much because I did this tiny comic book that's called Bitcoin Year One. Maybe I should send you a copy. And I spent a lot of time on the cryptography mailing list to see what the conversations were at the time. And James A. Donald was the first critic. He replied to Satoshi, I think, the next day after he published his white paper. And so it was 31st of October. And this guy was able to tell, well, it doesn't really scale and you're going to need this peer-to-peer like torrent network to be able to send coins at scale. And maybe that he sort of described what the Lightning Network became. I don't know. Maybe that's what inspired it. But there are also a bunch of guys that, like, there were these old school cryptographers working for Sun Microsystems or whatever. And they tuned in to say stuff like, well, it's not good that you don't register users because it would be nice to tell when someone is cheating or trying to double spend transactions, to identify them and call the police or something. And I guess they were so stuck in this old school mindset of building stuff with the help of the state or relying on the state to provide security. And fast forward a few years later, I gotta tell you this. I had an interaction with Luke Jr. on Twitter. And I happen to like drive chains, he does not. And he said, well, the Liquid Federation is good enough for this as a sidechain. And I'm like, so what's the security model? You just tell someone that you got robbed or something? You go to a court of law to settle your transaction if one of the Federation members or a majority of them does something to your coins. And he said, well, at least you can sue someone. As opposed to miners who are independent actors who are spread around the world, and you can't single out someone from a mining pool and say, well, it was this guy. Or maybe you can, but it's not that easy. But I don't know about you. I like the idea of building without permission, launching it on the internet and just letting people use it however they think is right for themselves, as opposed to thinking, well, if something goes wrong, there's this company that's running it and you can sue them in a court of law.
Yeah, so that's a totally different mindset, right? Bitcoin's all about being, decentralized, and the code is the law. But what's funny though is, like, if you look at examples where people have paid ridiculous transaction fees, very frequently the mining pool that mines it returns the excess fee. So even though it's decentralized and they don't really have to do that, if it was a valid transaction,
oh, you mean where they sent a lot of coins as transaction fee by accident, right? I think F2 Pool did that.
Pardon me?
I think F2 Pool did that.
Well, there's been a bunch of examples since my time in Bitcoin back in 2013 when I started. Like, they'll have like some large coin. Let's say they have a 1 BTC UTXO, and they peel off. Maybe they have some custom software that peels off like 0.1 BTC to make a payment, but then the rest just gets turned into a transaction fee because they didn't realize how the protocol worked. Maybe they made some custom software. The miner takes it, but then the guy just goes, hey, I screwed up, and then money gets back to him. That's happened many times. And I think it's cool because it shows that there's spaces behind these nodes, and we're not. I mean, we're relying on cryptography and we're relying on economic incentives, but people still do the right thing, even when things go wrong. So that's nice.
I think I've also read about a situation where very early on there was a mining pool that was able to get more than 51% of the hash rate, and they chose
Yeah.
not to. They chose
Yeah.
not to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really amazing because they realized that they can become a threat to the network, so they held back from mining more coins.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think this is really unusual in most markets. Like I think, most markets have trade groups and they talk about the health of their market. They want to create healthy environment so they can all thrive. And this is an example of that. Like it's not always this short-term profit maximizing agents fighting each other.
I gotta ask you, did you read the books that were written about the block size wars? And if so, were they accurate, or do you think there's more that was not published and needs to be researched?
I mean, I have read your first one here. I have not read it though. I should have read it, but I have 3 kids now, and I used to do most of my reading in the evening, and now after I put the kids to bed, I don't have as much time for reading like that. So I plan to. I should. I haven't read Jonathan Beer's book either, but I should do that too. So I can't comment on them.
I think I like them both. I disagree with them to an extent. Like Roger is trying very hard to prove that nodes are pointless and you should not be running your own node, and SPV is good enough. And Jordan has a point very early on in the book where he said that increasing the block size required a hard fork, the same hard fork that can change the Bitcoin supply, or I guess change ownership of coins or something. And I read that and I was a bit baffled. I was like, that was never part of the conversation during the scaling wars. Like, of course you can do that, but it's like saying, well, it's a kitchen knife, the same knife that you can use for stabbing someone. But once again, that's not the purpose of it. It's not why it was made.
Yeah, I guess he's making a bit of a slippery slope argument, right? Like, if we set a precedent for doing a hard fork once, then there's going to be all these hard forks in the future, and anything's possible with a hard fork. So imagine if we make 40 million Bitcoins with a hard fork. So yeah, I think it's a pretty weak argument.
And that's the funny part. We already have 40 million Bitcoin.
Yeah,
on paper. No, I don't mean because of the split. I mean because of institutions selling BTC that they don't have. And that's another issue. Rehypothecation and all of these situations in the finance world where someone somewhere is going to get screwed because there's not enough Bitcoin.
I don't know. Do we have really that much evidence yet that that's actually happening? But I know there's speculation.
You look at all of these companies saying that they bought Bitcoin when really they buy ETFs, or they sign a piece of paper and then they get another piece of paper that says you have this amount of Bitcoin. But if this was true, the price would really spike, right?
Right, but I mean, I read some of the prospectuses for some of these ETFs, and they're tightly regulated. Like, I don't think, like, are you saying that they're fraud, and then they're not actually following the perspective? Like when people say there's paper Bitcoins, like, what are you saying? You're basically saying someone is doing something fraudulent. It's somewhere in the chain, is it right? Or are you saying that?
I'm saying maybe that they're double selling. So they only own one Bitcoin and they're selling it to 2 people.
Right, which would be fraud. But I'm skeptical of that because like these are big, tightly regulated companies, and I don't think like that's blatant fraud. Like, I don't think that's happening. But there could be some funny things happening, but I don't think that's it. Like, I think if there's some kind of double counting, I think it's being done in some weird in some legal way that allows it, like where someone's pledging an asset and the contract allows them to to move it on. But like if you look at the prospectus for the ETFs, I think it was pretty obvious that that couldn't happen.
Someone says in the chat that they're short Bitcoin in that scenario. They'll be squeezed when they need to redeem. If that's happening. Anyway, we're almost 10 years later. It's 8 years later from the block size wars. And it seems like this fighting doesn't make much sense anymore, but at the same time, we still haven't solved the most important issues that were being presented at the time. And maybe that the time that was spent fighting could have been used to actually fix stuff. Like, did you sell all your BTC for BCH, or do you still hold BTC?
I hold BTC, yeah.
So you didn't go all in on BCH like other guys did?
No.
I think in hindsight, that was smart.
There was a fork, so I had, whatever BTC I had, I got the same amount of BCH. So.
Yeah, but there are guys who basically traded their BTC for BCH because they believed so much that BTC is gonna go to 0 and BCH is gonna be the one Bitcoin.
Well, to me, that was I could see a rational argument to kind of reallocating. If you think BCH is going to win, maybe go a bit heavier BCH, but to go all in, it seemed it seems greedy to me, right? Like if a fork like that happens, you kind of win either way, right? Just hold both, and you automatically have the winner. You don't have to buy it; you already have it. So yeah, I think people were foolish if they sold all of their BTC for BCH. If they maybe sold some and bought one a bit heavier. That's what we do. We're investing, so you got to put your money where your mouth is, and you're trying to make a profit. But yeah, you get too greedy. Like if you assume you know what's going to happen, and then it doesn't happen, then you lose a lot of money.
Yeah,
and it's hard to make predictions about what's going to happen in the future. Like a lot of things can happen that you don't expect.
I guess you played right in this situation. Because I've heard of people who lost everything, not everything, they just swapped their BTC for BCH, and of course maybe that they sold in November, maybe, but maybe they did not, and now they're stuck holding something which is like, how much is a BCH? $300?
Yeah, it's lost. It hasn't nearly keeping up with BTC. It's too bad. But maybe that's why there's so much tribalism. Is maybe there's people are just talking from their pocketbooks too much. Like it seems that people really get they're a fan. Like it's like sports teams. Like, oh, I'm a fan of BCH. I'm a fan of BTC. Like it does feel like that.
It is like that, yeah. But I think BCH people were more open-minded to Ethereum or something else, whereas BTC people they said, well, everything that is not our coin is a scam and a shitcoin. And it's very funny because the goalposts, and I talk about this a lot on Twitter. Initially, shitcoin was something that was just a copy of Bitcoin and did nothing interesting. Like, let's say, for example, Primecoin or Beercoin or all of these forks that basically changed one parameter and they said, well, it's a different coin now.
Yeah.
Maybe you can argue that that's a shitcoin, but something which is a complete rewrite and does something different from Bitcoin, like crypto notes, which resulted into Monero, you can't argue with a straight face that it's a scam and a shitcoin because it does something different. Definitely. It uses some of the same technology, but it in a different way, and it doesn't use the same code. And to argue that everything that is not this first design is a shitcoin and should not exist is, I guess, first of all, if you make this argument, you're not for open source software. And you don't believe that people should build something or experiment with building. To argue that Bitcoin is already perfect when it hasn't solved scaling and privacy is also dangerous. But a lot of people seem convinced that Bitcoin is the perfect money. And there is nothing better that can ever be built. I'm actually curious if you believe that we're gonna get another solution for the double spending problem, which does not involve blockchains and is decentralized. And if you think that's gonna come out and basically destroy what Bitcoin built and absorb all of the activity and the mind share that Bitcoin has.
No, I don't think so. I think Satoshi's design will stand the test of time. I think I think we talked about nodes becoming commodities and just part of a kind of a generic tech stack. So I think that'll look like it'll be the UTXO model, the account mate model. Like Ethereum shot itself in the foot. I don't see how they're going to get out of that. It just can't scale because it's just the wrong architecture. And it's going to be proof of work. Like proof of stake, in my opinion, is not even a coin. Like what is proof of stake is basically like a share in a company. You have shareholders, staking their shares, deciding which transactions to approve. But the transactions are just like other shareholders reassigning the shares to other shareholders. So it's like the whole holding yourself by your own bootstraps things. There's nothing tethering proof of stake to the ground. So I don't see how is Ethereum not just like a company and Ether is just a share, but it just has a shareholder agreement where they've agreed that using this proof of stake mechanism is how they allow people to trade shares. So it's just a bunch of shareholders all over the world voting with their shares on what share transfers to allow.
Yeah, but
I don't
in
see.
spite of all of this, which is very legit, you see that the industry is pivoting towards proof of stake.
Yeah, I think it's not money. I mean, I guess you could say, well, anything is money if people accept, but it's not what Eric Voska would call market money. Like market money, Eric does a way better job of me than explain this. But market money has to enter the economy at its cost of production. So it costs something to produce a Bitcoin, and that's driven by proof of work. It costs nothing to create more effort. There's nothing real behind it. It's just they can just issue more shares whenever they want. I mean, they probably won't because they won't vote for that, but they could. And they would enter the system at zero value. So I don't see. I'm not saying that Ethereum. I like Ethereum. I think they've done really good things. I'm not saying that proof of stake is bad. I just think proof of stake is not money, or proof of stake is not good money. Proof of stake is like shares in a company. Proof of work is market money. And I think when we look forward, 30 years, and we actually we create this great, better money, the Satoshi vision, it's going to be proof of work because I don't think anything else makes sense. Like another way to look at it is, let's imagine you had there's society, most of society is destroyed. Bitcoin is thrived for a long time. In 2050, society just kind of crumbles, and then we slowly rebuild. So then someone from the future finds the Bitcoin blockchain, and they're like, "Whoa, look at these block headers. Look at all these leading zeros in these block headers. That must have taken enormous computational power to solve these hash puzzles. Why did that happen? That would be so interesting. If you look at the Ethereum block header, it would mean nothing. There's nothing physical that was hard to create about the Ethereum block, the chain of headers in Ethereum. If you start with the original Ethereum coins, this is the proof of the nothing is stake problem. You could recreate a new Ethereum blockchain that's just as cryptographically valid as the current Ethereum blockchain, but it won't be accepted because all the people are here alive today. But if you looked at that from 100 years in the future, they're both equally valid. But in Bitcoin, it's different because it's proof of work. There's what goes into the Bitcoin proof of work. You have to expend significant resources, and someone from the future can still tell that, even if the people alive aren't there to tell the story. So I see proof of work as the only feasible consensus mechanism for decentralized market money.
But what do you think about a scenario where the coins were already mined into existence? Do you think proof of stake makes sense? So let's say that we reach the year 2140 and all the coins have been mined. Does it make sense to have proof of stake, or do you think it should still go on with proof of work?
I would definitely go on with proof of work. I guess that's a hard. Yeah, my argument isn't as valid then because you're no longer creating new coins. Yeah, just I don't know. Proof of stake it rubs me the wrong way because it seems like there's no tether to the physical world.
Yeah, I get that. That's why I think in Ethereum they implemented the minimum staking requirements of 32 ETH, I think. You need to basically put that collateral into the system to run a node, and then if you try to cheat the system, you lose your deposit. And I think you can put more than that for your node. I think Coinbase, for example, has more. I remember at one point there was this movement to try to slash Coinbase, and slash is the term they use for destroying their stake and calling them a bad actor or something. But once again, it sort of maximizes human politics because it introduces voting with your money as a consensus mechanism. But at the same time, I gotta ask you this: if BlackRock and Michael Saylor and all of these actors who buy a lot of Bitcoin are able to not dictate but influence the direction of development to a disproportionate amount, wouldn't you say that it's already proof of stake because people listen to people with most skin in the game?
Well, I guess you could say it's analogous to proof of stake, but no, it's not. It's still proof of work. It's just you're saying some people have influence over the protocol. Okay, let me go back to your earlier question about the Bitcoin future when we transition to proof of stake when there's no more coins. I think it still wouldn't work because as soon as you say you're voting, you said you're voting with your money, but as soon as you say I'm voting with my money, then my money is just shares in some company. Like I don't see how a proof of stake coin, whether it happened, to Bitcoin when all the coins are mined, or whether it happens at the beginning, how a proof of stake coin is not just a company. It's just a company, and it's like articles of incorporation define the rules for transferring shares, and it just happens to use a blockchain. Like, there's nothing that makes it a money. It's a company. But okay, so and then to the Michael Saylor thing. So you're saying, well, he has some influence over the protocol. I mean, that's more of a second order way. Second order, like I would say, the proof of work and the proof of stake is the first order. That's what's making the decisions on the block by block decisions on what's a valid block, what's an invalid block. But so again, I guess you can kind of shape what happens in the future with influence over development. But that's what I think it's important to this point where, like, people say ossification, and I think ossification is bad if you ossify in things like the 1 megabyte limit, and you ossify in a crappy, incomplete scripting language. But if you actually if you can ossify in a way that where you have limits that can move, we can adjust the limits in the future, and you ossify in a way where you have a virtual machine that's Turing complete and with transaction introspection, and anything is possible, then I think ossification is good then, because like what else do you want to do? You can do everything. So that I think I would love to get to that point where the Bitcoin node is commoditized, the protocol is ossified, but there's no limits. I mean, we still have these soft limits that we can adjust. And the scripting is so flexible that people can do whatever they want without asking for permission. That's the point. Yeah, it's ossified now. It's good. No one has really influence over the protocol. It doesn't matter. Like, the power of the core dev is gone at that point in time.
Yeah, but how about this scenario? Let's say that BlackRock wants to fork Bitcoin, and Michael Saylor is on board with this, and they're gonna say, well, we're gonna double the supply of coins, make it 42 million, and we're gonna make this change, and then when it gets listed on exchanges, it's gonna get the ticker BTC, and they do have that power to influence exchanges, and at least a chunk of them, the ones that are from the US, and tell them, well, this is gonna be the new BTC, and the fork that we're leaving behind is something that we want to abandon, and please delist it. Like, isn't this basically proof of stake?
Well, it would be proof of stake if those coins, if the coins enter the market at zero cost, then yeah, it's not market money. It's not really proof of work that Bitcoin. It's no difference than issuing a bunch of shares. But I mean, is that a realistic scenario? Like, to me, like who's going to go? So BlackRock says we're just going to increase the coin supply from 21 million to 42 million, and I'm issuing 21 extra million Bitcoins to myself. Like give me an example where this might actually happen. I mean, obviously, people like you must agree that that would never happen.
Well, that depends. I'm thinking about a situation where maybe that BlackRock is selling more Bitcoin to people than they actually have, and they sort of are under pressure to not get sued and not have a situation where they have to give out a lot of billions of dollars to their investors. And then they're gonna see a situation where Bitcoin hasn't figured out its security budget situation and say, well, you guys need more rewards for your miners. And then they promote this as a way of saying, well, we're just gonna make everyone happy. Forget about your 21 million meme. Let's just do what works, what is best for business. They're gonna frame it in a certain way that to some people will seem reasonable, and they will say, well, it's good for miners, it's good for themselves, it's good for the market, the number's gonna keep going up because they already sold more coins than are actually on the market, so it will probably not impact the market price. So people will go along with it.
Okay, but I mean, this is a different. So now the coins are still entering the market at the market price. There's still a competitive proof of work mining process to create. You're basically just changing the issuance schedule. So I could see maybe that happening in the future. I mean, Peter Todd wants to do that, right? But to me, that would. I mean, I don't want that to happen.
No, that's Demirage. Peter Todd wants to do something like tail emission, which is a constant percentage of inflation that gets added as a reward perpetually. And I think if he does like 2%, it takes about 50 years to double the supply.
I mean, I could see that maybe passing in the future sometime if there's not enough transaction fees. But I mean, I don't want that to happen. I think Bitcoin can't survive off the fees alone if we get the block size up. But even if that did happen, that's not the end of the world, right? The coins are still entering the market at the market price. There's still a competitive process to get those new coins. So I would see that as not ideal, but I don't think that kills Bitcoin. And I also don't see how that really benefits BlackRock.
Well, just to be able to give the coins that they sold on paper to people who bought from them.
But they would have to still mine them, right? So
sure, but yeah, you're partially right. They will have to mine it, and they'll have to buy from the miners.
So I don't think there's too strong of an incentive to really do that, because there's little benefit, because it costs as much to make the money as it does as the money's worth. But yeah, so I guess you could say, but yeah, maybe there's another fork where the fork is just to create an extra 1,000 coins for BlackRock. Or a good example is XDC, Al Murray's coin, right? So that's kind of what they did. So that's an interesting fork. So instead of 25 Bitcoin per block, we're going to issue 20 Bitcoin per block, and five Bitcoin go into my pocket. So I mean, this is what we call the death tax. But essentially, Murray changed the code so that a portion of the mining reward went into his wallet, which was preposterous to BCH, but it passed. Like, they forked off, but that's still a viable chain, and it's still working. So yeah, maybe that could happen in the future. A lot of different things can happen in the blockchain world because computers can do a lot of different computations. Like you can program it any behavior you want, is what I'm saying. So
yeah, do you believe that the 21 million cap is worth defending, or do you think that we already have more because we have a lot of forks of Bitcoin?
I think the 20 until we can show that there's going to be a security budget problem, I see no reason to change the current emission schedule. However, if we remain at 1 megabyte, I don't see how we are not going to run into a security budget problem in the future.
Well, unless we get drive chains, but once again, maybe we do get drive chains, but the users don't come, and that's the other issue. Like, Bitcoin can get the capacity, can get the technology, but it doesn't mean that it will get the users. There's no guarantee there.
Yeah.
Of course, you can assume that everyone's gonna want to use Bitcoin because it's the one that has the largest market cap, most liquidity, and all of these advantages. But once again, maybe that they get better incentives on Ethereum or Solana or something.
Yeah, and then I guess even zooming out from that, there's no guarantee that Bitcoin even wins, right?
No.
Like, I think a lot of people, like, they start with the premise that Bitcoin will always be the number one coin and will win.
It's inevitable. That's what they say.
That's not necessarily true. But it's also not necessarily true that any crypto wins. Like, it's also possible that our future is the central bank digital currency. So there's a lot of different things that can happen between now and whenever we between now and the end of this experiment begun by Satoshi.
I mean, when you look at it, you're gonna find that Corey Fields, Bitcoin core developer, at one point, if I'm not mistaken, he was supposed to be the guy to replace Gavin Andresen, like his right hand man. Is that what you call someone like the trusted wunderkind of the whole crop of Bitcoin core developers? He worked with MIT to build Project Hamilton, which is their pilot for CBDC in the US. And if you read the white paper of Project Hamilton, you're going to see that a lot of the research and development that went into Bitcoin was also used for their CBDC pilot. So this is not some wild conspiracy theory that we're presenting here. It's happening.
No, it is. It's happening.
And maybe that we're just like the early adopters of the CBDC technologically, you know? And then they're just gonna come in and say, well, from now on, this technology that you've been testing is banned, but at least you know the user experience and you know how it works and you know how to develop for it. And from now on, you're gonna use the state BTC or whatever it's gonna be called. Identical user experience, infinitely scalable because it's centralized. And they can even promote features like, well, for amounts lower than $100, you can have privacy.
Yeah.
But the merchant will not have privacy or something like this.
That could be our future.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and at least here in Europe, they do talk about the digital euro being implemented. And some voices say, well, it's just talk to make it look like they're up to something and they're not just wasting their time at the European Central Bank. But I do believe that they're testing the waters and they want to see the reactions to it. I think that the generation of kids who grew up just tapping their card or double pressing the side button on their phone to make payments, they're gonna have a very easy time embracing CBDCs because they never, I mean, not never, but they rarely ever used cash and they did not understand why it makes sense. I think this is sort of the last bastion of freedom. I don't think cryptocurrencies, I don't think Bitcoin can succeed without the existence of cash in parallel.
I don't know about that.
That's the only situation where you can have like a somewhat private transaction where you exchange Bitcoin for cash. If you don't have that, you're just gonna involve banks and by proxy the state.
Well, maybe initially, but I mean, if you if we do succeed and a lot of people are using Bitcoin or some native crypto asset, then that kind of replaces cash, right?
Oh, of course, but that's the hopium, I guess. It's not really happening
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not.
because
Yeah.
we're close to the all-time high right now. Or what's the price? Just for the record, for people listening to this later, maybe $106,000 right now. But the question is, in how many places can you spend a Bitcoin today?
Way less than in 2014. Way less. And the thing is, like, nobody seems to really care about it anymore either.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean,
I
Michael
I
Saylor
used to,
got Trump to say never sell your Bitcoin.
yeah. But like, do your naughty friends that aren't into Bitcoin, do they still talk to you about Bitcoin? Are they interested anymore?
No. This is
Yeah,
the interesting part. Like 4 years ago, in
yeah,
2021, they were asking me, like, hey, what's this Bitcoin? Oh, I see it went up. Now it seems like nobody cares anymore.
yeah,
And I don't
yeah.
know
I
what's
agree.
wrong. Maybe
My experience.
it's not
So
in their
people,
news cycle, or maybe they've become numb to the idea and they're like, yeah, it went up again. I missed out once again. I don't care.
yeah, they've just been hurt so bad by missing out so many times, and it hurts too much for them to think about it. Maybe.
But this time around, nobody reached out to me to say, hey, Vlad, I remember you were into Bitcoin. Do you still
Hmm.
have some, or just some stupid question like, is it a good time to buy? I didn't get that.
No, I didn't get it either. And then just the interest in even understanding it seems to be mostly gone by people. And it's a shame because it's like learning about Bitcoin forces you to learn about money, like what money is, about central banking, about fiat currency, about all these interesting aspects of technology, computer science. So it's a door to a really interesting educational experience. So it's a shame where people don't get to experience that. But the interest is gone. It sucks.
It
But
does. And it almost seems like this bull market, and maybe it's obvious because there is no action in altcoins, but this bull market is not driven by retail, at least not yet.
no, yeah, I mean, I guess that's what's good. Why I'm not, I'm depressed, but I'm still doing well because I still hold Bitcoin. But I am surprised that the price is holding up as good as it is, given that it seems like normie interest is gone, retail interest is gone. It's basically failed as a payment system. I guess what's keeping it alive is this, basically Sailor's idea. We were kind of burning on Sailor, but that's what's keeping us alive, right? Just this digital store of value narrative.
And every day you get news about some new company deciding to buy some BTC on their balance sheet. You get all of these companies that think they discovered the infinite money glitch, where they repeat the MicroStrategy playbook in different countries.
Yeah.
And they have a small company that takes on a loan and then buys Bitcoin with it, and then takes another loan, takes collateral against the Bitcoin, buys more Bitcoin, and I don't know where this is heading. At one point, the price is not gonna go up anymore. At one point, the whales are gonna sell and crash the market. I don't know. And what comes next? And once again, my question, because 4 years ago we had Elon Musk being interested in Bitcoin, and we had Tesla adding BTC as a payment mechanism to buy a new car. And I was asking myself, what's next? Because it seems like every cycle we had something bigger. And how can you get bigger than this? And now we have Donald Trump endorsing Bitcoin. We're dealing with a situation where David Bailey organizes the largest Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas and has the vice president speaking and has all of these politicians coming and telling us that Bitcoin is great. And once again, we will inevitably have another bear market after this. Maybe it's gonna take a year, and then we're gonna have to rationalize once again what Bitcoin is and what it's good for and the purpose of all of this effort. But what's next? How can this become even bigger? That's my question. Maybe that the price discovery has reached its peak, or maybe not. I don't know.
I don't like. Yeah, I guess I'm surprised at how well it's done, given its failure as a payment mechanism and a failure. That's something interesting to normies. But it's still held up, like I said, by like the institutions and the ETF, the investors, the store value. But there's potentially still a long way to go there, right? Like I think, people make the analogy to gold, and hit gold's market cap, we still get the 10x, right? I think, like gold market caps, like 10 times Bitcoin's, something like that.
I gotta check that. There's a website. It's called 8 Market Cap, and 8 stands for infinite.com. So gold is at 22.8 trillion. Bitcoin is at 2.1 trillion. So yeah, we do need a 10x to flip gold.
Okay, so that takes us to around $1 million US per coin. And I can see us achieving that just with the store value narrative. And I mean, that's pretty good. Like that's a lot of money considering, where we were back in 2009, 2011, 2013. Like, but maybe that's where Bitcoin ends. Maybe it just becomes this digital gold that just companies hold, people hold, and it's just kind of their way to protect themselves against inflation. Allows it to like soak up fiat currency from all the money printing by the Fed and the central banks across the world, and maybe that would help the world. Like what's happened in Canada and most of the Western world is the crazy increase in house prices because they're basically being used as speculative investment vehicles. And through lowering interest rates, increasing the money supply, a lot of the money ends up in these different bubbles, and the housing bubble is the last big bubble that's happened. So what allowed the government to print, or the central banks to print so much money without stoking too much inflation, is the fact that most of it ended up in rising house prices. But that's kind of bad for society because now housing, at least around me in Vancouver, is out of reach for most young families. But if that money goes into cryptocurrency, into Bitcoin, well, that's a more pro-social bubble, right? Because you're not depriving people of their housing needs. It's just going into these speculative assets. So, who was it? It was that guy from Abra.
Bill Barrett or something. Bill Barry.
Yeah. So he talks about this once in a while, how it's Bitcoin can be like this sponge for central bank printing, and the central banks could actually like it in the sense that it allows them to increase the money supply and solve those political problems that people want lower interest rates, they want more money printed, without stoking too much inflation, because instead of going to housing, now it's going to Bitcoin. Yep, maybe that's.
But I do have to ask you, if that's the case, and this is all there is to Bitcoin, what's the point of your work, and why do you wake up every morning focusing on how to scale this design that Satoshi Nakamoto left us?
There's no point to my work then. There's no point. Like that, I mean, we can, if that's the end goal, we already have the technology to achieve that. But I don't want that to be the end goal. So I don't see how that's not why I got involved. I got involved for peer-to-peer electronic cash. Like I remember talking to a friend. It was like a year or so before I discovered Bitcoin, and he was saying, "Isn't it weird? Like let's say I meet some guy on the bus and I want to give him some money. Like I can pull $2 out of my pocket and give him money, but if I don't have any cash, even if I have my phone and stuff, there's no way for me to give him money that doesn't involve like going through a bank or something." And I'm like, that is kind of weird, right? It's like everything's so digital, but there's no digital analogy, and there's no digital analog for money. It all has to be routed through like banks or some third party. And we thought that was kind of odd at the time, and that kind of makes sense because how could you have something digital that's also scarce, because you can just copy it as much as you want. But then so Satoshi solved that, right? Like Bitcoin is weird, because it's a digital thing that's also scarce. So that's really, really cool. And this conversation has been so long, my brain is going many directions at once. But that's so when I learned about that back in 2013, I was like, wow, that's so wild. You're creating something digital that's also scarce, and that's going to become our money for the future because it's decentralized. No one's really controlling it. I always thought you'd have to have some bank or something controlling the money if it's digital, where we can have gold or paper in person. But no, Satoshi's found this solution that allows people to exchange money peer to peer in a way that's still purely digital. So that is like this will be remembered in history, I'm sure, and hopefully we're using it in history when it's being remembered. But that's what I'm fighting for. That's what I want to see, and I want to be able to go anywhere in the world and just hey, I'll send you some digital cash from my phone or from my cool little electronic gizmo that I made or something.
It's funny because I looked at the chat and there's someone who said, "What's up, Vlad? Did you guys fix it yet?" As in fix Bitcoin.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy. No, it's not easy. I was gonna say that it's easy to criticize Bitcoin and overlook all of the nice stuff about it. But once again, it's really not easy to present good criticism about Bitcoin, to be on point. Because you can be a Francis Coppola who said, well, you can divide it infinitely, and therefore it's not scarce. And people were making fun of her, like, hey, I have this pizza. I can basically cut slices as small as an atom. Does that mean that I have more pizza and I've created pizza inflation?
Yeah, that's it. Does she actually believe that, or is she? I don't know. It seems so dumb.
It is dumb. But you could, I think, on the Lightning Network, send amounts smaller than one base unit.
Mm-hmm.
And people were calling that inflation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not, obviously. Yeah.
Because the smallest unit is no longer the smallest unit. You have like 1,000 times of a smaller unit. I'm happy it did not become a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember people were racing in the beginning of the Lightning Network to send the smallest transaction possible and have it routed. That was, I think it was an Armenian guy named Melik. I'm not sure if he's around anymore. It's so sad, when you stick around for longer than a market cycle, you see that all the friends that you made along the way in the early days, they either sold out, and by sold out I mean they just got normal jobs or got jobs in a company and they don't care about this anymore. And they don't talk about it, they're not fun, they don't post like they did before. Or else they go, and not too many of them stick around. And then you're stuck with all of these memories of your early days and how fun it was. And when you ask yourself, well, who is still here to have some of that fun? And you realize, well, not too many people. And it's sad because everything happens so fast in Bitcoin. Like, you would not expect this technology to move and have like a changing of the guards of developers so fast. You look at the maintainers of Bitcoin Core today, like you can complain all day that it's made by, it consists of gatekeepers and the same guys. But if you look at it, so many people have come and gone over the years. And everything in Bitcoin is sort of accelerated compared to real life. Like the market cycles that we see, I guess they would see this bull bear cycle in traditional markets maybe once in a lifetime. You saw like a huge bull market and then a terrible bear market. And maybe it did not happen within a few days, it happened across a couple of years. But now it's on the internet, it's 24/7, you have millions of people participating at the same time, and it's accelerated. It's really crazy when you think about it.
yeah, I mean, we're living through, a major change. Like this is like what we're doing here is making history.
And we're the first generation to be exposed to this kind of technology.
Hmm.
And I remember my first month in Bitcoin, I was watching price charts all the time and I couldn't sleep. It was really
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, yeah. I remember that. Like I would just wake up in the middle of the night. Oh, check the price of Bitcoin. Check the price of Bitcoin.
I was trying to see patterns in it and be like, well, it looks like every morning at 5, it seems like the Asian market is waking up, 5 a.m. being like 11 or something in Japan. And
Hmm.
I would see like small price movements upwards and I was thinking, man, I'm such a genius. I'm gonna trade these movements because it always seems to go up at this exact time, and of course I got wrecked.
Yeah.
You can't really establish patterns. That's one of the worst mistakes you can make, to assume that whatever happened in the past is gonna keep on repeating.
Hmm.
It's wild, really.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think yeah, it is. It is. It's cool to be part of this big experiment. Like I remember I gave a talk at Coinbase during the block size wars, and I was walking out in San Francisco afterwards, and I remember I was on the phone with who's now my wife, and I said, what? I feel like what's happening now will be remembered for 100 years in the future. Like they'll be talking about, we were talking about the block size. Like I just feel that this is going to be part of history, and that feels really cool. To be there, seeing it happen, and I think that's true. Like now, there's 2 books on the block size wars, and we're still talking about it. And I think, yeah. So we're going to be talking about, like, as long as there's humankind, like I think Bitcoin will be a chapter in human development.
So it's true that Bitcoin is life-changing technology.
Why didn't it change last? I just go with it.
I've heard some people saying this, and it turns out to be true in some cases.
Yeah, I think there's a couple cases.
I'm not sure if I have any more questions at this point, which is a shame, because you're a true treasure of knowledge.
Oh, thank you. I've had fun, bud. You've done a great job. I think it's been nice. You've asked me many good questions, and really made me rethink things as well. So I appreciate this interview. Yeah, we've covered, like, I made a bunch of notes, and we have covered everything on my notes too. So yeah.
Where do you see Bitcoin? Because you made a bunch of predictions, right? And one of them that you made turned out to be wrong. You said, like, in 2019 that 5 years from now we will not talk about BTC and BCH anymore, which maybe implied that there's gonna be a clear winner and the other camp is gonna move to the chain of the winner, which did not happen.
No.
And I gotta ask, where do you see Bitcoin 5 years from now, both BTC and BCH? And maybe what you're working on, Nexa or eCash, which is also a fork.
Like I really want. I hope people can see Bitcoin more broadly. Like I hope people take Eric Foskill's view that we're all kind of Bitcoin and we're all working on the same goal. And I would like to bring people back together, and like there used to be really fantastic technological discussions on Reddit, on Bitcoin Talk, everywhere. There were great conferences, like the Scaling Bitcoin conference was awesome. Like I would love to rekindle that with the broader crypto community. So that's what I would like to see us. And I don't even want to talk about what coin's going to win, because I don't really care. I just want the project to succeed. So I would like people to come together more and work towards this common goal of creating. We're trying to make better money for the planet, and so let's come together and do that.
I think my views were changed radically when I started getting into Linux. And also in one of the interviews that I recorded with Pavel Rusnak, he's the former CTO and co-founder of Trezor. He said that before he got into Bitcoin, he was working for Arch Linux.
Hmm.
And he said that there was like a rival team working on Fedora Linux. And in his mind, in the beginning, it was like this race of trying to figure out stuff first and trying to get more users. But then he
Hmm.
understood that both teams are building sort of for the same goal on the
Hmm.
efforts of the others. Because if one of them discovered something, the other one could use the code and so on and so forth. And
Yeah.
basically, it was like having two separate teams working on the same project, except that they had the illusion that they're competing.
Right, right, because it's not zero sum. Like they're like value is accruing to to that those two teams. So they both benefit from the presence of the other, and that's the same in crypto, right? It's not zero sum.
It is
Like,
zero sum if you're an Austrian economist and you go, well, this is gold and everything else is fool's gold and whatever. But if you're a cypherpunk, there's no way for you to deny the fact that this is useful. Or
mhm.
even if you're, I'm not a cypherpunk, I'm like this open source enthusiast. I do like software. I'm a computer nerd. That's how I started with everything. And I do see that it's useful. In the beginning, it's not obvious, and you're gonna be like, oh, another fork, such a shitcoin. But then you see that it does something different.
Yeah.
Because, of course, it needs to have its own identity, it needs to legitimize its presence on the market, it needs to have
Hmm.
its own story, build its own user base. So it's gonna try something different. Like, for example,
Hmm.
Litecoin, it took a lot of crap over the years from Bitcoiners. But what they did was to add the MWeb, which is Mimblewimble extension block, which is a way for them to both increase the block size and also add privacy in
Hmm.
one soft fork. I was
Yeah,
thinking,
that was
this
cool.
is so good. This is something that both BTC and BCH can take and implement,
Hmm.
like off the shelf.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like we're all we're all contributing to the same pool of knowledge. So the research on Nexa or the research on Bitcoin Cash, research on Ethereum, anyone can pick it up and use it, right?
And we also get market feedback. Like we see what gets demand, we see transaction volumes, we see number of transactions, we see what's being used, what's being most forked, and that's our best metric for understanding how we should be getting to having the perfect form of digital cash.
Hmm. Yes, that's what we're working towards.
Yeah. And I gotta say, I'm disappointed by Blockstream, or disappointed in Blockstream, because they seem to have everything figured out. At least when I first got in, I was sold on the fact that they're smart. But in a
Yeah.
way, I feel like they got what they deserved with no users on Liquid and having a minority Lightning implementation and having their developers leave and always seeming like they're presenting something like a solution in search of a problem to solve.
Definitely. But why? But they keep getting funding.
I have my theory about that, and maybe you can call me conspiracy minded or something. I do believe that Blockstream has this reputation as the team of people that has the political power to dictate what's gonna happen with Bitcoin.
Hmm.
Because they're the ones that funded and made SegWit possible, and it was
Hmm.
their engineers who made Taproot possible. They created it, they coded it, they promoted it, they pushed it, it happened. And maybe that they have this reputation of the company that basically controls what the next upgrade to Bitcoin is gonna be. Or even worse, and I've seen that happening, they have the power to destroy improvement proposals. And I've
Hmm.
seen a situation with Adam Back joining the CTV Telegram chat,
Hmm.
and he presented every piece of FUD that was available at the time and tried to tell people there's no consensus to this. The approach that you're following for activation is wrong. You're terrible and blah blah. And he was able just by himself to go into that chat to get his followers on that chat to agree with him, and he stalled the development of CTV by at least a couple of years.
Hmm.
Just one person joining that chat and just by himself being Adam Back. That's why I can't ever believe that this guy's Satoshi. Because he's
Yeah.
very nice and accepting and inclusive in his public demeanor. But at the same time, in private, he seems to take down a lot of these efforts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And that's why I think Blockstream is getting funded, because of course they're gonna say they're a research team that's trying to build for Bitcoin. They can't present any successful evidence that they're building something that's good for Bitcoin, except for the soft forks on which they worked. But I think this is the value of the company. It's like this political influence that they have. And this, I guess, every time someone publishes a YouTube video saying, well, Adam Back might be Satoshi, it sort of benefits the aura of authority around Blockstream.
Yeah.
And even though Adam Back denies it, there are people who say, well, he acts in a certain way that makes me think that he's Satoshi.
He's not Satoshi.
He's not, because first of all, he's a much better coder. He worked for Microsoft. There are some mistakes that Satoshi made in version 0.1 that maybe a professional coder would not make. And also his privacy solution, Confidential Transactions, which he built with Greg Maxwell.
Yeah.
That was only ever used by Liquid, which used to be their Elements sidechain project. I don't think anyone else embraced that. And they also created their own weird scripting language for smart contracts called Simplicity. And once again, nobody's using that. They were bragging at one point that they can put it on t-shirt.
Yeah, but like, and how would those even become a real product? Like what's the pitch? How does Blockstream really make money, or what's the potential for how Blockstream would make money? I've never received a good answer.
I don't think they do make money.
Well, I know they definitely don't make money, but I mean, how? Like when people invest, like how are they being pitched? Are they being pitched at like what's their plan to make money? I don't even see how they could have one.
Oh, if you put on your conspiracy theorist hat once again, and you remember the stuff that the big blockers were saying back in 2017 about AXA and the Bilderbergs financing Blockstream, maybe it's just people who are so close to the money printer that they don't care. And to them, it's just a few $1 million. And they're like, we're just gonna put some money into this and we're gonna buy more time for Visa and for these other networks for payments to catch up with the user experience that Bitcoin provides, so that nobody will have any justification for paying with Bitcoin.
Yeah, it could be nefarious like that. Or you actually gave me an idea earlier that it could be even simpler. It could be just that they're perceived as having a lot of authority. So the value in the company, like you said, is just that perceived authority that is potentially valuable sometime in the future. Maybe that's enough. Doesn't even require nefarious motivation by the investors.
That's possible. I remember at one point they wanted to... I mean, the whole pitch for Liquid was that they're gonna try to tokenize Wall Street. And they said, yeah, we have the right technology, we have the right people, we have the right asset, it's gonna be LBTC. And it's just gonna scale according to demand, and it has some opt-in privacy. It turns out that, first of all, these market actors don't care about the opt-in privacy, because they know that every time they send a large transaction to and from exchanges, they're sending a market signal that they can exploit for their own gain. You have all of these bots or whatever, whale alerts that you get with transactions happening, and they know that whenever that happens, they have some sort of advantage informationally about what's happening on the market. And secondly, it seems like Wall Street doesn't like regulations as much as the Blockstream people thought they would like, and they just went to Ethereum because it gives them more freedom. And there's also merit. I mean, a lot of people criticize the EVM and the smart contracting language that Ethereum provides, because it's buggy and can lead to a lot of misinterpretations by the programmers that can be exploited later. But it did get the network effect. And there's so much money that went into these smart contracts and these applications built on Ethereum that it's very difficult to imagine that just because you make a much better scripting language, everything is going to get ported to it. I think right now the race in Bitcoin is to create the ZK rollups, which are being funded by a lot of the people who are working on Ethereum projects.
Mm-hmm.
And they do want to bring their projects to Bitcoin one way or the other, because they're going to tap into much more liquidity. The fact that there is 100,000 wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum is no accident. It's a lot of people wanting to use smart contracts with their Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And they would feel much safer using on a layer that's native to Bitcoin as opposed to this custodial situation with BitGo. And yeah, it's just not ideal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be nice if we can get that done. That'd be great. Like I think, like we talked about much earlier in the talk, Ethereum has proven without a doubt that smart contracts are useful. People like them. They want to use them. So cryptos should have them if they can. It's only a win.
Should have been obvious, but yeah, smart contracts.
Well, there was all the fear, at the time there was fear that somehow the halting problem. Oh no, there's going to cause way too much computation and stuff, and you won't be able to control that, and we'll have all these weird effects. But it turned out that was all easily manageable, and people didn't see that initially. But now we do. Now we know that the computational cost of running a blockchain is the smallest cost, so we can afford more sophisticated smart contracts. It's not hurting us at all, and it's giving us lots of useful new features that people demand because people are using Ethereum.
I just checked to see how many people watch this. It's more than 1,600 at this point.
Oh, wow. That's great.
It's pretty cool. And I want to thank everyone, sitting for 5.5 hours almost. And knowing that
how long I had, and I was going to tell you I got to be done at about 4:30 to pick up my kids. I'm like, well, there's no way we're going to go that long, but we're within an hour of that. So yeah, this is it went by really fast though. It was actually really, really cool just to kind of go over all that history that we went through since the beginning of the block size wars.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do my best to transcribe this and publish it on my website so that people can find, if they ever search on some sort of search engine or AI agent or whatever, they can find this information. I don't want it to get lost. It's useful. It's a story about the history of Bitcoin, and who knows, maybe one day someone will write a book using this.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Peter. How can people follow you?
I'm on Twitter. Twitter is where I'm at. Peter Rizun, or at Peter Rizun is me.
If they want to know more about the chip that you're building, where's that information?
We don't have a website for that yet. I think on the Nexa website there's some stuff, but that'll come later when we start actually selling little dev kits with the chip. But right now I normally post updates on Twitter and I post my talks on Twitter and stuff. So I wouldn't say there's a nice central repository where you can go to yet.
You mentioned that the chip is gonna be affordable, but what's the price that you estimate for it? Maybe someone listening will want to buy it.
I'm not saying that. Never say price until it's listed. But it won't be super expensive.
Okay, that's good. Peter Rizun, thank you very much. And also thank you all for listening, more than 1,600 people. That's pretty cool. And once again, thanks to the sponsors. I will name them once again before the end of the episode. Bitcoin.com News, Layer 2 Labs, Citrea, Edge Wallet, Noance.com, Hodling.ch, and Sideshift.ai. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next one.